far as Micron goes, it already bounced, and thank you for everyone that was watching the aftermarket show. It's not rocket science. Micron had a double bottom already at 85 bucks with some higher lows at 86. So when we bounced off that level in the aftermarket yesterday, it wasn't like we're pulling a rabbit out of our hat. We're just looking at the chart and zooming out. And now that you've already bounced off that level, what are you going to do? Wait for it to drop $6 and then go for a long? Well, it's closer to prior support than anything else, which is up at 96. So it's a horrible guide, and there's nothing good to like about it. You're going to get some adjustments on it. And if it's going to do a relief rally, I think this one's a fade if it gets above $95 into the 96. So I'm just going to be patient with it. This might be a morning where in the first 5 minutes, maybe nothing sets up, and that's got to be okay. But if this gets back to prior support off that report, I'm looking for a pop and fade here on Micron. It should open up SSR, but at this point, it's already bounced twice, $5-6 off that 86 area. It's just like I don't necessarily want to chase that move. I just feel like waiting for it to let it get to the key price, 95, 96, and then you can deal with it.
I think that's very very fair, Neil. I'm definitely, like I said, number one, one of the number ones, one of the top names on my list today for sure is Micron, and yeah, I finally got that anchored going here. So this red anchored right here is the anchor to the earnings reaction. And something else, Neil, that I wanted to do is throw up an anchored, not only just on Micron, on a lot of other tickers that I want to be trading at 2 p.m. from yesterday, because that's where that selling kind of came in. You can see that, again, you can call it an event, you can call it whatever you want. There's increased volume, expanding volume into the close, so I definitely want to know what the average participant from that time, or where that average price is sitting at right here. So shout out again to Brian Shannon for introducing me to anchored VWAP here. So that's sitting at 98.95 here on Micron. We've already reclaimed some of this anchored from the earnings reaction here in the pre-market. You can see it's actually showing itself a little bit of a consolidation that happens on top of that earnings anchored, and we're trailing a little bit higher as well. So yeah, I'll definitely be watching this reaction right here, 95, when we did quadunk all the way down to a low of 85.57. We could only bounce up to 95s clean. The high of that candle is 95.00. So 95's definitely on watch. Lower high coming in at what is that specifically? 93.25 is the lower high here. So 93.25. So in the pre-market as of right now, we made a high of 92.90. So going to be watching a few of these prices, a little bit of a trend up on the day. Let's see if we come back and does anchored hold us support once again like it did in the pre-market, or do we move up all the way to the 99s, 98s? That's where that anchored from FOMC 2 p.m. is sitting at from yesterday. So I got a few prices on watch. Let's see what happens. I got a plan for going both ways on this one. See if we get a little bit of that continuation. Again, market tailwind dependent. Let's see what the chip sector is up to as well. We saw how crazy of a dump that SMH also had. So again, when the VIX is doing the things that it's doing right now, the market, in my opinion, is definitely in play. So there you go, right here. You can see if you threw on an anchored on the selling, there's no bid that really took it past that anchored. So those sellers definitely in charge all the way into the close and maybe a little bit further more. So let's see if that can potentially come in here. So SMH anchored to that 2 p.m. is something I'm also going to be referencing. We're trading right under it. It's so tight to it. It's really tight under it. So it's like, all right, well, is this going to be an over-under for me? I don't know just yet, but I'm definitely going to be watching what price action is going to be doing in and around some of these levels if I'm going to be trading Micron on the day today.
All right, let's go on to Tesla, back upside here to the tune of almost 3% this morning. We're back above 450, which is pretty key. Rejected 450 at the end of the day, going into the aftermarket as well. But what a sell-off we saw in Tesla yesterday on the Powell press conference. This number kind of concerning, I got to be honest. 41% decline in November for EU registration. So remember, 500,000 is their target for Q4. That's a big number, 41% drop again, EU registrations for Tesla.
Yeah, that's a concerning number. We'll have to keep an eye out on that one, Brendo. Yeah, there's another headline as well with respect to autonomous driving. Looks like they're really going ahead with this Austin launch. So here's the deal. So this was obtained through a Freedom of Information request. This was not actually announced by Tesla. Looks like Tesla officially engaging city officials in Austin to discuss the autonomous vehicle, technology and launch. Elon Musk did announce plans for Tesla's driverless ride-hailing services in California and in Texas, both in the first half of 2025, Brenda. So we're awfully close to that. Want to hear more details?
Man, I was just watching this BPTH. We were talking to Luis about this at 250. It just tagged 450.
Join the dark side.
So, yeah, doubling in, what was that, half an hour ago?
Yeah, it's nothing. Obviously, that's an impressive move, but Tesla was an impressive move to the downside. And the annoying thing about this is Tesla was, when I left the office yesterday, Tesla was the top of my list for a bounce because it tagged 10% down and was going to be SSR. So you end up bouncing in front. It doesn't get to the 420 level, but you bounce off of the mid 420s there, and now you're gapping higher. It's in a weird no man's land where between 55 and 60, like 60 being double barrel support there in Tesla, and Tesla actually ended up bouncing late in the day there. But between 455 and 460, you're running into, that's morning support for a rally of $20-something. And you had afternoon support on Tuesday from the 460 level that ran $20. So you get to 460 and it's like, I'll chase that when it's this big of a level and it was chopped the day before. Like, no, like that's the sell zone. So if I'm looking for an SSR bounce, suddenly it almost like it needs to drop back into the 30s, like the 35 to 40 range, maybe like a clean 45. But yeah, if it gets up to that 460, I'd be looking for a pop and fade. It's difficult to like chasing any longs up at tops when the 10-year is still trending higher. Like that's a bit much for me, especially on anything which is in the healthy pullback range, which Tesla is in a healthy pullback range, just given how insane some of the price action we saw was. Like, you don't want to take anything away from the move that it had, but that's not that big of a deal on a pullback. And the last few times that it's had a decent sized pullback, there's been some continuation for a couple of days on Tesla. If that's the case, like we're up 2.5% here. And, if we get to that 460, like that area to me, like when you get into the prior lows, that's generally a fade zone and we're closer to that. There is, like Hims is moving here, guys. And I asked Dara, and I haven't heard any news specifically, but we're expecting an FDA announcement about shortages and the GLP-1 shortage to be over. We're reacting like that's true. We're down 15% here on Hims and continuing to fall. Like this stock is taking it on the chin. It's nasty. Is there a short seller report? Someone just said here in the chat. Yeah, but that's the yesterday's news, right? Yeah, I don't know if there's anything new today on Hims. I get it, there was a report yesterday, but now look at it. You're 16% down and continuing to fall. But just to recap Tesla, it's a pop and fade, that 60 level. I don't want to call it the Alamo, but that's, if I'm wrong if there's buyers holding above 460. That's the simple way to put it.
Yeah, no, my Tesla chart is getting pretty crowded with a lot of indicators and anchors that I have going on. So I got to clean this one up. Look at that. We've pretty much traded so many different prices here, especially going into the close 427. Definitely going to be interesting to me here on Tesla, just higher time frame. You can see that we've been trending quite nicely here since about the beginning of December. We're coming right back into some of that trend support here and catching a little bit of a bid. Aggressive sell-off, yes. Do we revert? Well, the thing is, we've pretty much reverted almost 50% off of last night's lows already, coming into a little bit of this support from, what is this, Tuesday and Wednesday. That support was a little bit of resistance on Monday as well. I am looking at that 460 level. So that 460, I remember yesterday morning, Neil, I sent you a message at around 9 a.m. and I went back to see to make sure what what time I sent that at, and it was a Tesla message, and I was like, all right, well, this I feel
Here it goes. Oh, I have it right here.
I feel very strongly about this, and this should kind of maybe
I want to dox myself.
direct my trading during the day here. Now it was a simple base rule. I'm like, all right.
All it was 460 over under.
460 over under.
Meaning,
so it's like very straightforward level showing up on the chart. It's support. So
it's the same thing today.
Yeah.
Like if the bid's holding above 460, and I'm fighting a short, then then I'm screwing up. Yeah. But if the bid isn't holding above 460 and we can't break that, then I'm looking for fades at that price. But you've got to be willing to admit when you're wrong on any trade, and so at least when you know where you're wrong, you can move on. Another day, another contract for Palantir, guys. It's like
another one.
Yeah, a day that ending in Y, and Palantir's got a new contract.
Right. Another day, another contract. Here it is, $619.9 million on an expansion with the Army, specifically on the AI and data side of things. We're right back to 74 here this morning. Another one that got clobbered late in the day yesterday.
Yeah, exactly what you said there. It's called the Army Vantage program, and the software is essentially supposed to help various domains, including readiness, logistics, recruiting, force management, so all the things you would expect the new version of AI to be able to handle. Palantir stock, guys, in case you haven't been with us for a while, has quadrupled in 2024, driven obviously by AI. Analyst William Blair today chiming in with an underweight rating, believe it or not, citing the high valuation at $169 billion. He can't stomach that valuation.
I don't think a lot of people can, but opinion 72 was the aftermarket resistance, and then like that candle essentially was when this story actually broke initially after the close yesterday. So back to 74 here, which was yesterday's pre-market levels.
So like Palantir, I didn't even bother writing this one on my note because for the last week, there's one level to look at on Palantir. Yep. It's $71. Like what else are you going to do here? Like, there's been one day since it made the fail of the all-time high. There has been one day that 71 didn't hold. And on that day, all it did is spend the entirety of the second half of the day. Like right after noon, like noon is when it held 71, and then it broke higher. We bounced there yesterday. So like this is your spot on Palantir. You just got to be patient for it. Let the price come to you. It's gapping up. A lot of stocks are going to be doing this diddling in the middle thing. So if it's not near a level, you don't have to trade it. It's clear to me. It's clear as day. If we get down in that range, that's where I look for a mean revert. Otherwise, this is probably not a name I'm going to touch unless it's just trending. Like if it gives you one of those, hey, we're just going to go trending, have a dip and rip that you miss, and then you hold some higher lows and hold VWAP and get some scalp trending into the afternoon. That's always available, but that's not a 9:30 thing. At 9:30, at the open, that's where you wait for the ultimate level or you don't trade it. And you can see on that 15-minute chart, 71 Palantir is what it is.
Yeah, I think that support level kind of shows itself. Even with that aggressive sell-off yesterday, we couldn't really get past that $70 level here. So you can see a strong sell-off with relative volume coming in on Monday, December 9th, and a strong flush all the way from 82, 72s pre-market highs all the way down to 71s and some change. You can see we try to get through that 70 aggressively coming in. That's a first 15-minute candle. So the first 15-minute candle off of the open on Wednesday, December 11th, breaks through that 70 mark, and look at that reversion coming right back in, all day bid all the way back up to 72s. And once again, we're holding that same price area here. So it seems like, 70, 71 area on Palantir continues to be bought up all the way. I mean, it's been showing itself pretty aggressively for a good chunk of the month here, kind of that bid starting up in and around December 5th off of those areas. Maybe one could argue that the bid actually started off at the very beginning of the month, December 3rd, from that pre-market action, and we've only sustained levels making higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, but higher lows on every strong flush that we've gotten on Palantir. So strong ticker nonetheless, and it seems like they get a contract every day that ends in a Y. I definitely agree with you there, Neil. But this thing's been picking up contracts, but the bigger picture trend is still very well intact on this ticker. So something to watch out for.
All right, Google next here. Back to the upside this morning as well. I mean, all these charts kind of looking the same right now. 1.5%. This is a pretty big number. 5 million rides completed here for Waymo, and continuing to expand in the U.S. specifically, but also ahead of Tokyo to come next for them.
And the speed at which they're advancing. So 5 million total, Brendo, 4 million just this year. So the speed's really picking up. And they're obviously operating in Phoenix, Los Angeles, San Francisco. They have been. But really, the key part about this is their expansion plans. They're going to commercially launch, according to their statements, in Austin, in Atlanta, vis-a-vis the Uber app, and that's going to be next year, 2025. Then Miami, that's next on the list. That's planned for 2026. That's going to be in partnership with Move, Moove. Then the company, we reported about this earlier this week, Tokyo by 2025. Lots of adaptations that have to be made for there, specifically with right-hand drive, and obviously having to chart and map out the entire area there. So very interesting. I got to tell you, you and I are talking off camera. I didn't anticipate the speed with which they're accelerating.
Yeah, which leads you to believe, I think as well, that others, Tesla, going to be right behind them here as soon as they're capable of it. 150 trips or 150,000 trips a week, just to put some context on that. That's a lot.
This is your autonomous play. This is your quantum play. I mean, Google, it gives you a little bit of everything here. Now, on the flip side of it, hey, we just failed 200, and we came into yesterday bearish on Alphabet. Obviously, not that bearish. I mean, look at it. You don't know what's going to happen at 2 o'clock, but came in bearish because of the topping tail candle at $200. So if there's a pop, I'd feel the same way. It's just, where are you going to? Like, I feel as if we do get a pop and fade, I'm going to like something like a Mara 23. That'll be in play. The Tesla 460. I just feel like that's going to be a much better opportunity than Google, which went to and now holding top end support. Like, are we really going to get back into the 95, 96, or 94? Not really sure that's going to set up for me at Alphabet. There were a few super chats, and apologies for not getting to this. And Vasil was asking about Nike. Their earnings are today. We're definitely going to look at Nike throughout the day. I don't have any particular thoughts on it for any trades today, unfortunately, but that's something we can talk about later. And then how is NVIDIA looking under Trump's tariffs with China? In a general sense, NVIDIA hasn't changed on NVIDIA with the only exception is now we have a clean double bottom at 127. It looked like you were in for a continuation, like V-shape, to get you to 140, where I think that would have been a sell on NVIDIA, and that would get you to the 50 period, like 50 period support, turning into resistance, that kind of a thing. And now you just got, to me, a double bottom at 127 after yesterday's lows. You put in a bottom that holds, like if you hold the prior week, the prior day low, when you get a flush like this, and this actually does extend into 27, then I know that's where the support is going to be for me. And that's like a gold level as far as I'm concerned on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is fully capable of giving you some kind of a trade out in front there. But another stock diddling in the middle at its current price, like that's just in the exact middle of the desired range of trade, which means I'd stay away from it unless it trades toward my price. I want to trade things that are close to key prices, not away from them.
Yeah, this Waymo stuff is definitely interesting. Talk about a ticker that's too big to fail and has their limbs and arms and legs in a little bit of everything, and that's Google for you. But a failure to follow through of that 200 was pretty interesting. We were here, we traded it, a little bit of a euphoric push and pull into that 200 and back through, and then you get that. Here's the thing. I 100% agree with Neil when he says price action is king. So if I were to look at this chart, and I didn't know that FOMC was yesterday, I didn't know that there was any catalyst, but what I did see was that we failed to follow through that 200. We consolidated below prior day's range, and then at the end of the day, we puked aggressively off of that 200 failure to follow through. I'm definitely looking at that as a little bit of a sign of concern, maybe potentially. If we can't reclaim some of these levels, I'm going to be continuing to look for a potential pullback continuation here. We got that aggressive selling again. Once again, I do want to do the same thing here. kind of with reference to that flush off of yesterday's action at 2 p.m. And then also, if I really do like that 200, maybe take that top as well. And then I want to put an anchored on there as well. Now, I think it was Jake in the chat that was asking, how do I get to that anchored? It's on the right hand side here, fifth option down, volume based right here, and then it's a default indicator on this platform here. But as of right now, we're trading a little bit above that, and we're getting a pop up into the open here with only about a couple minutes left to go. So one to watch, maybe not the top one on my list today for sure.
All right, crypto back upside here in a decent way, 2% right now this morning. We held on to 100,000 again at the lows yesterday. This is a daily chart, so big ugly red candle after the Powell move yesterday, but we're gaining, better part of 25% of that back right now in the pre-market. So yes, equities are bouncing, but we'll have to see. I mean, I said to you just before we came on here, I think this is going to be an important day for not only the equity side of things, we'll see what happens with Bitcoin, but I mean, if the market opens and we get some pretty heavy selling coming back in, like we saw late in the day yesterday, watch out. Yeah,
it could be a decisive day, Brendo. The market could be communicating something to us. If we continue to sell off aggressively, we'll have to wait and see. So a couple of tidbits here with respect to the rates and crypto. We've been talking about this for a while. Crypto rate sensitive. Why? Because when you cut rates, you weaken the U.S. dollar, and the crypto does better versus the U.S. dollar. So with us looking at 2 rate cuts into 25 as opposed to 4, that kind of puts a little bit of a damper on crypto. Now, the other side of that, in addition to that, Jerome Powell was asked point blank yesterday whether the Federal Reserve would be interested in holding crypto as a strategic reserve, and he obviously answered with the current state of the law, which is he can't, nor can he, lobby Congress because they cannot be political. So I thought this question was a little loaded. It's not the Federal Reserve that is going to be creating that strategic reserve. It would have to be the U.S. Department of Treasury, and that would have to come through Congress. So we'll have to see exactly how that all panned out. But people took to X really aggressively yesterday, basically saying that they were thinking it had something to do with what he said. I disagreed with that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in the past, and we'll probably see in the future more. He has a lot of influence and tends to have a lot of influence on what happens here. Yeah, we're about 5 seconds away here from the market open. 2 and 1. Late's better than not at all.
Okay, they said this could be one of those mornings where you're not necessarily in anything too crazy right away. Like, I'm looking over here. Mara, I said 23 I liked for a pop and fade, and I want to try to stick to that. But if you're looking at Tesla, like right off the bat here, Tesla bouncing 450, you're still inside range. Let me zoom in because yesterday's moves are going to be so wild, you don't want to see the scaling of those charts. So we're basically just inside of the range on like a Tesla. Don't necessarily want to jump into anything at a crazy, crazy price. Let things try to calm down. Nvidia's starting to drop a little bit. Let's be, like you said, let's be a little bit patient. I don't want to buy any of these highs. I want to be able to react. And here comes Mara. Like, here's the example. Mara's starting to scream higher. That 23 level, look for a bit of a fade if it can do a curl. And look at Micron. Micron doesn't even want to give you any shot to fade it. Micron dropping now 14% down and continuing to bleed. Remember in the aftermarket, it bounced off 85. So that's the level for an SSR bounce on Micron. Wow, what a bleed here. The market actually holding up, and it's Micron that's doing the biggest move, and it's right to the downside. Yuck.
Yeah, I tried to get in over there at 89s. Couldn't really get that fill right as of right now. But yeah, don't forget it is SSR. So and the bids are getting hit. So 88's coming in as of right now. So let's see. I definitely want to be a little bit patient with this one. But that 89 fill, that was quite nice for the pull in. Now we're coming into those 88. Some size sitting on that 88. Might need to be a little bit careful with this one. There it is. All right, so I definitely got to throw in a little bit of a stop here, Neil, if that'll happen.
Here comes Tesla.
Oh boy. All right, so yeah, let's see if we get stopped out of this one. That thing just ripping right back up. Don't forget, SSR, when the bid does catch, if and when it does catch, it can be pretty aggressive, and that aggressive bid right back up to 89. So I'm more than willing to get stopped out here for a push. There it is. There's the stop out. So we did get a bid off of that 88. back into 89s. Let's see if we can take a push up into 90 as of right now. So we did pull back up off of some of these pre-market levels here, and that selling was pretty aggressive. So 91, 92 are some of these pre-market levels. But if this bounce doesn't really follow through, I'm more than willing to get right back in for a continuation to the downside here. But what is the market doing, Neil? Neil, the market is pulling back off of 21.7.
Oh,
right
Tesla, you've got it. Tesla was so close. Tesla was about to break the pre-market high, got right up to 456, that pre-market top. I'm like, okay, that's the press. It breaks this, we're heading to 460, and then just dumped $6 back into the 450 level. So yeah, we didn't quite get there. I felt like we're pretty strong off the open, and we'd give it a chance. It still has an opportunity to get up to that price. Mara just did a topping tail at 22.90, so it looks like it respected the 22.90. I was all over Tesla in that moment. Suppose could have stuck with Mara in front of 23, but Tesla was the top of my list, so was looking for that to give me the opportunity to short it up there. But obviously, you're not going to get that price unless we get another hefty move back into the upside. So Mara, still trying to trend higher. I wanted to wait for that 23 level. 22.5 is not the area that I want to be involved in. Palantir is flying.
Oh boy.
Yeah, forget about 71. You're obviously not going to get a 71 print on Palantir. Nuke is halted, which does not surprise me whatsoever. NUKK is going to be halted. We'll get there in a second. But Palantir, 77, yesterday's top. Anything that breaks either the highs or lows from yesterday on a Fed day, obviously that's going to be a gigantic deal. No question about it. But that NUKK halted down.
Yeah.
Halted downside. Okay, I thought we were close to breaking the pre-market highs at 80 level. Halted to the downside, NUKK. Tap is $67. Actually, oddly enough, I just assumed that it was halted up the way that it had been moving earlier. So patience, looking for this Mara. It's still trying to trend higher. I don't want to jump in too early on this. It's a very strong bounce. Bitcoin's only at 103. Tesla's still not really doing much. It's trying to break that 450. I don't know if we're going to get the bounce to be able to fade on Tesla. Tesla's starting to look a little bit weak. Now it's starting to lose a bit under 450. Didn't want to have to chase this one under.
Yeah,
Might not have a choice.
The spider's kind of climbing to the upside here, 592 and some change as of right now. I'm watching a few other earnings names. Another earnings name was Lennar. Lennar catching a bit of a bid there, so distinctly different from that of Micron. Micron, here comes that 88 level on Micron. Let me pull it up for you guys here so you guys can see the tape alongside me as well. You can see 88s incoming. Let me throw in the size filter as well so we can take a look at anybody significant. There we go, 250 lots there on the bid at 88s. Gets taken out into the bid there. So don't forget, it is an SSR with some size getting taken out on the bid. Got to be careful for when the bid does catch. Again, we saw what it did when the bid caught right off of the open on top of that 89. We bid right back up to 90s there on Micron. So again, where was that anchored VWAP? It was at 90.26. So maybe my stop should have been a little bit wider, but I could have been a little bit more patient to wait for that anchor to come in. But as of right now, technically, we are not only rejecting the earnings anchored, but intraday anchored as well. Coming to the downside, 85.57 is the earnings reaction low. Current pre-market low is 86.96. So let's see if we can get down to 87s here with any sort of distinction, and then maybe we can take it a little bit further down into 85s there. So again, longer time frame with the market coming down. I think if you go back and look at the chart, there's a bit of a level in and around 85s to 84s. Let's see if we can crack that to take inventory a little bit lower than that. Again, eyes on TQs, eyes on SMH as well at the same time, because again, trading chip ticker, I definitely want to watch the semiconductor ETF here. And yes, the semiconductor ETF, we talked about putting that anchored into 2 p.m. yesterday. We rejected that. We're rejecting that off of the open with NVIDIA to the downside, AMD to the downside, TSM to the downside, Micron as well to the downside as well. So let's see if we can crack through this 80.
You got to be kidding me,
right
Tesla.
now.
So
what is Tesla doing?
I got into Marvell, which is the name in the afternoon show that I regretted most not getting the fade, but this came right back into the dump zone at 250 and failed 110, so it does give a pop and fade off that. I'm short at 9, but Tesla, oh my goodness. So it broke 450, you're now headed to 440 and continuing to absolutely flush here. So Tesla taking on the chin. It's almost red on the day. So we got into Micron. I'm going to quickly show you, not Micron, Marvell. All right, if I make that mistake, Obi's in Micron. We get to 108. I want to make sure we take some out in front of that low. 107 also going to be a level here on Marvell. But what's actually holding up, despite the fact that the market did that U-turn, well, at least it was a second ago, was Apple. And trust me, like a second ago, this stock was actually looking good. It was holding 249, but now it's starting to come back in. So the pop and fade looks like it was the way to go. The NASDAQ and there's a NASDAQ, pop, fade, ES holding up a little better. ES cracking 6,000 and now heading lower. But yeah, Tesla kind of eluded us. Should have just taken a 450 break. What happens is your plan of action ends up being, no, I want to short a pop, and when it does the flat bottom break of the pre-market lows, don't end up taking it. I'd watch out for Palantir, everybody, because like this one, it's going parabolic. You never really want to have something fail back underneath. We've seen the back end of Palantir before. It can get nasty if it decides to follow the market and the market ends up turning red. But for now, Palantir and Apple are the two of the strongest names I'm looking at here, Obi. Everything else is looking pretty weak.
Yeah, I think definitely some strength to the downside here on Micron as of right now, trading below 87s here. We talk about that 85, 86 or 85, 84 area being a potential area of interest.
Tesla.
Again, looking for that level to potentially come in if we're going to have it. The market is down pretty aggressively as well. We sold off of that 21.7 coming right into 21.6. Let's see if that 21.6 acts as any sort of support here. As of right now, not really seeing anything too much. I do have to, you know what? Oh boy, I gotta pull up a 30-second chart here because things are getting a little bit interesting here on the Micron. So, oh boy, what a beautiful, beautiful trend here on the 30-second chart.
This thing is dumb.
To the downside as of right now, and oh my God, I definitely don't have enough. But you know what? We'll see. We'll wait. We'll be patient.
You always have what you have.
I think what I have. Got to take the trade for what it is.
Yeah, I think one of those things is it's so easy to like, oh, I don't have what I want. I should be adding. But remember, this is now, Micron's now at the bottom. Effectively, like this is where it bounced in the aftermarket. Yeah. That's at 85 to 86 level. So you're pretty darn close. By the way, like Apple's still trending higher. I saw a few questions in the chat about NVIDIA holding under VWAP, headed back down to the lows, 127, the key price to watch there. Also in actual strength, or I think it was Alvarez, was it Jose Alvarez in the chat? That you have Visa, which is ripping. But eyeballs on Apple, I think, for the Mag 7 names anyways. That one is all green candles, at least since the open, and headed for 250. 250 seems like an obvious, if the market's going to continue to head down, that could be the curl. But suddenly, because you're at that 85 on Micron, like this is, it's 17% down. This would be the area for the SSR bounce. If there even is one, it would be at the 85 level.
Let's go straight through 84.12.
If it just flushes right through this, it's going to be nasty.
That
the mean revert
monthly low is at 84.12.
This would be nasty. This is getting nasty on
Let's
Micron.
go.
The guide was terrible, but
I mean, here's the thing. We got that aggressive sell-off yesterday, right? And then Micron has earnings that dumps on that as well. And then we start breaking prior bars on monthlies. The monthly support is sitting at 84.12 as of right now, with a bit of supply, with a bit of demand area in that 85. Again, Wayne and I were talking about this last night, so shout out to Wayne on that one. Definitely, it's coming right into some of that area here. Let's see. Again, I was like, yeah, my idea would be to take some inventory through that level if the trend kind of dictates. But again, we could get a potential bounce there. We've bounced there for the past. What months are these? Let me check quickly. So if you look at the September low and the July, was it the July? No. So August low and September low. A little bit of a double bottom there in that 84 area. So let's see if we can, go down there. Trend is holding as of right now, but let's see how much longer it'll hold. We've sold off pretty aggressively as well, so want to keep that in mind. Market catching a little bit of a bounce here as
Tesla.
well. So so any sort of break of trend, I definitely want to lighten up the load here and maybe reassess. But these moves are absolutely crazy. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. As again, we bring you the market, I guess, play by play here. 87's coming right back in. So let's see. There
goes that 450. So we tried our shot at 450, and there was, so coming right here, come to the chart, there you go. Very quickly, we bounced off the prior pre-market low. The second it happened, like when we missed it the first time through, I'm going to take my shot at it the second time, but it's still going to be front end of the trade. And then the other thing that happened is Marvell, we got our fill at 8s, then we short again at VWAP. Now it's taken out the top. So initially worked, reload's not going to back off from those. The market's coming right back into those highs. So I think you got to be patient. Micron, while that was happening, there's a bounce on Micron. It was right at that 86. I think we might have just missed the SSR bounce, getting that Tesla at 450. But Tesla was the top of the list today. So I know this is at a level where I want to take some shots. If we're going to continue to put in lower highs, the lower highs to me is valid till 453, and we can stay on trend. Probably need this bar to close and give us some continuation on that bad boy. And then if you're looking at crypto, we're back to 102. This is what also happened in Mara. Not that we didn't try to get short, but when this lost 22.75, it just really flushed. So I might have to look at a VWAP trade here on Mara, something a little different than playing it off of the 23 level. It's still looking relatively weak. VWAP being at 22.5 there, but we're still looking for the short. Just once again, you're going to have to be patient. Look for that back end. I think we might have the back end here on Tesla. Like I said, I'm going to take multiple shots there. Is that a call for Adara?
Keep an eye on TripAdvisor here. TRIP up about 11% so far in the day. Look at that big volume spike here. Basically announcing this morning they're going to acquire Liberty TripAdvisor for an aggregate transaction value of roughly $435 million. So $435 million acquisition here for TRIP with a short float of 9%. Back to you.
IP going to be in play. All right. Oh, by the way, that nuke, for everyone that's still looking at it, halted down again. So this is the second down halt on nuke. It's a $60 halt. The current indicated open price is $55. So this is going to open down another almost 10%. We said be careful with this stock. We meant be careful with it. I really did think it had a chance to break out the highs. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit disappointing. I didn't get anything more at 49s on Tesla. I got some 48s on the way back through in Tesla, but I wasn't able to, as you just said, Obi, I wasn't actually able to get any shares tighter to the 449. I just grabbed some out here at this prior bar, I guess, close and open, which is 446, and we'll look for another pop and fade maybe into the 450 level. So Tesla still holding range. When I see Micron's right back down at those lows, Obi, as it continues to come to the downside. The market overall, like if you're still watching what's going on here, we're still looking pretty, like it's red, but we're still holding higher lows. So it's kind of indeterminate. You want to make sure you're getting a good price here. It's not obvious trend down. You can still bounce here on the NASDAQ and maintain a little bit of an upward trend. I don't know that I can say the same for my good friend Mara. Mara, this is much more just cleanly to the downside, now breaking the lows. Next available pop, I gotta try to get this short. In MARA, as it's looking pretty nasty. So go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Market comes right back into that 21.6 and trading below now. Micron did have a little bit of a bounce. I don't know if that bounce is it. I don't know if these are the lows now, but let's see. The market catching a little bit of a bounce, so I do have to stay wary on this one. But I think that 85 might not be as clean as I'm looking for. So I'll stay a little bit patient. We are pretty weak on the day as well. Now, something I said before, we got to keep an eye on SMH as well. So SMH catching a little bit of a bounce, but at the same time, also have to put into consideration that Micron has earnings and is SSR. So it could very well do its own thing at the same time. So we're going to keep that in mind. The bids are still getting hit. as of right now. So again, on an SSR name, we talk about this a bunch of times, and when the bids get hit on an SSR name, it kind of gives you an idea that maybe it's people who already have inventory that are doing most of the selling. But that when that stops and the pressure changes and the hands kind of turn, you can see that aggressive buying to the upside as well most of the time. So let's see if any of these highs sustain here. VWAP all the way at 88.24s. I don't know if we're going to get there just yet, but I'm going to let it consolidate. I'm going to let it work here. Trend is my friend, Neil. And yesterday, I definitely paid a little bit of a price fighting the trend. And you know what? Every now and then,
Usually that's how it works.
Yeah, Mother Market kind of puts me in my place for my degeneracy at times. And I'm like, I get reminded of my rules, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's a reason why I have a 3-strike rule. There's a reason why I need to get up from the desk after taking too many stop outs there. And yeah, so yesterday was a good reminder of that. Paid a little bit of market tuition. But again, we get a little bit better every day. So I coming in today, hopefully a little bit better from yesterday, trying to get with the trend on a lot of these tickers. Now, again, don't forget 84.12 is that monthly low on Micron. So I'm just seeing whether or not the selling pressure is significant enough to take us into some of those levels here. Low of day as of right now, 85.57. Surprisingly enough, it is pretty much the exact same as that earnings reaction low at that 85.57. So a bit of a double bottom happening here. So definitely maybe some players taking some risk on at that level, but if that level cracks, oh boy, only about a point, roughly, point and a half, roughly away from that 84 level. But we'll see. I'm more than willing to be.
Maybe this is getting a little bit stronger.
What's happening?
I don't know what's going on in Micron.
Chart?
Actually, I do know Micron. I have Micron up on another chart, but Tesla did the over-under again at 450. Was able to get the reload. We got some out there at 446 half is our best, even though the bottom was like 445, but it just bounced off 448. So, it's going to tighten things up a little bit. Clearly, the 450 is working, at least for now, but you're getting higher lows. You have I don't want to call it a capitulation bottom, but you got higher lows in here. If we break this out, there is not going to be another reload unless we can hold trend. If we're holding trend and some lower highs, then I think it's worth a reload. Until then, scalp it into the $4 or $5 range and try to hold some for the low. Stop out if we break out that local high. Affirm came right into our target area and did a bit of a trend break. So there's our wicks above the 66 level into 67. You can pull up a 15-minute chart and see what that works out to. But it broke the trend. I got short. I'm looking for VWAP, and then we're out if it breaks out above 67 there on Affirm. It's Apple that continues to look strong. It's holding above VWAP and giving you a nice little bull flag setup. This is the one, like if the market goes, like I feel like this one's got a bit of a push there for sure into that 250 level. Just needs to hold on to VWAP. The market's still in that lower end of the range. So that was the plan for Tesla. It's still holding right here at the 450. But you got to remember, it's SSR. If it blasts off through 451, the original plan was 460 short. It's at 450. You can't just sit there and be wrong for $10. You got to be willing to lose like $1.50 on the move when we're taking $1.50 to $2, $3, $4 for scalp wins. That's just part of the game here on Tesla. Yeah, Micron, I probably missed an SSR bounce on Micron, but you got to be able to live with it. The only new position is going to be Affirm, and BPTH is halted. So there goes Tesla. I'm going to get out. Fortunately, we're lucky to get some scalps out, but now you're getting higher lows. Higher lows into this means no reload. No reload unless it sets up at a different price. It's a little too strong in this moment, so we have to back off it and then just wait for the next trade. Affirm is the trade that we just took. Didn't get any bids in front of VWAP, a bit distracted by Tesla, but this gets into VWAP. I can now show you what the 15-minute chart looks here. It came right into our short zone, which is prior support levels, and did a mean reversion, so shorted it when it got back through, and looking to get it down to VWAPs here at 65.5 and 65 even. We'll be taking some profit on Affirm. Just be cautious, be patient, trade only off key price levels, everybody. We expected some more volatility than this, but really, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's good for the long term that we're kind of holding out here, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm just keeping an eye on the market here. 6,000 reject on the ES. So that's something interesting as well. I know that 6,000 was a very anticipated level for a very long time, and yeah, we did a little bit of a chop and churn of that area, rejecting off of it as of right now, with the second 15-minute candle of the day printing a little bit red, pulling us back in. Similar story here with the Nasdaq as well, trading below that 21,600. I got Starbucks on watch as well, and oh boy, Neil, missed a trade on that one as well. So a bit of a VWAP hold.
Is it still going down
on Bucks? Yeah, I think there's some bigger picture stuff going on there, man. I think
agree.
Definitely a miss on my part not being involved with that ticker. But you know what? I am focused on this Micron as of right now, as you guys can see, kind of staring down this tape here just to see. Again, more than willing to give this a couple of shots. Maybe the trade is done. Maybe the bottom of the day is going to be 85.57 going forward. But I do like that we are making somewhat of lower highs as of right now, with the market trending to the downside as well. So again, like I said, SSR, we can rip up a decent chunk if buyers decide to step in and that sell pressure is kind of gone. And that's kind of what I'm watching for, to kind of get out of the way if that does show up. And if it doesn't, that's perfectly fine. I'm looking to take this through the lows, but we got to the 85. So I did get a decent chunk of what I was looking for. So 85.57, double bottom low, bottom of earnings reaction. Yeah, that's a little, that's somewhat significant. That we're bouncing off of that right now. But again, any sort of longs that are getting in on that, definitely risking in and around those areas as well. So let's see who gets taken out. But oh boy, Starbucks continuing to the downside, Neil. We're trading below $90 now on Starbucks. Now that name is not SSR. You can definitely hit the bid into Starbucks there. Also,
worth noting here, I was commenting about the 10-year. Like it's still trading up at the top end of the range, so it's worth watching. It was part of the reason, to convince me to buy anything off of highs. I really think you're going to have to revert a little bit of that move. Bitcoin tested down to 100,000. So right now you have a bounce off the 100,000 area on BTC. What that's done is I'm looking at Tesla, obviously, is still holding above VWAP, so and above 450. Nothing crazy there. But Mara, we liked Mara for a short up in front of 23. Now we're going to get a shot at VWAP. Now keep in mind, with Bitcoin bouncing here, I don't necessarily want to jump in. I want to make sure I'm getting it on the other end of the trade. So now that the selling's coming in under VWAP, I'm going to nibble in here at the pre-market lows, try and catch some quarters, and then be able to play into VWAP on Mara. The pop and fade, I think, still valid. I just watched Apple lose support a little bit here. So Apple's starting to lose some support. Tesla's trying to roll back over. The market's trying to roll back over. Affirm is working down for me into VWAP. It's only 40, 45 pennies in the money, but I think that's going to be a buck if we lose VWAP rather quickly. And Tesla's right back at 450, Obi. So I don't think the short is necessarily done yet. I think it's might just be getting started.
Yeah, I think the market's coming in again, so we're reverting the reversion now. So we had that strong sell-off yesterday. We bid back up a little bit in the after hours, and now that bid back up is reverting. So basically, continuation of yesterday's move is potentially what's happening here on the markets. Micron kind of oh boy, that was an aggressive bid on Micron there. So we did pop up 40 pennies there on that bid, and it is holding. What is this? This is an anchor that I did not put on there. So we are holding that 86 mark as of right now. So still trading underneath VWAP in and around that $88 level here. I have VWAP at 88.14 and then anchored VWAP at 88.97. So still trading well below that. Market to the downside. Let's see what SMH is doing. We got to keep an eye on that one there. SMH almost near day lows right here, trading at 241.40s on SMH. Nvidia with a little bit of a bid maybe. TSM is trading near day lows. AMD near day lows. Intel actually catching a little bit of a decent bounce there. Retracing it hasn't really done too much off of the open, but the selling off that did happen, it's retraced about half of that move there.
Tesla might have just liquidity grabbed under 450.
Wow.
So if you're watching Tesla, which, I mean, I am right now, it's obviously one of the main stocks I want to be trading today. Volume, great. But it just was underneath VWAP, was underneath the 450. You could see it start to consolidate. And just when it looked like it was going to close on weakness, it snapped back up above 450. If it holds the higher low here, Tesla might make that run at 460 after all. So worth watching. If it can hang on to VWAP, I think it gets a little bit bullish. Palantir, which we had mentioned, I know a lot of people have asked about it. It's holding on to VWAP. It's still lower highs in Palantir. Like, I can't get excited about this, as I said, with what I'm seeing and how far the market gapped up and the 10-year holding where it is. I don't necessarily want to be chasing something. It's still lower highs. If it makes that rounded bottom that you're looking for on a strong move, a little bit better. And I didn't have a level here that I was working off with a Palantir. It looks pretty strong to me, but I want to stick to the names, at least for myself, that we're interested in grabbing. So we're able to get some 20s there on Mara. I said I wanted to nibble in on the way back down. I didn't want to chase too far, so I'm literally in like 20%. I'd like to be closer to VWAP if I can, which is a good 10, 15 cents up. So I have to be a little bit patient maybe if we're not able to get better prices here on MARA. But wow, Tesla, it's holding that 450. Looks like we're going to, if we close this bar above 450, that's usually a long setup for me. So I should probably listen to that on Tesla, at least temporarily. 450 could turn it in over-under the same way I think 460 was for us. I'm not sure what Micron is doing.
We're coming right back up. So I did stop out of that one pretty much for roughly a break even, because I'm like, if it's gonna rip up, I'm more than willing to get better prices on this one. But 87.5's holding as of right now. Again, 88 is that anchored. So like I said, the bid came in quite aggressively just now with almost a 30-40 penny pop coming into 87. So I do want to respect that a little bit here, but that bid is starting to slow down. So again, going to pack my patience here. If the selling is done, then the selling is done. Market is still consolidating around that 21.6, so I want to be wary of that and continue to stay involved in, again, an earnings day one, definitely in play name. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. A bit of a dead cat happening, but you know what? We'll see how.
I hate that term.
Wow, okay, so this thing is definitely doing a little bit of, okay, I don't want to chase too much, but...
I just want to clarify something.
Yes.
Eleb in the chat, is it Eleb, Eleb? Neil, are you trying to short Mara or long? So if you're watching, I've just confirmed by looking myself, the position board is correct. So if you see, those are our current live positions, right? Like I'm short Affirm at 66.25, I'm short Mara at 22.19. So the plan was originally to short it in front of 23. That was on the note, but now you're putting in lower highs. So I'm just going with the trend, and the plan was to fade in Affirm. We're now at 101 underneath 101 on Bitcoin. So there's low of the day. I'm short Affirm. That was always the plan. Let's go to Adara.
About 10 seconds away from getting this housing or home sales data here. We're expecting 4.08 million versus previous at 3.96 million. For the change, we're expecting 3.03%, so a little bit lower than the previous print of 3.4%. And these numbers have come in. Existing home sales, 4.15 million. So that is above the forecast of 4.08 million and the previous of 3.96 million. And then, of course, as a result, we also have a higher than expected existing home sales change number, 4.8% on a month-over-month basis versus 3.03% expected. We also got the leading index change month-over-month, 0.3% versus negative 0.1% expected. So higher than expected prints across the board here. Q is continuing to chop around here, currently hanging out around that 0.5% level to the upside. It's been a really eventful day yesterday, so lots on watch. Bitcoin still waffling around that $100,000 level, trying to bounce after that weakness yesterday. Tesla, you're on watch as well, of course. A couple different catalysts. 41% decrease here in EU registrations, which of course is a little bit problematic because Tesla's looking for 500,000 plus deliveries here for Q4. Also here, we did have reports that the company is going to be talking to Austin and trying to bring their autonomous vehicles to Texas. It was reported by Bloomberg. NVIDIA on watch here as well. NVIDIA and Apple had a bit of a shared catalyst, and Apple researchers posted that the two companies are working together. So keep an eye on NVDA, TSLA, really this whole market, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Right now, the market's starting to head to the downside. That one's loud. I don't know if it's as loud for you guys as it feels like it was for me, But low of the day just broke on Mara. Ooh. Bitcoin lost 101,000. So obviously we should have had it at 23, but it just broke 22s. I'm bidding 21.8s. The next, every 20 cents on a $20 stock is generally speaking a 1% move. So I'm kind of going by these 1% after you break that low of the day. And Affirm just went to target. So to the gates of hell you go, Affirm. Although if you look at a daily chart, it's not really that bad. But the why out here, I've made this mistake on Affirm before. Keeping in mind what this chart looks like on the daily, it is at support right now. Where we bounced off of was like the last support before you made the break into the high. So yeah, we get up into that 67 range, but once you start getting into the low 64s, you got yesterday's bottoms, and then you've got the consolidation at 64. That's a mean reversion trade. If I'm not taking it to VWAP and want it further, I'm taking it into the low. So again, sometimes like Tesla's frustrating me, but this was more simple. This came into our price zone, looked for it to at least revert the trend. It had a tight trend after the first original candle. Get in and then work it down into the low. That was the plan of action. But as I said, Tesla frustrates me. And now it's starting to hold underneath 450. And this time I don't have it. Thankfully, the other shorts we have worked. But this is the one I want to get back to as Tesla loses the 450 level. So we're still looking relatively red on the day. Like I said, didn't want to buy any of those tops. If the 10-year wasn't going to do some kind of a reversion, I didn't want to be fighting anything until I get some serious confirmation. And for Tesla, it's still doing a frustrating dance off 450. Like, you want to get chopped up or you want to join a trend? I'd rather join a trend, bank the wins that we got, and join a trend instead of try to fight something.
Yeah. So Micron coming right back in. So you know what, I am keeping it tight. So I stopped out of that one once again. Maybe this is poised to come into that anchor again. I do have to respect that we are bouncing off of that earnings reaction low at that 85.57 to the penny. So that is definitely something interesting. Again, anchored, sitting all the way up at 86s. Maybe that's where I reassess for a little bit of a continuation there. Yeah, 87 halves trading as of right now. I did like this price a little bit earlier as well. So I do want to stay patient with this one, but at the same time, I know that this selling is getting a little aggressive every time it does come in. Oh boy. Oh my God! Wow, look at that. Okay, so I was waiting for it to get some more in, and we're tanking to the downside. So you know what? I'll take less, and then I'll participate in or try to participate in this move here. Oh boy, we're coming in real hot, Neil. Okay, so I guess missed trade on my part as we crack a little bit of that trend support coming in. But
Bitcoin wants 100,000, I think.
Is that where that's coming into?
It's still trending down toward it. We just keep holding on to these lows. I mean, I know the Nasdaq's not exactly flushing super big here, but like it's since the open 15-minute chart, it's big red candle, little red candle with a rejection wick above prior support, and now you're consolidating underneath the low. So I think this still sets up the short thesis to the lows more than anything else. Like, it doesn't round this bottom out. Got to still be thinking for those shorts and looking for those entries. Let's go up to the desk. Adaira's got something for us.
Keep an eye on UNH here. I'm reading that Luigi Magnone, which is the shooter of, or alleged shooter of Brian Thompson here, has actually waived extradition so he can have his trial in New York. The reason to bring that up is because we are having a bit of a bounce here on UNH, and it's also worth noting that UNH does tend to respond for whatever reason to any news stories about this case. So if we see anything more here, I'll let you know, but a little bit of a bounce for UnitedHealth. Back to you guys.
Maybe not so much for this market just yet. As look, IBIT is now almost flat. I understand it's a 24-hour market, but it's underneath. So if you're tracking IBIT, it's underneath 57 for you to get to 100,000, right? So 57 is just a round number, but if you break it, you're then within 1 point of getting a 100,000 level test. So IBIT is testing that low. As that happened, I just prefer trading Mara to the short side on these types of moves. Like Mara, we got VWAP. I can cancel my VWAP offer. Why? Well, because if Mara decides to pop 2.5% and hold essentially green, because it closed at 2161, if this is going to hold green and bounce back into VWAP, I don't want to just be sitting there. I want to see it make a lower high ideally, or give me the curl. So we'll just hang on to this, see how far it wants to fall or mean revert as Mara continues to work. Affirm that's actually still holding that 64 level, but just barely. Like we got out and it's maybe still heading into the downside. It's just Tesla's the one that's frustrating me. And when I look at this, like I look over at Mara, the short that we took there, and how that's continuing and how a firm got to target. Look at Tesla. Even if we're still in the 450, it's kind of diddling. It looks like it wants to go down, but I'm not getting that feel that it wants to drop like an absolute rock. And then I look over at something else, like in Nvidia's starting to lose this bid.
Yep.
Yeah, so like this, like it might be, like Nvidia might be a better play in here as it's going to lose this 130. Uber and Sebastian saying Uber and Robinhood are losing it. Don't forget $60 on Uber. Anytime you have a stock that is already put in a big low going into a Fed day and we get a big move, like it's already shown you the 60, and that was before we had the Fed. So it's about $1 away from that. There's been some buyers down at the 60 level on Uber if you happen to be in it.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to get in. Oh boy. All right, so 86 is incoming. Oh my God, bid getting smashed there. I tried to post for a little bit more above 86s. So like you said, we have what we had. I got into a decent amount that I was comfortable with on this pop back up, but you can see I got stopped out, man. I got stopped out on this push. Bit of a too tight of a stop apparently. Yeah, coming right back into these lows. Again, I don't think I want to be the biggest just yet. I want to be as big as I'm comfortable with below or going into that 85 to 84 level. So I'm still kind of, just kind of dancing with some of this price action. Missed out on a few opportunities here in the chop to kind of scalp out and churn and maybe create some cash flow. That's also something that I do have to get a little bit better at. But I think I did well in getting short with a ticker that's clearly selling off. It's in trend to the downside here, so I haven't really reverted just yet. Looking for that 85 to come in. So oh boy, here we go. So 85 and change coming in. 85.57 is that morning day low. Let's see if we can crack through that level. Coming in pretty hot in 85.90s right now. So oh boy, I liked my average above 87. Now I'm holding 86 halves. So this is gonna what?
It looks like
it looks like it's poised to crack a little bit there. So let's see if we can get some panic selling through some of these key support levels with the market pulling back in. 21,500 could be interesting as well. What's Apple up to?
High of the day.
Oh wow.
Apple is, you know what's crazy is Apple, when I sat down, Apple was the only stock that wasn't gapping up. And now it's the strongest one out there. So you're getting higher lows on Apple. Oh, don't break trend, Apple. Okay, whatever. You don't care about these things for long term. If it breaks trend, sometimes things are buying opportunities. But it's putting in higher lows and probably an even steeper trend going into 250. I would have at least some concern with the 250 level. Why? Because we had problems there before. It's an obvious jump-off zone.
Right.
But now you're starting to get to that 250. Micron obviously lost 85. It has to have. It's still dumping?
Yep. Oh my
Micron's now at 85. So the SSR bounce, I feel like that was already missed. That leaves that, it's 84.13, I believe. I'll have to double check it. I think you had it. 84.13 is going to be the actual low, the August 6th low.
Yeah, I got 84.13, 84.12. So we're about a point away from there. So anybody and everybody who has been long since, August? Or even before that, because I think prices weren't down here for a little bit earlier than that. But anybody and everybody who's been long off of that bounce is kind of underwater underneath 84. So let's see if we can take some stops out underneath 84. That's essentially the idea, right? The idea is to take the inventory through a key support level, looking for the puke. And maybe even taking some more, getting bigger, like I said, through that level. Because if that is the case and that comes into fruition, I'm looking for a bit of a flush to the downside if that will happen. But we're teetering in and around that level as of right now. Again, this is where we did bounce. That's something I do have to keep into consideration. But trading below earnings reaction low right now, I like that. I like that we pretty much dead catted on this bounce here. I know you said you don't really like that term there, but.
I just feel like there should be a better one.
Yeah, I think whatever you want to call it, it's a bounce that doesn't really have too much of too much of a reversion of the initial move, right? So we didn't really get too much. We traded below VWAP there. So I guess again, proper risk, I guess, was to VWAP. And again, me not risking there, definitely a bit of a miss there. But it's okay. We get right back in. It's perfectly fine.
Apple
Maybe not as
250.
much as I had before, but looking to get into, looking to get aggressive still if the trade sets up as good as I'm looking for, right? If it doesn't, don't forget, I'm more than willing to get out, stay a little bit nimble here, and try to trade with this trend. So don't forget to like and subscribe. What else do we got going on? I don't have too much else on watch as of right now.
Apple broke 250,
Okay.
which is crazy. I mean, the market, all right. The other thing that just happened is there is a little bit of a mini pullback happening on the 10-year. So, like, you're actually finally getting some movement to the downside on the 10-year. Get past the quarters, Apple. Okay, you just printed the quarters. Like, look at the trend up since VWAP. It's all green. So one thing I want to keep in mind for any kind of a breakout or follow-through trade is the first red candle it puts in on this kind of an uptrend on a 3-minute chart. I do want to consider where I'm dip buying here, and you don't know where that's going to pull back into. So if we lose 250, I got to respect the fact that prior high is $1 lower, and that could be the reload. Prior bar, close and open is 249.5. So those are some levels that I got to look for on the way back in. I don't think it's necessarily clear sailing, but the NASDAQ is finally going at least a little bit green. This is what's happening now in the 10-year. So first time today, I'm in a long and probably going to start looking for some other longs. That will, I mean, we got to be able to flip the script, right? Like that could include Tesla over 450. Like we were shorting this level before, and now you're starting to hold VWAP. The 10-year is doing what you want it to do. If you wanted to have some continuation of the upside, I got the NASDAQ over here, which is now holding VWAP. That little rejection candle, heck, we're about to close on the 15 in a minute and a half. We could close with a nice little green candle and a little bit of a wick at the bottom. So that would be a nice reversal. So everything is lining up. That 250 continuing to play on Apple. I'm going to get some out in front of 251. Don't want to count our chickens before they're hatched. Make sure we're taking some profits. It's been a whipsaw morning. And don't forget, everybody, I know we're missing out on a few names here. You got to focus, especially early, on the names that you intend on trading. I know there's a lot of small cappers that are moving. We'll try to get to as many as we can there. Just try to keep it real for you in the chat. And if you have questions in the chat, we got the best community out there. If we're missing them, Bears versus Bulls going to get them to you. And if you want to be in the chat, you need to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, don't forget.
we should film a Christmas one for that, Fabian.
I think there's Fabian just told me there's like 9,000 people watching, and there's not even 10-15% of that many likes. Come on, you guys gotta hit that hit that like. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up.
What is it at right now?
This is what we gotta check right now.
What are we at right now?
Market catching a little
sometimes
bit
you have
of
to
a bounce,
refresh. What's
but,
hilarious is you have to hit.
There's no way there's 2 likes.
No, you have to refresh.
There's no way.
Like, okay, first of all, I put it live this morning, so if I haven't refreshed, that's literally somebody must have beat me because I'm usually 1. 1.1, so that's 1 out of every 8 of you like it. Well, so here's the other thing. If you like it, as I let this ad play, if you like the show, but also I've heard rumors that somehow it makes you feel better, and when you feel better, you trade better. So if you're here, it's because you like trading, you like the markets, and hopefully we got the goods for you. All right, share with your friends and family, Fabian also just mentioned to me. So here comes the right to 251 on Apple, by the way, and a little bit of a pullback. So you never really know where the dip is going to come in. From VWAP, it is all green candles on a 3-minute. Ideally, first red candle puts you right back to 250, and we're just trading off 250 to be able to get that reload, and we'll go over and over again. Mara, I still feel like is a bit of a fade. So I know this is working to the long side on Apple, but I got to go back over to to Bitcoin for you guys. Bitcoin is still looking relatively red. It is still trending down into 100,000. So if that's happening, I might use this bounce in the market to adjust my entry on Mara, and I'm just going to show you the black charts. This is going to be easier, guys. Another lower high in Mara. This is staying on trend with Bitcoin falling. Now, if Bitcoin breaks 100,000, I want to be short. But if it bounces off 100,000, I want a re-entry where if this breaks trend, I can just jump out above VWAP. So that's the plan of action. Is while the market bounced there, Bitcoin said, I don't care. We're still falling. It's about to break the low and test 100,000 imminently.
That's pretty. The thing is, the interesting action I'm seeing here on Micron was that the market bid up pretty much 50% of the flush that we had off of the open, and Micron pretty much bid up like 50, 60 pennies, I think. Couldn't even get to its VWAP. So yeah, maybe some relative weakness for sure on this name. And don't forget, it is earnings day one, and we're doing relative volume. How much relative volume, you ask? I got, well, on a 5 period, I got about 3 to 4 times roughly relative volume on the day here. So yeah, doing pretty decently for a large cap like this. But we're sustaining above 21,600 as of right now. We talked about is that 85.57 going to be the low of day, and we washed it. We kind of sold off below it. Now the new low of day is 85.10s, Neil. So about a point away from that monthly support on Micron. So see if that trade is still on. We're still trading below VWAP. I like that. We're still trading below anchored. I like that as well. And we're making lower highs going into the midday session as of right now. So let's see, unless that kind of changes here, I still want to stick with this idea. Now, of course, I have to risk accordingly and execute effectively in and around that. And like I said before, I had the shorts underneath 89, ads underneath 88. Stop out for break even after adding at 87s, which is fine. But getting right back in underneath 87 for, I guess my average right now, 86. So we're teetering in and around a break even, but looking for that continuation to the downside if it'll have me. If not, that's perfectly fine. I will be more than willing to move on to the next trade. And what is the next trade? Well, I'm watching Intel, I'm watching Starbucks, I'm watching, I guess, a little bit of the TQs as well as they do this sideways consolidation. Still trading within the opening range is the NASDAQ, so I'm going to be patient for that one. But something that is coming to the downside, Neil, is UNH. UNH, interestingly enough, yesterday, while we got that strong selling, had a VWAP buyer. So
I'm not surprised. But you know what? We're back. Trade the Pool. And Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you, all of you out there, to trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. And I know you don't like that PDT rule. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4% and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the best part, the profit split's been upgraded to a generous 70% so you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. And scan that QR code. Check the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. So I got to ask you, because I know we talk about these continuation trades. Like Starbucks was a missed opportunity the other day. Obi, I know that's a name that you've had interest in looking at, and it's essentially like it's just falling every single day. Sometimes it's a short till it's not. What exactly, because I'm curious what you want to see here on Starbucks. Because I know for myself, a lot of times when there's like dump down, continuation, I always think pull back, first resistance. Like literally that's the first resistance, or it's the prior close. So this one did, we closed at 90, and then it did a push. It broke first resistance, but look at the wick on a 15-minute. That then sets it back up at this floor here at 90.5, and now it's consolidating under its close. It closed at 89.90. Which is right here. It's giving you a reasonable continuation trade, I think, here under the 90 level. I always like to try to join the trend. If I like the short and it's setting up like multiple shorts, like I'm only saying that because I'm in Mara, and Mara did the same thing. I wanted 23s. We didn't get 23s. We missed that. So then it had to be, okay, well, does it hold underneath pre-market lows for the trend? Does it hold VWAP? And then you just start shorting the pops. It's all red on the 15-minute. So, why not try to get in? Like, I definitely think Starbucks, it's definitely setting up really well for sure. As the market's trying to hold, and it looks like the trend is still working back in to said downside. Let's go to Adara and see what's nuking on the small caps.
I actually don't have Nuke up here. We're going to look at some different names. IWM having this topping tail candle into almost 22.25, then selling off. Still up on the day, though it is looking a little bit on the 15-minute chart like that hockey stick pattern that Sharif talks about, where you have that move down and a bit of consolidation. We'll have to see where we go from here. But the base from yesterday for IWM was 219.32. We have XHG. This is Exchange Holdings. Sorry.
Okay. That was intense. Just very quickly, I know Nuke wasn't one of the names that we were talking about, but Nuke is now halted to the downside. Good luck, everybody. This is not looking good. And it's how I think it trapped some people, new people long. Obviously, in the pre-market, it did so. But then it might have done so here as it regained pre-market lows. But look at the failure at VWAP. We just lost VWAP and then opened underneath after an uphalt. Almost to the penny, it failed the halt price. So not looking very good on Nuke. Well, I can tell you that the short that we have, obviously, and when we get the fill at the low of the day, and all I'm doing is I'm letting Mar pump bounce as we head to 100,000 on Bitcoin, let it make a top, and then I just try to get in on the back end. That's all we're doing, and then we're working into low. We missed the first one, we got the second, we got the third, but if the market's coming back in, which it is, Apple with its first red candle since VWAP, it's trying to hold on to 250, like it got very close. Like it came within pennies. I think it actually came within a couple of cents of triggering my out. Literally a couple of cents, because I moved it even tighter after it got to 251, so it barely held on. If it can hold here at 250, I don't mind adding, but you're still seeing a downward push. It could go to VWAP for all I know, and I'm not going to sit there buying 250, 249.50, 249.20. No, if it breaks 250, we'll look for another entry point. We're still looking relatively weak here. The shorts have still continued to work to the downside, so I'm not going to rush to get into any kind of a long. We've been primarily short this morning. Speaking of, I thought that last push up was going to get us to re-entry on a firm, or at least myself. I shouldn't say, just me. But we did not get to VWAP. Now you're putting in lower highs, not where I was expecting it to happen. We're just continuing lower on a firm. I do want back into a firm. It's just a matter of where I'm able to catch it. So we'll have to look for maybe another bounce play. I don't like this bottoming tail candle. A lot of times that'll signal a reversal, so I don't want to short it here. I'd look for some kind of a pop. Let's go back and take another shot at the small caps.
Sorry about the interruption there, guys. XHG Exchange Group up about 140% right now. No catalyst I could find. It is a Chinese ADR here with a very small market cap, $425,000. Then next up we have App Tech Payments, APCX. No news on it today, but on Monday they announced a $5 million investment here, and also the fact they're going to be restructuring their board. Last but not least, VRAR. This one, multi-halter, watch out. This is called the Glimpse Group. It's one of its subsidiaries here, Brightline Interactive, entering into a 6-figure contract with the U.S. Navy. So Navy contract here for a subsidiary of VRAR. Back to you guys.
I'm just going to give a big shout out to our guest, Luis. Thank you very much, Adara. But that BPTH, remember what he said. Luis came on here and showed you the statistics, that this one was a habitual line stepper, and that it had 100%, I forget the time frame, might have been the last year, 100% when it does this level of a gap up, it closes red. Well, I'm not saying it's gone red, but if you look at the daily chart, like where would you look for the curl? This is where above $4 into 4.5, that's where it got to, and there's your mean reversion trend back into VWAP. See, I should be like, if you like mean reversion trades, which I do, I should have that one. Like, why not? And this is going to halt every few minutes now because it's a $2 stock. It's actually going into a down halt despite this tight of a move. Keep this in mind. It's now going to be halting on any quick move of 10%, which is going to make it nonsensical to try to trade, everybody. That's going to be a little bit frustrating if you're trying to trade that. And it's frustrating if you tighten your stop up on the way back in an Apple and then watch Apple do this, which I'm not going to chase up here. I thought we break 250, we can get something closer to 249. That might not be the case. So we'll have to work our way into another trade there for Apple. Bitcoin is now at 100,000. So my attention is going to be on Mar because I'm kind of anticipating that you could get a bit of a break and a bounce off 100K here on Bitcoin. So I want to make sure that I'm trailing this one if we do get a 100K bounce. I'm not going to trail it to the trend, which would be up here at 21.8. this is going to be a trail back in through like this prior bar, like 2165 here on Mara. Got to tighten it up. We just broke 100,000, at least what I looked at. So let's see if we get some continuation on 100,000 break. IBIT just took out those lows. Yeah, there's IBIT. I have us at 99.8 according to Binance. It looks like we've broken that 100,000 level. That means hang on tomorrow, but I'm tightening up the stop in case we snap back up.
Yeah, that trend on crypto is straight to the downside as well. So future is doing an interesting dance here. We did kind of push back up and look at the selling that's happening, coming right back into some of these levels. So I'm curious to know whether or not we touch 21.5 on the day today. And yeah, let us know in the chat. What are you guys trading? Did you guys participate in the strong flush off of FOMC yesterday? I'm curious to know what people had and what they participated in. Were they planned trades, or did a trade fall into your lap? I want to hear all about it here. Wow, take a look at the Russell as well, Neil. We were just talking about the small to mid caps right there. Russell to the downside, coming into 220s right now, real hot. Lennar not really doing too much. Again, another earnings name that happened last night. Not really doing what I was, I guess, technically looking for. There is some size sitting on this 85, Neil. So I think last time I saw it, I think it was about 1,000 lots here. Can't really see it just now, but I guess, oh, there it is right there. 1,000 lots on top of 85. Let's see if that 1,000 lots gets taken out here on the Micron. Only about 30 pennies away as I get my filter.
Well, we're starting to dump now.
For that filter to come in. So you'll see that size show up here at that 85. We're trading in the last quarters right now. So do I want to take a little bit more through that 85? Yes, I do, Neil. And again, it is an SSR. So the question becomes, can I get in a little bit beforehand? Yes, I can. So get in a little bit beforehand as the market also comes in to that 21,500. So maybe we bounce off that 21,500. But there's Buddy sitting there with 1,000 lots on 85, about 1,600 lots right now that I'm seeing. One on an ARCA, one on a Nasdaq book. Actually, is that more? No, I thought my number.
No, you're right.
Blocked off there, but yeah, no. Let's see if that size gets taken out. We will definitely need a seller to take that size out. A seller who already is holding on to.
Oh, wait, we've got sellers. The Nasdaq is points from going red.
Oh boy.
The ES is still 0.4, but testing the lows. I wanted to make sure we got to the super chat. Thank you, Fugazi Bear. Why doesn't YouTube offer a love button? That's a great question, because love is better than likes. And
decrementing bid.
Love. And the bid is gone.
Oh, ice.
The bid is gone everywhere. Baby. Tesla just lost 440. Quick recap. Apple's still holding $250. At least that's good. Bitcoin's at 99.8. And every time I keep looking over, it's like, okay, well, Mara is accelerating. Are we accelerating on Bitcoin? Answer no. In Bitcoin dropping $120, and then Mara dropped a couple of points here. So it's getting it's starting to get a little bit more steep. And you could put in a bottoming tail. I haven't gone out to the daily chart, but I just want to quickly show you. The 50 period on Mara is now within basically 1%. So we're at the target area at $21 on Mara, and we're bouncing at 19.9. So all of a sudden, this trend, which is steep to the downside, I just keep tightening it up. We didn't get that third reload, which happens. I don't think you can always get it perfect, but sometimes you just got to join. If you don't get the one you want, you got to take the trades that are available to you, so we got that short. Tesla is attempting a bounce. I know it's still falling, and I probably missed an opportunity to get in. Tesla was not cooperating the way I would have liked it through the short trade, so I did not get a re-entry into Tesla. It is what it is, but you had to find the trades that were more simple. Mara just set up much easier for me. And obviously so did Affirm. If we get a bounce, prior support, which was in at about 444, 445, that's where the buying was before. If we don't get back above that, Tesla looks like a continuation play. As the market, it's been slowly sliding down and just trapping longs. The only long that I really liked was Apple, because it was just super strong. So joining that one for a scalp trade, no problems. But I wasn't going to give up on the short thesis, and even Apple losing the 250. So yeah, we continue to bleed. If we get to 21, I'm out on Mara as Bitcoin. Okay, back to 99.8, but we're not really falling as fast in BTC as we were before.
No, not really here. But yeah, those well, like I said, we're coming right onto that 21.5. There's a little bit of an ice some ice sitting at 85s, and by that I mean there's an iceberg, a reserve bid sitting on 85. There's about 1,600 lots. We dropped it down. I mean, when I say we, I mean the market. Sellers dropped it down to about 700, 600 lots there, and then we catch a little bit of a bid trading back up into the quarters here. But yeah, with the market coming down a little bit further, let's see if we can come back down and knock out some of the rest of that size. Definitely need some sellers to take that out. And again, it was refreshing. It was a little iced, so definitely want to respect that. 85, a bit of a clean level as well. We talk about going back and looking at the chart. 85 definitely interesting. 84 12s is the low there, but 85 definitely a bit of a monthly double bottom from August and September. So can we expect a little bit of chop in and around this area? Sure, and we're getting that already. We're getting about 30-40 pennies worth of a chop. We already came down here a little bit earlier in and around, what is this, about 10. We made a low of 85.10s before we bid back up. So let's see how much more of a bid this 85 gives us now. 85 halves trading right now on top of that. And I guess Paul in the chat asking us to take a look at Walmart. Let's take a quick look at Walmart as well. But oh boy, oh my God, you know what
Great stock.
You know, I just saw Starbucks.
Well, I mean, you did
Starbucks
say it was the next.
Back to VWAP.
You said it was the next trade.
Oh my God.
You did say it was the next
I
trade.
did say it was the next trade.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying that was your baby, and it's been doing the trend, exactly the trend I think that you want in the continuation. So look, we'll see if we get some. All right, Mara might trail out in a couple of seconds, but Tesla just made its pop into prior supports out here at about 444. My goodness. See, and someone asked me, what does it look like when the bid drops? See how I got in on the front end?
High.
And I'm looking, so at 442, it's looking like resistance. That's a prior bar there. It's trying to hold above 442, and the second it tests up to 442.5, it's like you want to get it back in through. It broke 442, and the bid dropped, and there's nothing for $2. When you look at that on the level 2, obviously this has already happened there on Tesla. I can't promise you what happened again. No, but essentially what that means is here you have like a nice 15, 20 cent spread. It'll tighten up at times. When it was above that 42, the second it got under, that spread just opens up. Any size that was on the bid drops down to only minimum lots and like one lots. And you see no real bid that stacks up with any thickness. These are all like tiny and little until you get to like the $2 down. Like you just see it. And what's noticeable, if you ever hear me say like the bid is dropping, like I have multiple level 2s up of all the stocks that I'm tracking. Like I have a Tesla one, Apple, and Affirm, which we traded earlier, and Mar. Those are the 4 stocks that we've traded. All of them in the same moment do basically the same thing, where I just see the bid get thin on all of them when maybe one key stock loses a bit. So when I say we're losing the bid, it's usually the stocks that I'm watching. I just see the level 2 have a distinct change, and usually you'll get some kind of a drop like this. So we're back into Tesla. I just want to play it station to station because I feel like we're far from VWAP. If we can hold this low, we should play down into the 438, 439. I'm not adding until we get the confirmation candle. Like this is on, I got short on green, which is never the way that I want to do it. I'd rather be short if we get that confirmation candle. So I'm going to not add a thing until we get underneath. Until we close this one. If we close this one underneath, as I see you preparing for a little something. Mara is still continuing to hold. It's crazy. Crypto should be the only short right now. Tesla might just decide to take out that prior low. As I said, I'm in a third, and I'm not adding unless I get a confirmation candle that the short is good. And to show you what's going on in Mara, we're now consolidating off the low. I've got my trail, and now I've tightened it up. If we break out from here at the 30s, I'm just jumping out of this trade. Like it's the first green candle. Any pop, I want to try to reshort it, but we're getting more out of Mara than we expected move-wise. So, I'm more than willing to take this. It's Tesla that I'm waiting patiently for an ad here. Another rejection under 443. There's the confirmation. The question is, can I even get 42s again?
Yeah, so Neil, have you heard about eSignal? Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize and foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game, customize, analyze markets way faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description below. eSignal.
That's what it's all about. And like we said, I mean, if you're trading, then you know you need a reliable platform. And especially on days like yesterday and today, I mean, obviously more so yesterday, where you're going to get like big, massive moves in the market, and you want to make sure you've got all the levels available to you. So Tesla is still working. I just wanted to go back over to, I haven't traded NVIDIA today, and I understand a lot of people, you always want to look at what's going on with the big bad boy. It hasn't turned red yet. It hasn't broken the lows. It's still consolidating underneath the support that we had early in the morning in the 130 level. You're still holding underneath the bottoms here. It's looking not great for NVIDIA. That 127 double bottom was the key price. I feel like that's where I wanted to bid it, and I don't want to go anywhere else. Apple's still trying. If I'm going long something, it still feels like it should be Apple, and Apple's trying to get to VWAP here. So I said out at 250, look for the long at VWAP, but now it's going, oh, Tesla just came up right quick. All right, Tesla is now going again. See, sometimes it is just a scalp trade, but this is what I want. I want wrong trades to look like this. I'm in here, I'm out here. You know, like the range on this last move was $12, $13. So if I'm in there and risking a couple, then I know my risk to reward is going to be good if I capture that move. I've got 4 or 5 to the low of the day. I don't have to worry about the R&R. Is Tesla going to give you an opportunity to get that back? But if you lose $5 to $10 on a trade like this, or just get too aggressive, you'll be in a world of hurt. I just trailed out of Mara. I said we're going to tighten up that stop. Well, Mara just broke that consolidated bottom. So this is another one where, until proven otherwise, this stays on trend. I just want to look for the next curl. Missed one. End up grabbing the other ones just fine. As long as we get another bounce that stays on trend, I want to stay short this name. But Tesla's starting to look a little distinctly different there. I don't know what Micron's doing, but you just saw Tesla make that move. Said don't want to fight it. Let it trade back into VWAP or 450 and always take another shot at it. But if we're going back and there's any kind of rounded bottom, it's only Apple that I've liked to the long side, and that's what I'm going to stick with.
Yeah, so I'm trying to just to see in terms of prices what's that high, 87s, and that high is 85s. Okay, cool. So yeah, just kind of trying to dance with some of this Micron action here. We did bid right back up into 80, 85 halves, 85 and some change. But again, market bouncing off of that 21 half, but Micron still, giving us that look of a little bit of relative weakness here, with sellers coming back in. So we did decrement a decent chunk of that size at 85s, and I was like, all right, well, if we're gonna ice this level bit with a level hold on 85s and do a little bit of a bounce, I'm still willing to get short. Now, I guess normally I'd be like, level hold on a strong downtrend. I want to revert it right away, but oh boy. I definitely want to stick with the trend. So that's kind of what I'm doing better versus yesterday. So yesterday I fought the trend, and today I'm doing my best not to fight the trend and stay I guess, in the direction that Micron is showing us since off of the open there. Still trading well below VWAP and holding some moving averages as well as the market trends to the downside as well, right? Yep. So it's like, all right, so you have ticker to the downside, you have market tailwind to the downside as well. So let's stay a little bit involved and see whether or not Micron will have us through that 85. And if not, that's perfectly fine as well. UCS FCU asking us, Neil, what are our thoughts on SMCI? So I haven't really looked at SMCI just yet today, but yeah, we can take a quick look at it. Where is my chip basket here? Oh, wow, look at that. SMCI straight to the downside, 30.95 is trading at right now on SMCI. So I will bring this up here if I can pull this chart. down into here. Okay, so there goes Starbucks back again to VWAP. So I'm going to continue watching that one. But SMCI, oh boy, to the downside aggressively. 30.82 is the low and trending to the downside. 33.51. And look at that, 33.46 is the opening range high as well. So we didn't quite make it to the pre-market high, and a strong aggressive trend to the downside. Now again, got to keep an eye on SMH as well. As SMH quadunks to the downside, 238.79 is the day low. Look at this, Neil. We VWAP hold, aggressive bid into VWAP, can't really hold, sustain, rejects 242 with a double top here. So 242 clean prints, 241.98 on that second test, and then we sell off into 238 halves here on SMH. So let's see if we found a bottom there, and let's see if some of these chips take a turn. Nasdaq still holding, churning, orbiting around that 21 half as of right now. So gonna keep an eye on that one. What is going on there?
SRMRM. So there's probably a way to pronounce that I'm missing there in the chat. What's the gig with this name? Let me know here in the chat. Sir Mr. M? Sir Mr. M. Can you please take a look at Zscaler? Yes, we can. Obi, I said you'll like this one because when I looked at this chart, look at it, it just lost the 200 period moving average. You had a Dumpsville yesterday. I mean, everything had a Dumpsville yesterday. But so the way to put it, when everything is down, I like to group things in things that were strong and then Powell happened, or then the Fed happened, and things that were already weak and then dumped even further. So this was like an already weak stock that dumped further. Marvell was an already weak stock that dumped further. So this is a continuation play in most ways. Senior Mr. M. Okay, that makes sense. And what I love about this, hopefully you're short, is the prior low, like before the Fed, the bottom was 190. Everything after the Fed is just markets dumping, it continues. But look what happens at that 190 level. So if you throw out all the crazy nonsense, you go back to like the fundamentals before we had the Fed. This is a stock that was trending down, and the low was 190. At the open today, it fails 190 and plunge. It's a great looking trade. I wouldn't want to be anything but short under the 200 period moving average, at least temporarily, which is another thing that this is doing, holding underneath that prior support and now trending underneath the 200 period. I guess room to 180. When you look at that. So senior Mr. M, hopefully, I mean, I don't know what position you have, but I would like to say I hope you would be short, as it looks like a great continuation play. Apple just refuses to get to VWAP and just broke trend back above 250. Apple's strong, everybody.
How strong is Apple? I gotta keep an eye on that.
It's up 1%.
I need more monitors up here.
It's up 1%, and it's holding above VWAP. It just broke the downward trend since 254. It should have just been a reversion of the reversion, as you say, at 250. Although that's not really a setup that I ever trade. But that's what it looks like. It kind of reversed trend here and then put in a slight downward trend. Then you broke here at 250. I guess we're not going to get VWAP. I got to look for that 250 retrace. It's the only price we traded it before. Why not try to go back to the well? Right now, it's the stock that I like to the long side. And if we're going to keep making moves up, then I got to try to grab it.
Yeah, so 86 is potentially incoming here with the market catching a little bit of a bounce on Micron. So let's see how well we sustain on the ticker. Yeah, the thing is we're trading well below that VWAP at the same time, and yeah, buying is kind of starting to even off with the selling, aggressive selling that we had in the morning session. It is 10:45. As of right now, Neil. So again, I gotta keep a watch on if things start to revert a little bit. I do have to be wary of that. And again, let's kind of mark out where some of these levels are. So 87.39 is VWAP, and the anchored VWAP to earnings is a little bit higher. They're at 88.17s, trading back down to 85 halves right now. So this is the current day low at 85 clean. We saw that there was a held bid sitting at that level. So we are kind of in this downtrend here. So I'm trying to stay with this downtrend as the market looks like it wants to hover in and around that 21.5, right? So let's see how well this one works. Now, I was talking to Wayne about this. A bit of a fumble on my part. I definitely had an inventory from up here 89s off of the open. That 90 was nice as well. If you had that, oh boy, that was a snipe.
Jason Taylor it?
Sorry?
I have no idea what that means. You Jason tailored it.
I'm gonna.
You have no. I know you have no idea. So there's a thing that happens in football,
okay.
and it's maybe the dumbest. I'm not saying you fumbled. That was only your self-description, which it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I did fumble.
No, but there's the thing that players do in football, which infuriates everybody, where they're about to score a touchdown, and they're so focused on their celebration that they drop the ball before they get to the end zone, like purposefully. They just kind of like, I'm running,
Yeah.
and they just let it go. So it happened to a very talented player that cost his team, possibly cost them momentum, and then they eventually lost the game. It's nonsensical because it was like a decade ago that happened the first time, and you're like, and it's all over YouTube, people doing it in high school and college. You're like, oh yeah, no one's ever going to do that again. You just run through the end zone, hand the ball to the ref like Barry Sanders did. Like the greatest touchdown machine in like college history, one of the greatest players of all time, he would run into the end zone and just calmly, wouldn't you just hand the ball to the ref. Why? Because he knew he was going to get in the end zone again. So he's just on to the next play.
Yeah.
He didn't sit there.
The next one.
No, like the guy was just so laser focused, man. And everyone do you. I have no problem with. I like celebrating. I think it's fine if you want to do it. Make sure you actually score a touchdown first. You want to get out of a trade and celebrate, but like I try not to celebrate until like hey, this is good. This is a win. But it infuriates me as a fan. Thankfully, no Bills have ever done it because I don't even want to think about it. If a Buffalo Bill did it, I just got a new TV. I don't want to. I've never thrown anything at a TV before, but so I am into Apple off that 250. I don't even want to think about it. It pisses me off so much. I heard GameStop is breaking out. Why is there news on GameStop? And it's not really. Oh, it is breaking 30, but it hasn't broken 32. I've always said 32, 32, 32, break 32, and then it's got a real chance to go. But now, so it's not bad. Because if it can hold above 30, you've got the range to 32 to be able to play with. So it is making a bit of a move. I got to try to focus here. Apple, what I don't love, here's what I don't like. The futures are putting in another lower high. So you're still trending down. I get it. Apple has been relatively strong, and I kind of like it. Putting in that higher low after the rejection candle underneath. But I feel like if we lose the 75 level, like this prior close, I should just jump out of this and accept the fact that we should be rolling back into a short. Like I just looked over, Bitcoin's back above 100,000. I like that sign. And so we got out of Mara. That was a good entry. That was a good exit point on Mara. I am back into Affirm. Affirm again, it put in the first available pop into prior bar high, which is 64.5. I'm sure I have a bad price in there. Started early, but if it breaks 64.5, I'm out. Playing this back into the prior low. So Affirm we're back into on the short as the market still giving you a little bit of a stair step down, which you might guess where I'm going next, takes me back to Tesla. Because Tesla is also putting in a potential higher low. So at another decision point. The last time on the 15-minute, it put in a green candle followed by a tight red candle. It was a great short. So that's what I got to wait for. Let's be patient. We're going to close this in a while, so we have a lot of time for this one to set us up here. But Tesla might be up 1%, but like almost everything else, it's trending down, Obi.
Yeah, a lot of these things trending a little bit to the downside here. Yeah, again, Bitcoin, did that bounce off of 100,000? Yes, it did. S&P 500 coming back into that 590 level as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. And let's see what else. Alphabet pretty much churning softy, maybe poised for a little bit of a higher day push. Apple, again, pretty strong. Tesla catching a bit of a bounce, and maybe NVIDIA as well. Still trading sideways for the most part here on the NASDAQ. On NVIDIA, on chips, but Amazon still trading sideways as well. But some of these tickers looking slightly different. And yeah, Apple definitely the strongest of the bunch as of right now as it pushes back through that 250 mark. And yeah, look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is pushing up even higher now, 21,600. Let's see. So we did kind of hold that 21.5 and pushing up a little bit higher to another 100 points here, trading at 21,570s as of right now. What is GameStop?
I'm going to go pay for locates. Please tell me AMC is going up because
so
the free money trade yesterday, just for anybody, this had nothing to do with the Fed, but AMC approached its high of the day as GameStop tried to break out. GameStop failed a breakout. AMC pulled into VWAP and gave you a reload, like just off of the high. So it's pulling into its prior high right now. So this is, and it worked yesterday, so I want to go ahead and try to do it again today. It's trending up on sympathy for no other reason than GameStop is up. So as it gets into its high of the day, any curl in GameStop, and I'm going to try to short this on a mean reversion. But we have to pay for locates. I'm going to go ahead and pay for those now.
Okay.
They were super cheap yesterday.
They're usually not that bad.
Yeah,
right?
AMC, GameStop, we're usually talking fraction of a cent.
Yeah, distinctly different from that of Nuke this morning, and you were talking to me about some of the
19
prices.
cents.
Was it 19 cents a share?
So 100 shares was $19.
Yeah, which is it's a pretty pricey short borrow, but this is also something that I've noticed, Neil. Sometimes, just like a lot of good things, when things are in demand, the prices will be a little higher.
Fancy that, right?
So when the short, when the price of the short gets a little unusually high, I definitely like it, and sometimes it's more than worth paying for, or just having the ability to short on a day like today, where potentially you can capture more than 19 cents per share on Nuke. Hopefully you can, with the kind of volatility and moves that it's having on the day today.
If you can't get more than, if you're trading Nuke, like NUKK
the
for everybody
spread is like
there.
19 cents.
Yeah, if you're not taking dollars on this thing, then probably don't trade it.
Sense.
Because your risk of slippage on any level break is it's multiple dollars. Like if this thing breaks any significant level, it's multiple dollars on this thing. 19 cents actually was probably worth it. The more I think about it, I feel like we probably should have paid for it. I kind of thought, yeah, well, if it breaks out the high, I'll check back then, because then I know I want it. So I just want to quickly show you guys what just happened on GameStop. Get entered twice. GameStop just came in, and now this is, so the prior low on GameStop, the only levels to work off other than 32 would be like the prior low was here, and we just wicked that level and started going down. So as I mentioned, we got locates of AMC, which oddly enough cost, for 100 shares, it cost 2.5 cents for every 100 shares. So basically free. So I'm short the second GameStop did any curl. My risk is to the high, although because we're off the high and it hasn't given me any consolidation or confirmation, I'm right now in 20% because it's still on the way up. But GameStop did a bit of a curl, so I try to enter into position. Apple's starting to lose the bid a little bit here.
Yeah, pullback on the NASDAQ as well.
See, and this is why I should have scalped at the $0.50. Greed. I know Gordon Gekko says greed is good, but that's not always true in trading. Like if you have a defined range and the opportunity to get better than the 1-to-1, take some out. Take some out. Like you didn't get to 251 even, but take some $0.50. Take some at 251. If it gets up there again, I'm going to definitely take some. And yeah, the Elon in the chat just said the spread on Nuke is $1.
Yeah.
Sometimes more, sometimes a little bit less. Right now I see $1. I've seen 50 cents on it, but it doesn't matter. If it breaks a level like 50, your minimum slippage could be $1, and it could be more than that. You get trapped in a halt in this stock, as far as I'm concerned. If you're firing a market order, you probably get filled, but use a limit order, all bets are off. That's why I don't like trading these unless you get something around a nice liquidity area where you can be a little more certain you'll be able to transact reasonably. Like the 40 level showed you that. Everything else in between is mostly nonsense, and I don't like getting caught in those.
That's very fair. Again, tickers like that, I think, like I said, I'm going to keep it on watch. I am keeping an eye on it, but my eyes are fixated on a Micron right now. Again, trying to get with this trend on the market. A bit of a very tight consolidation after we got that bit of a level hold, that reserve on top of 85s. We're coming back into 86s as of right now. Again, we can push up to VWAP. We can come back into day lows. But as of right now, since that reserve kind of came in, we have been making higher lows back towards 86s. So that's something I'm watching as well in this consolidation here. But again, I have no idea what's going to happen, Neil. I just know that I like it if we can get through that 85, and maybe we're poised to go through that 84. And if that's not going to happen, that's perfectly fine. Maybe we reclaim VWAP. Maybe we trade above it as well. So I gotta stay nimble. I gotta stay patient some of these to come in. But oh boy, some of these entries off of the open, those were the money fills there on Micron. A little bit of a continuation move off of the earnings report that we had yesterday. Now, I didn't even check how well they did on their earnings.
Oh goodness.
But, yeah, I mean,
my wife
did all
better
right.
have sold.
What's going on?
I told Obi this. It wasn't Obi. It was actually Sharif. Not to call my wife. She's not watching right now. But months and months ago, anyways, long story short, my wife she's into Q. We were talking about quantum computing a while back, and I was like, I don't know what good names are out there. And at a cybersecurity, and I was like, it's going to be hot, but I don't know any good names. And then there was a cybersecurity course she was taking months back, and there were some experts that were like, this company looks like it could be interesting. Now, obviously, this was early in the year. It actually went out of the money for her, like quite a bit, and it almost pulled back in half. But then yesterday she was like, what should I be doing with this thing? I'm like, well, it just triple top, because I knew it had triple top failed at $10. So I was like, it was at dinner, and I'm like, the stock just triple top failed at 10. I'm like, maybe ring the register when you're up 5-6x on some of it. So ideally, that has happened. Whatever, she's long under $2, so it's good. But I mean, it's better if you got 9s. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. So I'm going to have a quick little discussion. Whatever, it'll be a winning trade, hopefully, regardless. But yeah, the quantum stock's heading to the downside. So Apple should have scalped it. Said we're going to go for a tight stop trade, and it's what I like. We could still hold trend, but you're undetermined now in terms of the higher lows. Like you broke trend, now you're sort of diddling in here. You have the support down closer to 249. As far as I'm concerned, you haven't really reestablished an upward trend on this name. Affirm is our new trade. Tesla, still not doing. Tesla's still a bit of it's annoying. I feel like VWAP, I should be letting it get to. And there's one name, I know we only have a couple of minutes to go. I want to acknowledge Boeing. Boeing has broken out. It also broke out on the daily. And caveat, we always sort of, we like to try to be fair and be honest with everybody. I know this Boeing was one on the long term where I had said, I like this thing if it can break 165. I missed this break in my personal account. And then yesterday when the market dumped, then it held the 200 period moving average. Yesterday when the market dumped, I'm like, I'm buying Boeing because I missed it here. So I bought Boeing shares in my PA on that dump yesterday, but mostly because I missed the breakout above 165 and should have had 67s. So the fact that you were able to get at the end of the day, like the low 170s, I'm like, I got to take a shot at it. So I did. So I've doubled my position in Boeing, finally looking better, and it happens to be breaking the top, but it is what it is. As far as I'm concerned, it was a fail because I should have had this break in my PA, and this is your confirmation when it holds the 200 period moving average. I think Boeing wants $200 in the next by the year end.
Yeah, I think I think I hold a Canadian company, maybe not Boeing, but Bombardier. Which whenever people say Boeing, I don't know why I think about Bombardier right away, but I think the ticker for Bombardier is BBD.B, if I'm not mistaken. But pretty decent ticker as well. I haven't had eyes on it in a while, but I think it's been doing quite well for the swing. And yeah, Bombardier making a lot of.
I haven't looked at that.
I think our transit, right? Or no, is it?
Yeah, they make a lot. They make the
TTC buses and the trails and the transit. So it's like transportation. They're in a lot of different things.
It's it's been performing pretty well. I know it's already 11 o'clock. Oh my goodness. Okay, so anyways, that's what Bombardier looks like for everybody. GameStop's making another press higher. It looks like this market is trying to reverse. I know we're going to go to the midday in a second, but hey, we're not cable TV. Like we can go over at 11:02 or 11:03. Just quickly here, the market is still holding these lower highs. I think I'd give up if we start breaking back. If we start breaking back out above VWAP, that's a trend reversion on the NASDAQ. So I don't think you start breaking that out. I think that's where you start to look for the reversal. I still like Apple. It's holding a good trend to the upside as well. But hey, we'll be back at 2 o'clock because this market ain't finished by a long shot. For now, let's throw you on over to the Bash Brothers. We've got Joey options. We've got Sharif the professor. And you're going to have a heck of a lot of fun. So sit back, relax, enjoy some midday trading.
Take it easy, guys.
Woo. Bang! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy Joey Options right there. And I'm Sharif. And we got JC Finance in the house. Shout out to him. Shout out to Darwin, who's up apparently 5,000% on warrants, I think, for QUBT. So shout out to him. That's a hell of a look right there. We got a proper dang Paradox and Fairchild. Shout out to Harris Walmsley and Phil Triple B. I got a story about Triple B. Maybe I can't share it on here. Miss Lucia and Ostentatious Production. Shout out to Jeremy Newman and Ezekiel. Shout out to Benson and Lionel Flores. Big Asians back in the house. Yes. It's always a good day when Big Asian is here. Patrick Riley and Fat Figure. Shout out to Cobra and Aaron Gardner. We got New Mexico Misfit, who's also back in the house. 2,000%. My bad. I said 5,000. My bad, Darwin. Drew P. Ball.
Oh.
You got me again, Joseph.
Dang.
Mella, we got Odyssey Flights. We got Yoko's Lair. We got Water Lover and Mike Bree. Shout out to Sarah Bradette, Barefoot Ivy Kenson. We got Vivek Ramaswamy. Is that you? AP Trader Double D 1000. We got Stuart Ronaldo, Woody. You got to look at some of these names in the chat, bro. I'm not reading that
man.
one.
I didn't
Shout
see
out
the
to my
Woody
man,
one,
Big
man.
Spile. We got Patrick Riley, Dylan C, David Stewart. We got Aura Alpha and Jezzy El Problema. Connor Fresh joining us as well. Shout out to the Soul Queen. We see you, girl. We got Quadruple K, not the other kind of Ks. Quadruple K on Escape Planet. Shout out to Odyssey Fights. They almost got me, Odyssey. They kind of did, you know. I'm just gonna give them that. I don't really mind being taken. It doesn't make me feel any less person. It's funny.
No, yeah, it's funny. It's funny stuff. But I'll tell you
doing,
one thing, guys. Neil said sit back and relax, but we're not doing any of that today. We're action packed.
Oh, yeah.
This morning we got the energy. What an absolute dumpster fire the market was yesterday. A bunch of fun stuff, but I think it was much in need. We were just continuing to go higher, and we mentioned time and time again, folks, we can't just go up forever. So sure enough, we got that much anticipated pullback, something that I was looking forward to. But Sharif,
sir,
we got Bitcoin just hovering above 100,000. I know some people in the room are adding to that position. I'm not going to mention any names, but he may be sitting beside me. So
did you, bro.
Yeah,
So did you.
I
What are
did
you
too.
saying right
It's
now?
funny, we added the exact same amount, which is absolutely hilarious. Yeah. But Sharif, you know we got a hot lesson today, and I know you're going to want to touch on something before we get into it.
Joseph, we're just going to show them quickly the 8 small cap gappers, guys, that we got our eye on today. I've already set up a couple of dip trades. Omar, O-M-E-R. I'm looking at picking this up off the volume weighted average price. I like price action support and VWAP. PRFX, I should be in this right now. It's coming down to VWAP. I had a wicked trade on this in the sim in the morning. You guys know I trade on the sim in the morning live on the show. So PRFX, definitely keeping an eye on that. NVNI, another day, another halted at 190 right now. PNSL, also another good one, up 31%, coming off the highs into 5. I like this one off VWAP. And CDIO, guys, that's a holdover from yesterday. This one bored me to death yesterday. CDIO didn't do the curl that I looked for today, moving a lot different, 30 pennies above that dollar. Hopefully we can capitalize. And last but not least, Joseph, GME, obviously I was yelling this one to Neil, and XHG. Those are the add-on watch.
Beautiful stuff there, as always. Sharif, Sharmin Khan, Joe, I still don't understand options trading. That's totally fine, man. It's not the most simplistic thing. Get some, like, I guess, some, I don't want to say trades, but just get used to the overall market, do your studying, start messing around on the options chain, go back and watch the intro to options lessons, and then hopefully you'll get a little bit more of an understanding. But to grasp options right off the bat, not everybody does. I didn't, that's for sure. You need to put in that practice, you need to get that seat time, you need to read those books, and you need to do a lot of studying in order to grasp that. So that's totally fine, Sharman. Feel free to ask me any question that you have regarding options, and I will do my best to answer them. But guys, today, I mentioned this earlier in the week and last week, we're going to touch on some pivot points, all right? So these are the Camarilla pivot points, something that I utilize every morning on my train ride into the office, all right? So even when I'm doing my analysis on the weekend, everything is correlated with pivot points. As you guys can see from my charting platform here on P Pro, I really only have VWAP, and that was identical to what I was trading like at home, okay? So I literally only use Camarilla pivot points and the volume weighted average price. Those are my two indicators that I use, and we get it. There's a bunch of them, but you need to get comfortable finding what works for you. So here's another lesson on something that may potentially catch your eye. Sharif has those multiple indicators as well too. And the goal is to just kind of get familiar with something and something that maybe fits well with your trading personality. But this is something that I mentioned, as I just mentioned, I utilize every single day, all right? So I need to check my cams because this will help me determine what may happen in the overall market, guys. So let's get right into this one here, folks. Bang. If we could pull up my screen here, that would be fantastic because this is pivot. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but anything for Ram. Okay, guys, so this is pivot points here. So let's get right into this one because I think this is groundbreaking. And we're going to touch on a lot of kind of detailed stuff on this as well, too. So again, understanding Camarilla pivot points, this is just what we're going to go over. Then we got calculations, not something that you necessarily need to worry about. I know how to drive a car. I don't necessarily know how to build one, right? So that's kind of how you want to look at, just know how to utilize the tool, right? You don't need to calculate this on your own because these calculations will be done for you. So then support and resistance, what R1 to R6 is and what S1 to S6 is as well. Those are our support and resistance pivot points, examples, and then we're going to go through some time frames. And then at the end, as usual, we're going to put everything together. So let's dive right in, guys, because we got some material to cover. All right, so Camarilla pivot points are a set of technical analysis tools used by traders to identify potential support and resistance levels in the market. This gives you the ability to provide precise entry and exit points, okay? Camarilla pivot points are similar to Fibonacci pivot points, but use a different calculation method that incorporates the previous day's highs, lows, and close prices, okay? Unlike Fibonacci pivot points, Camarilla pivot points are preset and recalculated each trading session and or month, okay? So that's one key metric, is that with the cams, there's no subjectivity to it, right? Everything is preset in the morning. So this is what traders use when you turn on your platform, whatever platform you have. Come 4 a.m., those new calculations on the Camarilla pivot points are set, okay? Always set. You cannot manipulate them whatsoever, and that is the beauty of them, where kind of Fibonacci is like you put them at a low, or so there's a little bit of subjectivity to that, all right, guys? So keep that in mind. So as I mentioned before, calculations, pivot points are calculated by previous close, highs, and lows. Focus on understanding how to utilize the tool and not worry about the calculation, for they are a preset indicator. So this is just the basic calculation. If you're curious on what it looks like, that's just for one of the resistance and support levels. You don't need to jot this down, but everything else, I highly suggest you jot down, okay? So and I just want to touch on this before we continue with the lesson, is that I like writing this stuff down, but I'm more of a visual learner, so I like to go through examples as well too, because that's how I learn things. I know when I was learning options, Charmaine, I would read the book and be like, okay, well, I don't even know what theta, IV, and all this stuff means. But then once I start to get the visual of things and start messing around on the options chain, understanding delta, it helps me a lot more. So we'll go through kind of just this general understanding of what it is, and then we'll get into the examples, obviously. All right, so support and resistance levels, understanding S1 to S6 and R1 to R6 will help determine where potential pivots in price action may occur. The lower the number, the less support the pivot or resistance may provide. As the SNR levels increase, that can indicate the stronger support or resistance found in the underlying asset. All right, so for example, support 1 and resistance 1, the first pivot level can indicate minor support and resistance, right? So not too much weight is held onto S1. So S3, the third pivot, can often be considered a significant level of support and resistance, okay? So as we're gradually increasing in the support and resistance levels, the stronger those levels can come into play. So support and resistance 4, the fourth pivot is the most common pivot used in the Camarilla system. They can indicate key levels of rejections, and breakouts. S4 can indicate a very strong support and resistance structure. Okay, so those are the two pivots that we are going to focus on. I just want you to focus on a couple pivots. S4 and R4 are what we're really going to be looking at, and how price reacts around those specific levels. Okay, so just keep that in mind, folks. So how to use Camarilla pivots. So traders use Camarilla pivot points to identify potential reversal points in the market, as I mentioned before. Here are some common strategies. So for breakout trading, if the price opens up on top of the S4 or R4 levels, it can indicate a strong trend in that direction. Traders may enter positions in the direction of the breakout, expecting the trend to continue. All right, so breakdown trading. When the price opens up below S4 and R4 levels, traders look for signs of a reversal. So this is exactly what we're going to do. And if you guys DM me on Twitter, or sorry, X, I can send you guys a cheat sheet as well too. It's just how they're structured and where to expect the bounces. But what we're going to do is we're going to go through some live examples from the previous sessions that we had. So I guess they're not live, but something that I just screen recorded from 2 days ago. All right, so let's keep that in mind. So guys, as I mentioned before, so when we trade into S4, so we open up above the support 4 level, expect the stock, in most scenarios, it doesn't work all the time, is that when we trade into S4, so price opens up above, you get the open here, and the S4 level is below, you can expect price to bounce off of these S4 levels. Are they 100% accurate all the time? No. This is a general of like kind of where should I be looking for a potential reversal in price. And then it doesn't give you a when, but why, and it's because, hey, we're sitting around S4, so you get the when and the why, okay? So sitting there, as you can see, we open up here, we trade into the support 4 level, right, S4, and then we have the inability to hold that level, to hold that support level, and then we bounce off of it, okay? So we traded into S4, and then that's when we expect the bounce. And as you can see here, this is previous day close. Previous day close will always kind of act as a central pivot, as you notice, all right? So I just want us to focus on S4 and R4 for now. So when we open up above S4, expect price to bounce off of it once it trades into it, okay? So again, the exact same example going into IBIT from just a couple of days ago. We open up below R4. We have the inability to sit on top of R4, and then sure enough, we reject and then go right into PDC again, previous day close, as some would like to determine, the king of all levels, all right? So there we go. We open up below R4, trade above it, have the inability to hold, and then sure enough is when you get that rejection right into PDC. So you can look for an S4 bounce into PDC or an R4 rejection into PDC. So that can be your general price target, okay? So now here's Tesla. And you can say, well, Joe, look at here. Tesla opened up below R4, but then bounced and then traded above R4 and then broke out. This is a perfect example here, all right, folks? So as you can see, we opened up below. We traded almost to the penny. I didn't put that there, almost to the penny R4, and then sure enough, rejects into this level here. And then once it hit that PDC level, that central pivot level, it then bounces off it, putting in that indecision candle, then trading on top of R4, holding R4, and then into that breakout territory. Now, this may seem slightly confusing, but if you have these preset levels on your chart for an extended period of time, you're going to be able to tell where price action may pivot. All right, so you just need to get familiar. It has a lot to do with seed time, but you can see the correlation between the S4 and the R4 levels, all right? So again, now we're gonna zoom out a little bit, and now this is a daily chart, but with monthly Camarilla pivots. So as you can see, let's go over a couple R4 and S4 breakups and breakdowns. So as you guys can see here on the month in Google, right? We opened up below R4 for the month, and then we traded higher into R4, and then rejected right back to that level. So this is something that when I'm creating spreads, I want to know, hey, are we sitting above R4 or below R4? Are we still in potential breakout territory or are we not? Okay, so keep that in mind. This is just an example. And then you can see the S4 bounces as well too. A beautiful S4 bounce on Google. Just keep that in mind. And then when we get extended off of S6, we get a little bit of a bounce too, but we're just focusing on S4 and R4 because those are the key pivots that I utilize, okay? So just keep in mind, they're not 1,000% accurate, but when you understand the correlation of price and what price is doing around these key levels, this is a fantastic indicator, and these are preset. I didn't put these on myself. These were preset levels, and sure enough, they're highly respected, all right? So here's another example here, folks. Same thing with Apple. Let's go over to here. Even though we open up the month below R4, we trade into the key support S4 levels just above S3, but we hold S4 really well, and then we continue that breakout, sitting on top of R4 again, and then that breakout continues. And then as we get near dated, you can see the exact same thing. We hold R4 to a T, and then continue the breakout on top of this level. And sure enough, once you're really extended and you hit those S6 and R6 levels, look for rejection, and that is exactly what happened yesterday, all right, guys? So again, NVDA, the darling, this thing's driving me nuts lately, Sharif, but we like it.
Likewise.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, another example of it holding R4 to a T. I did not draw these. This is how it is, and it's like, wow, these are highly respected levels. So there you go. We open up below R4, trade above it, have the inability to hold that R4 level, and then we reject and then head back into that central pivot level, all right? And the exact same thing here. You can see a beautiful S4 bounce on NVDA. We open up above S4 and then we trade into it, creating a bounce to a higher level again, and then just rejecting slightly above R4, all right? So these take a little bit of time to understand, but the more you watch them, the higher the correlation you'll see in those pivots. When I'm looking for a reversal or a breakout, I'm looking for R4 and S4 levels to determine, hey, are we gonna break up or break down? And then it's just a matter of timing those positions, all right? So now, putting everything all together, a lot of information to indulge here, but guys, let me know if you have any questions in the chat. Make sure you put them in the chat, but this is just what I do in the morning, all right? So run your morning pre-market analysis and select which underlying asset best fits your trading criteria or your system, all right? Determine which zone the underlying you are analyzing is in, okay? So where are we? In a breakup zone or a breakdown zone? Scan through the monthly and intraday pivot levels. Determine if you are in a breakout or breakdown zone. Monitor the open and overall sentiment of the underlying and the overall market, okay? Wait for precise entry and exit levels when key pivot levels come into play. So when price tells you, hey, this might be a good signal for you to play the S4 breakdown, then look to get an entry off that. And then the exact same thing, if you're looking to play an R4 breakup, wait for an entry, wait for price to sit on top of R4, give you that confirmation that we might head northeast, and then you can base an entry, and then you hit profit targets post that, guys, all right? So that is the lesson of the day, folks. Bang. So hopefully
that's a heavy one right there.
Yeah, it's a heavy one. It's a heavy one there.
Like heavy as in good.
Yeah, real heavy. Yeah, no, we're not burdened. We're not officially unburdened. But no, it's good stuff there, guys. Yeah, I know.
It's never gonna get old, bro.
It's never. But yeah, guys.
I'm burdened by what has been.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I'm not.
Like
I sleep well at night.
Thinking about it.
I sleep well.
It has been. So I'm unburdened.
Yeah.
by
So
it.
there's
the whole thing.
There's no point in getting our feet muddy digging up the past, is there? Exactly. So
I don't like it.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, let me know if you have any questions. I said, as I mentioned before, DM me on X, and I'll send you a cheat sheet of the potential bounce and rejection areas. All right, guys. Yeah, so I'm at Trader TV Joseph. There we go. Bang. Hit me up. There we go. On X, baby. So yeah, hit me up on there. I'll send you guys that cheat sheet if you DM me. And yeah, any questions, make sure you throw them in the chat. Sharif, what do you got going on? That was a longer lesson there, so yeah, fire it up there.
Yeah. We're doing we did quite well over here, dude. Almost $2 in the money at one point over here on PRFX volume weighted average dang price. I was waiting at that $10 area. Look, I didn't get my $2 print, so I'm long 10.17. I put my last beak wetter at 12.17. Look, it crossed. It went all the way up to 12 1/4, but we know how these bad boys act. You gotta cross on both the bid and the ask to get that big boy fill. And right now I'm a little concerned whether I'm going to get that fill. So we're still $1, I guess, 50 or something in the money. But here's the situation. We've got an unbroken kind of pattern of lower highs on PRFX. So despite the fact that you were able to get that VWAP bounce, you still haven't changed that downward pattern, this bull flag kind of pattern where it's just lower high, lower high, lower high. I'm trying to pack my patience now that I'm seeing also higher lows. So that's the other side of the coin. So we got that 988, it looks like, dip and pop. And the subsequent candle after that with a higher low. And then each subsequent candle does have a higher low. I'm talking about PRFX. It's up a light 417%. It's not a big deal. So yeah, trade this one obviously with caution. As we always stress, these small cap gappers, they're around for a good time, but not necessarily a long time. And that means you should be using sound stop methodology. You should also be using profit takers, resting profit takers, because they don't spend all that long in any one price zone. So if you want to wet your beak on some profits, you probably should. Where the hell did I put this car?
What, do you want a beak wetter there?
Beak wetter, yeah, there it is.
I got you, my guy.
I know, man. I appreciate you, bro. But that's the situation. Resting profit takers is a methodology I always employ with these small cap gappers. Next one, about $1 from here. Either I get stopped out for the remaining amount or I get the print. So it's going to be one or the other. The other trade I'm in right now, we have a couple of outs. This one not as forthcoming as PRFX. I'm talking about PSNL. Another big boy mover on the day. It's up a light 30%. Same situation with PRFX as I see on PSNL. What's that situation, you ask? Nobody asked, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Volume weighted average dang price dip.
Dang.
So we're waiting here. We got in, Joseph, at VWAP. A couple of outs already waiting for that next out. You know where I'm waiting, man. If we're in the 60s, you know where I'm waiting.
You know where we're waiting.
I'm waiting at 69, Joseph. So we're going to wait up there, come what may, to see if we get the fill. We're printing 67s right now on the ask. 66 on the bid. Not much of a concern with respect to spread, or as much of a concern, I should say, excuse me, with respect to spread on PSNL as we do with PRFX. But, you know, that could change in a hot minute already. As I wax poetic about it, a 3-penny spread just opened up. So keeping my eye out on this one. Don't want it to go against me. We're still not that far away from my entry price for me to get all that comfortable. Now, here's the situation with PRFX. It's coming down. We're still kind of locked in with that lower high pattern. We can't seem to break it. Now, I was doing a little bit of tape watching. It looks like there is a seller of note who's moving down with the price. Last time I saw him, because I had to watch both different stocks, he was hanging out at 1170s. That was over here. Now, obviously, we're well below 11, so we'll have to see if the selling continues to move down with the price action right now, trying to reclaim 11. I'm packing my patience on these ones. I had an ill-fated trade, a very quick in and out trade with Omar. We lost about 5 pennies on this one. Look, this one was also, just like the other two, volume-weighted average price. It was an entry into VWAP. This one's more spready, so I had to have a bit of a tighter stop because I didn't want to give back too much. So that's the situation right now we find ourselves in. I'm still watching Omar because it's up 58, 57.5%. It has dropped below VWAP though. So for me to get long on this one, again, it will have to reclaim the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, I want no smoke. You saw what happened the other day when I took a long below VWAP. I got stopped out, and that was one of the things that drives me crazy. Stop breaking your rules, right? The rules are there for a reason. I heard OB say today, and I've been echoing that sentiment myself. I'm going to stick to my rules today. We're not going to take anything north, long that is, south of the volume weighted average price. So I hope everybody can follow along. So keeping an eye here on Omar to see if it wants to reclaim VWAP. Keeping an eye on PRFX. It's still putting in lower highs. And I'm also keeping an eye on the trade that I'm really got the most on right now, which is PSN dang L. Now, I want to mention, I haven't weaseled in to CDIO, but this one is setting up awfully well as well. Yeah, I didn't, kind of redundant, but the whole point is area resistance. We drop, we pop. Now, The question, does this area, previous area of resistance right here, now act as support right here now that we've cleared it? We'll have to wait and see. I don't need to be first. I'd rather get in at a good price. Possibly, I'd wet my beak maybe $1.20. If it really wants to drop down, $1.18. Currently trading at $1.24, but still putting in lower highs. CDIO interests me, but it's going to have to set up in the right way for me to weasel in, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, Shreve. We got some good questions in the chat.
Hey.
Phony Baloney. Joe, is trading options safer and less screen time required than using stocks? Well, that's a fantastic question. Is it safer in some metrics? It can be. There's no doubt about that. But it also can be extremely dangerous when you start selling options, all right? So keep that in mind. The debit spread, a bull call spread, or a bull put spread is essentially one of the safest trades that you can put on because you cannot lose more than what you paid for, all right? So if you paid $2 on a debit spread, that's $200 in options terms, then that's the max you can lose, but you also have a fixed profit. But once you start selling options, then that's, excuse me, is when you can get into some dangerous waters, some shark waters on that front, especially shorting calls. You can have some tough times because I've been there and I can speak for that, all right? Now, does it require more screen time? For me, I've been trading for over 2 years before I started to dive into the options, all right? So just keep that in mind. I wanted to understand, I didn't know I knew about options, but I didn't understand them. And then once a lot of my peers started to utilize them, and that was around 1.5 to 2 years into my trading endeavor, is when I really dove into the options game because I needed to expand my knowledge on that front. But again, I think first you want to get the equities front down pat. I know some people do it in reverse. They start with options and then move forward. But just my general knowledge on the equities front is what helped me kind of make options trading significantly easier, all right? So just keep that in mind. There's pros and cons to options trading without a question on that front. There's no doubt about it, guys. It can be extremely dangerous, but at the same time, if you utilize the right strategies, because we know with options, there's multiple strategies that it can be extremely safe too, right? So the bull put, a bull call spread and a bear put spread are one of the safest trades that you can put, or just flat out buying the contracts itself. But once you get into the selling realm of options, that's when the sharks start to swim around. And yeah, it is danger. Joe is danger is Joe's middle name. Exactly. Woo-hoo. Call me Danger. But yeah. But again, I just mentioned there's pros and cons to each one of them. They can be extremely safe, but it depends on how you utilize them. Now, guys, let's get into some AMD. I'm watching NVDA here kind of just rip without me, and it's slightly frustrating, but that's okay because we're in some AMD here. Let's see if we can continue on that path and we get a little bit of a recovery. Down all the way to $121. This thing continuously to be beaten to a pulp. Same with IWM as well too, guys. So let's see what we can if we can slowly start to recover here on AMD. I expect this. I was saying this to a couple people in the chat. If you're buying AMD down here, then you might look like a genius. But after yesterday's session, you might be taking a heavy hit, and that's the tough part of this game. So it's not ready to recover just yet, but I think eventually it will. Someone has to finish second place, and I don't know if it's going to be Broadcom or AMD, but somebody is going to finish there. So let's see if AMD can kind of turn things around here and then maybe start to continue. We know that they got some funding not too long ago, or some investments, yesterday, I believe. About $330 million around those neck of the woods. So let's see if that can continue in today's strength. But let's take a look at NVDA, the King of Kings here, continuing to move higher. And we were talking about this, Shreve. This thing is look at this. This is the ultimate liquidity grab here. This is the mega liquidity grab. As you can see, we break up here through VWAP and then boom, just sell all the way down. Grab some liquidity on the lows, just absolutely eliminate all these potential stops here, and then it decides it wants to rip higher, just blowing past the pre-market highs and continuing on that northeast trajectory. So that's NVDA continuing to trade higher, and we need NVDA to start participating in order for this market to recover, because look at the walloping that the Qs took yesterday. It was like it was in the ring with me for a couple of hours there, Sharif, because just an absolute monstrous down. But let's see what we finished down on the session. Yeah, about just a little over 4% on the day. But rightfully so. I was kind of expecting that. I didn't think the market was going to go any higher. It's how much are we going to crawl higher without any form of correction or retracement? And then sure enough, all it needed was a little a spark to ignite the flame. And sure enough, we have that massive, massive sell-off day, guys. So just keep that in mind. But the poll is up, folks. So make sure you get those votes in for the afternoon rundown with Sharif. Sharif, what did you vote for today?
I voted for PRFX. You want to know why, Joseph?
Why? Please tell me.
Because it's officially a two-banger now. Bang! We take it out at 12:17. Sorry, I got a little excited there. You know what I'm saying. But yeah, we got in 10:17. Joseph took out 12:17. We're done with this trade. I wish I had held on for a bit more so I could have taken it out at higher levels, but sucks to be me. You're always mad as a trader. We're going to look to set up again, but now this one is changing its tune, right? So we were talking about the consistently lower highs that it had been putting in, whether you were charting off the wicks or the closing prints, it was the same look. There were lower highs. Now, we've broken that lower high, and now we're actually pumping in some higher lows. So we're doing that rounded bottom, that curling effect. Shout out to the spiled one, big Spile Burdett. He likes rounded bottoms. He doesn't like small cap gappers, but he likes rounded bottoms. So we're gonna look to weasel back into this, Joseph. The matter of where, though, I'm thinking possibly $11 for this higher low type situation, maybe $11.50. We shall see. Shout out to my main man, Adam DeLuce. Shout out to Tilster. Execute on the one. I like that. He was asking me, look, are you using your, when the volatility picks up, are you using the 5 minute? Are you using the 1 minute? I told him, look, I chart on the 5 and the 15, and I execute on the 1. It's just a personal preference. I don't think it's a hard and fast rule anybody really needs to follow. Do you? Odyssey Fights, any knowledge of NWBO. Shout out to Nessa. I appreciate you, Nessa. I get excited. NBWO. Let's have a look at that. NBWO. What is this? Oh. NWBO. My mistake. NWBO. Correction. Let's have a look. What is the situation with NWBO? If it'll load, maybe. That would be nice. Joseph was complaining about this platform earlier, and I kind of echo that sentiment sometimes. Well, look, this is not a good-looking chart. You know, just let's call a spade a spade. It's down and to the right. It's sub $1, and on the day, it's done 1.66 million shares, but it's only 26 pennies. So right away, from an intraday perspective, I don't like it. It's low on volume. It doesn't have a catalyst either today. What does this company do? Northwestern Biotherapeutics. They're involved in. They're a biotech company, obviously focused in developing personal immune therapies for cancer. You love that kind of objective. You just hope that, they're honest about it. So that's what they're basically into, immune system to attack their cancer. Okay, so look, these ones, from my understanding, and I don't know too much about biotech, that kind of situation, these are, I don't want to call them lottery tickets, but when they hit, they do really well. Otherwise, it's a toss-up. And I'm not intelligent enough to be able to make an assessment with respect to the signs, so I can only look at the technicals. And the technicals here, they just don't look good. Ram, if we can show the chart, they don't look good. NWBO, let me just add that ticker in there for you guys to follow along. Does not look good, down and to the right. It hasn't been changing its tune at all. I mean, there's lower lows, lower highs, and there isn't a shift. It's below the 50 exponential moving average, which is the red line on the chart there, and it has not been able to break and hold above it. So intraday, I don't like it. Long term, I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't know if that was the answer you were looking for, but yeah, that's really all I got to say about that. PSNL, Joseph, we're still whiffling and waffling above the volume weighted average price. I was able to take out some at 70 there. We're long 56. Not the biggest winner ever. Next beak wetter, profit taker, that is, in case you're new to the show, I'm waiting at 75. So we'll see exactly what the situation pans out there to be. This one did have a better spread. I mean, it was 1 penny at times. Now we're opening up into 4. I don't like that, especially on a $4 name. That ain't the move. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the volume here as the volume does drop off. Now, in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, the spread is the difference between the ask and the bid. And a quick cursory search on Google will explain what the ask and the bid is. And that's the cost of doing business. So what does that mean? So say I was to punch in 100 shares and I punched in at 465. And there's a 5 penny spread. So the ask is at 465, the bid's at 460. Say I just want to get out. immediately, the second I got in. It's going to cost me 5 cents a share for 100 shares just to get in and get out at the exact same time. And so you really want to be careful with that, because it is the cost of doing business and you need to factor that in. Also, it does make a difference with respect to your profit takers. If you're hanging out at a level, let's say I'm hanging out at 475, the bid has to cross above 475 for me to get filled. Doesn't matter if the ask does. You'll always hear me complain, oh, the ask is on the bid's not crossing. That's kind of what I'm complaining about there, right? And so we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm involved in a third trade as well. It goes by the ticker CDIO. Like, look, I've got baby shares on here. I've got another dip trade planned, dollar cost average to front run the volume weighted average price. I'm putting it at 119, excuse me. I see VWAP at 118 currently. It looks like it might print me here at 28s, but I'd rather get filled for more size before taking out some there at $1.28. So we're going to keep out an eye on that. That's the only situation I've got right now, but I hear you guys yelling about the dead one. Apple, baby. Apple back up 1.33%. It got shellacked yesterday. And I didn't really understand the whole sell-off, but, you know, I'm not really that intelligent, so that's all right. We'll leave that for the more intelligent people to figure out. But I felt, you know, the fact that they were not going to cut 4 times next year and rather 2, that's more bullish in my humble submission, and I made that point clear yesterday. If the economy is growing, there's less of an incentive to cut because people are going to have money, and they're going to want to spend that money, and by spending, it becomes inflationary by default. So I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. If we get bought up today back into the closing print on Apple, I would just be very happy. Well, where is that closing print, Joseph? Well, around 252, so we're about 50, 60 pennies away from it. Go, Apple, go. About 1.5% right now, looking at taking out possibly that 252 incoming. Now, the support on Apple, the resistance on Apple, here's what I see. Yesterday in the pre-market, we had a bit of a low over here at around 251.50 to around 252. So we're on our way up right now, 251.69. We could certainly encounter resistance at that area. Also, the monster, NVIDIA, 3.75%, and it didn't even get shellacked that bad. It got bought up a little bit after that 126.5 dip and pop. It ended up moving all the way back into the 50 exponential on the 5, right at that 130.150. It's broken the pre-market high above 133, 132.75, and it's on its way to 134. The strength is coming into some of these names. Amazon put some dang respect on that one as well, up 2.5%, Joseph, after it also got shellacked. It's got to get all the way back up to 230, though, to account for yesterday's kind of consolidation range. So we'll keep an eye, obviously, on these small cap gappers, as we always do. And we'll keep an eye on the MEG because, I mean, the MEG are just in play today. So that's the situation, Joe.
Yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, NVDA just...
I know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I know how I feel. Yeah, we're not going to let it get to us. You know what I mean, folks? We're just going to play it cool. Kyle Burdett. $2 super chat. I'm not going to read that one. But we like that. We like the $2 super chat, Kyle. Thank you for that one, my guy. As always, not the same without you. Yeah, wild, man. Well, he's working away in the shop. But guys, we got back into some AMD. I'm not absolutely thrilled about the entry. I should have got in a little bit earlier, but that's fine. We'll deal with this. If we can break this high, then maybe we can continue to the northeast. Loving it. I know a bunch of people wanted us to talk about BA today because we are slowly starting to recover. And sure enough, I mean, it's a company that essentially has next to no competition other than Airbus itself, and still can't get out of its own way sometimes. So again, I think it's only a matter of time until this thing recovers. I just wanted to zoom out there. But really bouncing off that bottom. We haven't really looked back since. They have that new CEO in place as well, too, I believe, right? Is that correct, Sharif?
Pardon me?
The new CEO of Boeing. He's working.
Orberg?
Yeah, Kelly Orberg. There we go.
The guy that Adara was in love with.
Oh, yeah?
Remember that?
No.
You weren't around for that.
No, I don't think I guess.
Yeah, it was so funny. It got announced like just a midday. He's like, okay, the new incoming CEO, they're going to kick that Calhoun guy.
See you later.
So we pulled up the guy. And Adara likes to do a deep dive into everything. Such is her character, right? And she's like, why is he so young?
Why
Why does he look
young?
like that?
Yeah,
And
he's
she's
like,
like panicking. We're like, you okay?
It's okay,
What's
man.
going on,
She
bro?
gotta get it. Investigative journalist to the fullest. There's no doubt about that. But guys, 30% off those lows there. Boeing continuing to trade nicer, putting in another monster session. Doesn't look like it was overly affected by yesterday's sell-off there on JP. And that's another thing. I'm really confused because if this was a hawkish 25 basis point cut. So for Bitcoin, isn't that it's it's like deflationary, I guess I should say. So why did it sell off if that's the case? If you're worried about inflation, why are you selling something off that is deflation? It doesn't make too much sense in my books. So again, yeah, it's just. Again, it's just controlled. Now I think with the ETFs coming in, now Wall Street has a little bit more power over the apparent, decentralized one. All right, so guys, happy birthday, Brendo. Is it Brendo's birthday?
No.
Why is it? Oh, does he?
Brendo doesn't like anybody knowing what his birthday
all right,
is,
that's
bro.
fair. That's
We
fair.
can't
That's
say it.
fair. All right. So yeah, no, I don't know. Captain Physics. So yeah, way to give us some false news there
You know
on that
whose
one.
birthday is coming up, though?
Whose is it? Neelage.
He's right there.
Oh, when is it?
Oh, it's on Christmas.
Is it actually?
It's December 26th.
Boxing
Day. Yes, okay,
Day.
I was close, I was close. I
Boxing
knew it was
Day.
around Christmas. I knew for a fact
right,
it was
well,
around Christmas.
yeah.
That's the easiest birthday to
right.
remember.
Okay.
My man, his birthday's
Great
coming
man, he's
up.
coming to birthday, so
6
we're
days,
gonna
7 days, maybe
throw
1 week to today.
throw a rager for that one there. We'll get it going with the boys there. But yeah, continuing about the overall market here, folks. A little bit of a choppy one this far. We again trading in that range. I mentioned this multiple times. Even though before we hit that 2 o'clock hour on the rate decision, it was just an absolute choppy mess. And sure enough, that volatility just came absolutely roaring in, and then we dumped really aggressively down about 4%, a little over 4% on the Qs when we ended the session. Again, we're not really quite recovering, but we are somewhat. At least it's not another aggressive selling session. So let's see what can happen with the overall market. I mean, with NVDA continuing to climb higher and as well as Apple too, I wouldn't be surprised if the overall market starts to follow as well. I haven't looked at too many of the other mega caps. Let's see what Meta's up to here, folks. Again, just another little bit of a choppy mess. Sometimes the market needs to breathe, especially after an aggressive session like that. Maybe sellers are exhausted and then they need a little bit of a break, accumulate some more shares before they decide they want to distribute in whatever direction that they are going to. Dear Oil, I am late at the party but observing the Qs today. Curious to know your interpretation of the two bottom wicks on H1 candle. Could a rally start over again? What's H1 candle? I'm not too sure. Oh, the 1 hour candle? Yeah, I'll take a look at that for you. There's no doubt about it. I don't usually use the hourly, to be honest with you. I'm a 5 minute, 1 minute, and daily type individual. But okay. Dear Oil, I really like this. Thanks for pointing this out. Unfortunately, we don't have the isolated volume signature, but this can be a potential pivot signal. Oh, Ollie? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I thought it was Dear Oil. All right. Anyways, dyslexia fully kicking in there. Okay. But yeah, guys, no, this is a nice pivot here potentially. So, Ollie, let's see if this holds. If you're looking to base a trade off this, you have a nice out. The RVR may not be there right now, but if you can catch a pullback on the bottom of the range, and if we breach this, then then this thesis is therefore invalid. So again, keep in mind, this is a good potential bounce. I like this from an hourly time frame. Let's see if we can continue and recover some of the losses that we endured yesterday on yesterday's session. Sharif, what do you got going on there?
Okay, so we're weaseling into PBM small size over here because you know my disinclination to punch in at highs, but this is really going. Looks, I don't know how you see this, Tisha, but I'm seeing a seller in the low to mid 30s. Here it is again. They got taken out. Now let's see if can we move up through 40s. So we're at mid 30s right now. PBM. This is moving up big right now. It's up 233%. I've set up a DCA at around 5. I can give this realistically to 480 because that's where we whiffled and waffled. So I'd like it to hold above this previous red candle here on the 1. I wouldn't mind getting DCA'd. Here we go. Seller at 40. We rejected 40. Can we take them out? It's a hidden seller right there. Here we go. 45s. Bang. Took it out. Let's see now if we can move up again. I'm going to set up at 55s up here. So let's see if we can weasel on up into that level. I'm still going to leave my DCA as is at 5. This is really going, but it is getting extended right now on the 5-minute away from the 10 exponential moving average. Again, I use that as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions on these small cap gappers. So let's see if we can take a little bit over here to de-risk some more. Let's see, now here comes that $0.50, seller at the $0.50. There is size at 50 pennies, but I'll submit to you, it's likely an iceberg there because there was not enough posted at the 50 penny level to prevent the ascension of this stock above the $0.50. So packing my patience, $5.50 right now, HODANG on PBM. There's just so many tickers. Here we go, 50 again. Can we take out 50? Still zigging, Joseph. Still zagging. I can't even look at the what's it called? The information on this one, like the float, short flow, stuff like that, because I have to keep my eye out on this one.
All right, I got you. What's the ticker there, my guy?
PBM on the NQ. Zigging right now, coming down into my level. Here we go. Did I get filled? I did. Okay, so now we're going to give this one to 480s. So we're going to go ahead like that, and then we're going to get set up a little bit like this. Okay, so I'm going to send it to you, Joseph, because I have to manage this position.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Sharif. Just to give you a little bit of a PBM, we got a $4 million market cap. Wow, okay, not that large, and it is a biomedical stock, all right? So Canadian one, Canada-based company which develops natural psilocybin products for the
psilocybin.
Yeah,
say less, baby. Where's Kevin O'Leary at?
Psilocybin products for the healing of psychological trauma and its mental health consequences in the context of whatever's going. Yeah, we'll take it over there. Why? What'd she say to you, man?
She's getting all excited, bro. She's like hitting the bang. It's like calm down a little bit, man.
Bang, bang, bang.
I just because she loves us.
Okay, but yeah, okay, good move on. Okay, so someone asked me about AMD here. Question for Joseph. It says, should I buy some AMD? I think it said leaps. I kind of lost the question. Options. Would you give an AMD options for next year and what strike price? Yeah, bang. Let's get into this because I'm into some AMD right now. I mentioned about accumulating some shares, but when you're going to go onto the options front, you want to make sure that this thing is going to turn around because we don't want Theta to chew up the value of our contracts. If you are going for an options contract, you're definitely going to want to have this one a little bit longer dated, all right? So you're going to want to look for that leap on this one, at least 365 days. So you're going to pay a pretty price for this, all right? So keep that in mind. As of right now, I don't know, if you're looking to kind of allocate this into your portfolio, you want to kind of break up the amount of capital that you're going to want to put into this position, divide it by 4, divide it by 5 or whatever. Don't go all in at once, but slowly start to build that position. But from an options perspective, because time is always working against us, we need to be a little more precise on this entry. So let price start to turn around. Let's get some positive quarters, some good catalysts under Advanced Micro Devices name. Once we start to turn around, then maybe look to go for that longer dated options. What strike? I'm going to go with the at the money. If you're looking for something quick and then you want that volatility increases when you go out the money, but again, when you're going out the money like that, you really need that options contract to work fast. You need that underlying asset to move really quick. Otherwise, that extrinsic value, the time value is going to be chewed up. But I think, bang, what do you got going on there?
You were having a good time, Joseph.
Yeah, why did you go like that? Why did you go like that?
No, I went like this.
All right.
I didn't do that this time. Hey. Okay, so we're doing well here. We just took out, so here's the situation. Sorry to interrupt you, bro. We got in at 525 initially. I added on the dip into 505, and then I took some out, and then it was really going again. So I got in again at 5 1/4, and then you saw what it did. It jettisoned up 5 to 69. Now 585 HOD right now on PDANG-BM. Let's see if this one wants to zig and zag above 6. So now what's the situation? The previous low on the 5-minute candle sub 5, so I can't base it up on that. Look, I want to see what this does back at 5. If it comes back into 5, definitely be persuaded to get back into this, but it may not give me that 5. Up 266 and it's not stopping. The volume is increasing right now on PBM, and here's the situation. $4.75 million market cap, so minuscule essentially. 32 1/3 million shares traded on the day. That's lovely. 4.7 million share float. Here we go, 6. Wow, man, I'm sitting there reading about the float. I should be looking at this. There goes 6. Now 6 HOD right now, Joseph. It's up almost 300%. We're knocking the door of that 300% area. Now let me load up trade ideas. I need to find out what the short float is on this because it's moving like it might have a higher short float. It does not. 1.66% according to trade ideas. So this one, it's working. The volatility is coming from its small float. That's my best estimation. There goes 613 now, HOD, 300%. We knocked on the door of it. We're up 290 something right now. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I don't want to get in at these levels. It's going to have to slow down. I'm not going to punch in at highs again, Joseph. Don't want to give back the profits, but it looks like it's going to take 6 here. So keep your eye out on this one. Pumped. I love these small cap gappers. My man, what are you looking at?
Yeah, nuke, man. Again, that thing is crazy. Like, talk about going nuclear. Like,
intense.
Yeah, intense, man. I traded as high as 78, almost $80. Like, what? Over a couple of days? Like, man, that's insane, dude.
Nuke? Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Luis was talking about nuke today, man.
Yeah, like, absolutely $2 all the way to $80 in 3 sessions is absolutely absurd. Talk about mega gamma squeeze on that front there, folks.
Hey.
Yeah, all the shorts getting squeezed out of that. Boom, Tisha Perkins, tell us, boom, what's the fire for? Get it, Tisha. What did you cook up there? We want to know what you had going on because that's a lot of fire.
Trader, man.
She's a small cap trader. Okay, all right. So for Sharif's familiar, so obviously cooking up a mean storm there. Exactly, this is exactly what we like to see. Oh, my darling Tesla starting to pull back a little bit. But hey, man, we talked about this here. We talked about this potential topping signal, and all it needed was a catalyst in order for this thing to continue to sell. This run was absolutely amazing. There's no doubt about it. People are going to start taking profits. There's no doubt about that front whatsoever. This is totally fine. I'm not worried about this. I'm still bullish on Tesla. This is just regular market movement. Get used to it. If you're new to this game, and you think that everything is just going to go up all the time, well, unfortunately, that's not the case, because if it was, then everybody would have just absolutely ridiculous amounts of money, and the game wouldn't work the way it is. But here, that's a good look on Tesla. Nice, healthy pullback. Let's see if we can continue to the downside, which I think we do. I don't know what we're going to get. I think we come and maybe test the 400s, and then maybe we can continue a little bit higher. But for the long term, for the next 4 years, as long as DJT is the president, I'm going to be bullish on Tesla. There's no doubt about that, and even probably post that as well too, guys. So continue to hold on to those Tesla shares. Just because we have a little bit of a one-off day, then it doesn't mean all hell is about to break loose. All right, folks? And I mentioned this, the small cap Sharif, interest rate sensitive. What a 100%. Walloping it took yesterday. There's no doubt about that. But even though you would think it'd be a little beneficial because they are cutting, so again, cuts are beneficial for the small caps, right? So we can get money inflowing into that aspect. So let's see if we can slowly turn around. Absolutely beautiful. Like, this thing was gapping up day after day, and I remember the price action here was absolutely insane. I remember, just for instance, I had a bear call spread on IWM, and I was bearish on it somewhere around here. And then literally at 359, I got stopped out of my bear call spread, which was absolutely good. Okay, yeah, I got stopped out, right? Because the next day it gapped up like $4 or $5. Whew. So that would have been a hefty loss. And it was like literally at 359 I got stopped out. And I'm like, oh, wow, okay. Someone was looking over my shoulders on that front. So thank you to the trading gods themselves for helping your boy out. But guys, yeah, continuing to hold on to this AMD. NVDA is starting to pull back here. Let's see if we can slowly start to turn things around. We're a little bit extended off the volume-weighted average price on NVDA. So, I mean, AMD didn't really participate in that really nice breakout on NVDA. So let's see if we can kind of be an outlier here and not be synchronized with NVDA. But again, up 3% on the session, putting in a stellar day thus far. Sharif, what do you got going on there?
I wanted to show you this.
Yeah, man. Show me up. Send me up, man.
I'll send it to Ram to show. Look at the picture of the baby.
Yeah, I know why.
It's Devin Haney.
Yeah, I know. Enjoying the holidays.
He's calling him his son. That's so disrespectful. Ryan Garcia, anybody who watches boxing knows the rivalry between Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Obviously, Ryan Garcia knocking out Devin Haney. And, after he got caught using PEDs. What PED was he
I don't
using,
even know what he was using, but he got caught.
he was using something. He said he didn't know anything about it, this, that, and the other.
Obviously, well, everybody who's using them doesn't know it's tainted. Like Canelo with the tainted meat.
Oh, yeah.
All right, buddy, you're worth like a couple $100 million, like you're buying tainted
Well, it's like that's the thing. If you're going to make a couple $100 million on the fight and you have it in the contract that you can hold on to the money even if you get caught using PEDs.
Well, I mean, I think
for a lot of people.
I think Devin Haney is trying to sue him for like battery or something like that, which is insane.
No, he is.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
he's lost a lot of credibility in the community, though.
Devin Haney is a boring fighter, dude. I don't care what anybody says. But one thing we do got coming up this weekend, Sharif, is Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk himself.
Saudi.
What
is it? Is it Saudi season?
I think so. Yeah. So looking forward to that one. There's no doubt about that. And then Jake Paul. And then Thing is also in talks with Logan and Conor McGregor are in talks for a boxing fight as well too.
Hold on,
that
who?
could be Logan Paul and Conor McGregor.
That's gonna be wow.
Really,
not Jake, Logan?
No, well, I don't think.
But
I don't think
Logan outweigh him by like 20, 30
Yeah, he's
pounds?
a big dude. Yeah,
Logan's bigger than Jake.
Big
isn't he?
dude. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
This is gonna be great, man.
Logan-
These YouTubers, bro, turning into boxers.
Logan's got more sauce in him than a Big Mac. So there's, you know what I mean. So just keep that in mind. So those guys, yeah.
Big Spile. Sorry to interrupt you. Tesla, I said, what's the move? He's like short from 450, looking for 350. It's not going to drop $100, Big Spile.
That's what he said.
It's not going to drop $100. He wants a 350 profit taker.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, Big Spile. Maybe like for a swing, are you? Well, he does options, obviously, so maybe that is the move. Look, I don't agree with you, Big Spile, but hey, have at it, baby. No, seriously though, Kyle, where are you looking intraday? So is there a specific support level you're looking at intraday that we can work off? Let me know. I definitely don't mind jumping into TSLL, short likely wouldn't trade TSLA on the day. But yeah, let me know, Big Spile. Shout out to you, my man. All right, here, PSNL, doing real well on this one. We're long 54s. I'm waiting for my beak wetter at 80s. We're at 80 right now on the ask. We're not at 80 on the bid. So my example before, when I was talking about the spread, we got a 2 penny spread right now on the level 2, 3 penny on the level 1. So not really sure which one to look at there. In any event, I'm not getting filled. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can get that 80 bump and print over here on PSNL. We're long again 54s at the volume weighted average price. And bang! There we go. We'll take out that one. Thank you, Joseph. Let's set up over here. How many outs do we have? No, we got. We're going to set up at 88. Shout out to CD Lamb and the amazing Cowboys. I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, that's what we're going to say. We're going to wait at 88. Ram. I thought I'd get a reaction to you when I said Saudi season. You didn't even really hear me. Yeah, bro. Leave TikTok for a second, bro. Put down the phone, Ram. Leave the TikTok for after work or on the weekends like I do. Shout out to you. She didn't even have her phone, she said. All right, so shout out to Ram. Interesting levels here. Big Spile looking at 430. Okay, so that makes a whole lot more sense to me, Big Spile. Let's load up the Tesla chart, and I happen to agree wholeheartedly with that level. Now, here's the deal. That's where we bottomed out yesterday. No. The wicks do breach that. We got into 428 and change. I think 428's on the wicks. If you're looking at the closing prints, this candle was the lowest close. The lowest close there, 431. No, we got some 428 closes. Okay. So more like, I do agree with you, 430, the more predictable level, I should say, but you're going to have to give this one room, because if you were basing a 430 long yesterday, you could have made quite a bit of money moving back into 446, a $16 winner, but you would have had to give at least $1.50 worth of room if you were to enter at 430 on TSLA. So I like that look, Kyle. I like that look. I think it makes a lot of sense. We'll see if we can make a newer low. We certainly have a lower high. Technically, still an inside day for today for Tesla with higher lows and a lower high. Does it stay that way? We have a 431.40 low. and we don't have a change in trend. Every single area crest lower than its predecessor. Every single area trough, you guys get it, lower than its predecessor. I would say for whatever reason, Tesla seems to be finding resistance at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. You had it over here initially at 10. You got it clean at 1050. You got a double top clean as you like at 1125 and 1130. You know how I like to trade? I like to get in on retracement. So I could absolutely be persuaded to get short at the 20 exponential. I wouldn't likely take TSLA. I'll take TSLL. And here it comes, 434. It's moving back up. Currently, the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 is 438 and 2/3. It probably won't be there if by the time the price action gets up. Again, the moving averages are dynamic. If you're going to base your entries and exits off the moving averages, make sure you're adjusting your price as they move as well. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Looks like we're going to get printed here on PSNL at 88s. I was just joking leaving it out there. Now we're at 88s on the ask, 87 on the bid. Oh, we didn't get printed. We got to send it to Neil. Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome, everybody. We got a lesson of the day for you. And look, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you might have noticed something happened yesterday. Now, it's possible, sometimes you take a day off from the market or you're busy. We all got life things going on. Maybe you weren't around after 2 o'clock. I get it. Fair enough. But at least when you sat down, you probably noticed something was awry relative to the rest of the week. So, maybe you pulled up your NQ chart and we're like, hey man, what happened at 2 o'clock here? That's you need a little bit of a head scratcher. And when you have this type of a singular event, and you guys all know what I'm talking about, let's go right to the chart because I think you have to see the effect of this. When you have this type of an effect, and it doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter why we dropped this far. You can make all the arguments you want about, hey, we knew the quarter point cut was coming. They go from an expected 4 next year to 2. And I think a big deal that it's possible now there could be none. It could be 1, it could be none, based on what we see happen with inflation. Look, what really matters is when you have this big of a move to the downside, it's going to be a little bit more, A, difficult to day trade the following day because you're going to have spreads open up. And then B, you're suddenly going to be dealing with more symbols that have gapped or at new price areas, have big flat bottom breaks or big levels that they're bouncing off of. Like your list of these are the types of things I would look for to trade, it might be 5 times as large when you come in the next day. And that's not hyperbole. You're going to have to really find a way to narrow down what symbols you want to look at. So the lesson is one easy trick to give you at least some bias, like I'll like something long, I like something short, and what you can look for. Because as you could see, most of the session on that NASDAQ, yes, it was slightly trending down, but it's like you bounced off overnight lows, you didn't really test the top, and you were sort of diddling in the middle for most of the range. So you had this like wedge setup, which yes, while trending down, was diddling in the middle. So there should have been strong names and weak names. So all I want to point out is just divide some of the stocks into, before this event, this stock was incredibly strong, and it only dropped because of the market event. Before this, the stock was incredibly weak, and it continued to drop because of that event. And I think when you do something like that, you see some outliers. And there was actually a question we got that inspired this earlier, and I'm going to get to Zscaler in a second, but I'm going to start with Boeing. Because this is what the daily chart has looked like on Boeing, but a lot of things have been trending up recently on the daily. Nice trend, great. Well, what was this doing while the market was wedging and slightly trending down? And you can look at the ES for the NASDAQ, it's basically the same thing. Well, this was holding and consolidating and wedging at the top when all you know what broke loose, and it broke down. So this was it wasn't just a kind of strong. It wasn't a stock that was holding on to flat or barely green in a market that was slightly trending down. No, it was a strong stock before 2 o'clock. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can't know for sure, would it have dropped or would it not have dropped if the market had done nothing and gone flat? You don't know, but what you do know is it was strong. And if you had this in your, I'm biased to the long side on the stock, you don't have to be in a long position, but suddenly it stands out for you. It stands out because it held on to some support on the 15-minute or on the daily, holding on to the upward trend, and it was already relatively strong. So while there's a million names out there that were gapping higher, this one probably fulfilled a bit of a unique tone to it. Now, you could make an argument that you liked NVIDIA for similar reasons. It was a relatively strong name, and lo and behold, at the open, after some tomfoolery, it ends up holding higher and being relatively strong relative to the market. So was strong relative to the market going into Fed and ends up strong coming out of it. Now, was it an easy trade? I don't think so. I think Boeing stands out more than NVIDIA, and I regret not looking at Boeing over NVIDIA. That's why it's a lesson of the day, because I learned this same thing today, that I should have been a little bit more discretionary. I like NVIDIA more, so I was staring at it to have an obvious setup long when Boeing really gave you a better one. But the reason for all this was because of viewer pointed out Zscaler. And what's beautiful about this, and it's even better, the market flushed. This is a stock which had already been pulling back off of its highs, right? So you have quadunk, let's call that a quadunk, into what level? $190. Spoiler alert, this matters later, everybody. Trend up to prior high, reject, trend back down. And what is it doing before 2 o'clock? It was trending all day down, and its wedge is not at the top, its wedge is at the bottom. Its consolidation is at the low, where it rejects. And that prior low, $190. Oh yeah, why did that matter? Go back to the 15-minute chart when I zoom this out. 190. Look what this does when it tests that 190 level. Now, if you identified Boeing as it's just a relatively strong stock, I want to put that on my list. It's obviously relatively strong. Look for long setups. You're golden. This is an obviously weak stock going into the Fed. The level at which it both falls from and bounced from earlier are both incredibly significant. Not only do you end up with really tight areas to trade around, but an obvious direction and a reason why it should follow through. Because this is a day 2 play after a flat bottom break in a downward trending stock. So I know there's like a million different chip names you could have traded today. There's a million different tech names that you could have traded today. Everything seemed to have a fantastic setup technically, or one that you could sink yourself into. What they didn't all have this morning was an obvious reason for a very specific bias and some areas to get in that are very simplistic. And if you can separate that on a day that's overwhelming, then you've done half your battle. Because half your battle isn't just where to trade in what direction, it's what to trade. What is the best vehicle? It doesn't matter that I liked the notion of NVIDIA long or like the notion of Tesla short. That's irrelevant. Zscaler was an easier short. Boeing was an easier long. So I shouldn't pat myself on the back because one of those other two won. What I should be doing is asking myself, did I make the optimal trade? I think answer, not necessarily true. I think I should have been looking Boeing long. And I didn't notice Zscaler. It's not really on my radar or my quote board, so I probably never would have found it. But shout out to the viewers that pointed it out to us there. But Boeing's on my quote board. Boeing's on the list of names I watch every single day. Heck, I literally bought Boeing in my personal account on the dip yesterday. I don't have an excuse for not being long that one. And that's why it's the lesson of the day today. Because when you observe something to be true, or when you notice something that stands out that could be a good idea, or that it could give you a bit of an edge, and you don't take advantage of it as a trader, that's the worst thing that you can possibly do. It's like making a right decision or making a good trade and not profiting from it. You knew what to look for. I knew I should be looking at Boeing long. Heck, I thought it was a bullish stock. And yet I didn't do it. And it gave you every sign that relative to everything we saw yesterday, it was relatively strong. So when everything was gapped up, you knew that regardless of that move in the futures in the afternoon, Boeing had been strong anyways. It already had the buyers winning. That's a good place to start. So you get a lot of information on these days after a Fed or maybe like a market scare in a general sense, or maybe a big CPI number where you get these big, crazy reactionary days, like 3% down on the NASDAQ, 2.5% on the S&P. Do a little extra homework and find the more obvious trades out there for you. What was strong before so that when you look for strength the next day, you're in the right place? What was already weak? So if we continue, the sellers were already winning. It's low-hanging fruit, and that's why it's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil, the knowledge dropper.
Knowledge dropper,
As
hot dropper.
eloquent always and informative. Thank you again. Every day around that noon hour, Neil Roberts drops his lesson of the day. Joseph,
Yes.
I did weasel in another trade, quick as you like, on PBM, but I'm happy I got the hell out of this one because that was a top. Currently, that is the top. We're about $1 south of that level. Look, we haven't even touched the 10 exponential on the 5, and we have 2 topping tail candles. But like I've said before, I mean, these topping tail candles are not as decisive as when you see them on a large cap or a non-small cap gapper. Like if you had gotten everything out because of this topping tail candle, you know, you'd be regretting that. And the same situation, who knows if this one does the same thing. But I think that these ones give you an opportunity to get in. Like when we had this topping tail candle, we finished red on the subsequent 5-minute candle only to make yet another new high on the subsequent candle after that 12 p.m. candle, with the ultimate new high of the day coming in at 12:05. This could set up in the same way. This candle currently right now at 12:10 could set up in the same way as we did at 11:55. So if that's the situation, I want to keep my eye on it. What's more operative, though, is not the wick tops, but the higher lows, because it's showing buyer exuberance. We keep getting more exuberant, buying it up at higher and higher levels and not allowing it to come back down. Again, this hasn't touched the 10 exponential moving average since 1140, and it didn't give you that much time there. It just glanced by it and then rocketed up. That candle at 1140 is the one I'm talking about right now. But Joseph.
Yes, sir.
The Playmaker poll is now active. Shout out to the Playmaker.
The PMP, baby.
Yeah, the PMP that we named this after Joseph. We are up currently, though, on the ES March contract, not December contract. We're up 0.46%.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and hit long.
You're hitting long.
I know
man.
you don't like when we hit long, but I'm hitting long.
I like it when you hit long.
All right. I like that even more. So we're about almost 100 votes right now, about 66 to 34 short. So we'll keep an eye out on that, and then at the end of this hour, right at 1 o'clock, we'll have a look and we'll do the Playmaker.
Yeah, we're gonna do the Playmaker poll. We're gonna document that trade. We're still positive, guys, but hey, you can see the grin on my face. I'm having fun with it. I think it's a good time. It's just what you want to do from a day-to-day basis, whether it be the Playmaker poll or for your own trading. So just document stuff like that, and then sure enough, you'll be able to establish your edge and your trading system, because that is what you need essentially to be successful in this. But guys, I just want to say thank you to all the people who DM'd me on X. Yeah, those kind words, they go a long way. There's no doubt about it. Except for Josh Allen, you just made it very bland. I'm not gonna point you out like that. You said it's like the real Josh Allen, his name is, or something like that. Yeah.
Not gonna like
No, he's gonna bang. No, he gave me the bang. He's giving me a bang on that. So yeah, no, I'm only playing with you guys. Much appreciated. I sent you guys one over, so hopefully you guys can enjoy that and just go over it and then utilize that tool and see if that works for you. It may not. It may work for you. You may be drawn to it. But again, collect yourself a large enough sample set, kind of like we are doing with the Playmaker poll. Just sit there, analyze. If your platform gives you the ability to run past dates, then go and do that, run replay. Just get that saddle time, get that seat time, and then sure enough, you might be on your merry way. But guys, yeah, I'm glad that we got out of this AMD trade here because it broke VWAP, kind of just putting in, I wouldn't call it quite a double top, but we broke VWAP and now heading to the downside. I thought we were going to bull flag on NVDA, but sure enough, we broke the support system that was there and now heading back towards the south side. I wouldn't be surprised if we come around the 132 mark. If we can hold this level, this prior resistance, then maybe I'm going to look for a potential bounce on there. And we're starting to creep in on those levels. So let's see how price reacts to them. And if anybody has the Camarilla pivot points up on their charts, let me know where this is sitting. Let me know if this is this 134. Let me know where that's sitting on that Camarilla pivot system, and I'm sure enough it's going to be a highly correlated thinking smart, looking smart in the profile pic. Thanks, Adam. That was at my old condo there. Yeah, that was a good time me and my buddy had there. So shout out to him. I appreciate that. ADL, as always, my guy overseas. So, but yeah, guys, let me know if anybody has that up. Let me know where this is laying, because I bet you it's an interesting point in what we just went over. Adam, no, I don't have IG. I'm not a big social media guy, man. I had Snapchat, and then way back in the day, I think I deleted Facebook in like 2016 or something along those lines. Yeah, so it's been a while. And other than that, I've just had Snapchat. So yeah, never had Instagram or anything. Really? Yeah, I never had it. So actually, I shouldn't. I take that back. I downloaded Instagram one time, Sharif, because it was during COVID, and my cousin was having a gender reveal party, so I had to make an account so I could see the reveal because it was during COVID. So yeah. But other than that, I didn't post anything.
Canceled that one.
Yeah, cancel that one real quick, guys. But yeah, the overall market is starting to pull back a little bit, and that's totally fine. Again, Sharif and I were talking off screen here. It's like, okay, it's really hard to turn off the sell program right away. Like, we're not going to immediately reversal. We're going to have to see some volume kind of step in on that front. But again, expect a little bit of exhaustion from the market. It was a hectic day, and we are starting to lead into the holidays. So again, this is totally justifiable price action. Not going to expect anything crazy unless we get some bombshell of a catalyst or something along those lines. So again, look to play these ranges here. If you're looking for the breakouts, they may not come unless that volume steps in. But again, just sit on your hands, be patient. Don't try to force anything or milk any stones on that front. All right, guys. So continue to let me know. Let's go over. We didn't really talk about the top volume scanner so far, and I don't know why I have some of these small caps up on here, Sharif. I might have adjusted something, but APCX has 180 million shares traded on the session. All right, and then RGTI with 111, and then NVDA sitting in third place with 108, and SoundHound finishing in the top 5 again with 105 million shares traded on the session. So again, nice volume there. And then we're going to take a look at some of the top performing sectors a little later after my guy Sharif tells us what he's cooking up.
Yeah, I'm just...
all right, yeah, I'll
no, I'm good.
All right, you're good.
Adam telling me Tesla low of day. There it is, guys. Here we go. TSLA getting shellacked today. And it's still not at yesterday's low. So we're still whiffling. Well, we're not whiffling. We're on the way down. Here, 430.15 LOD right now, but we do have, I'm going to say a 428 support. You know, excuse me. I'm more inclined to want to base something off 430, but the fact of the matter is the support was found at 428 and change yesterday. So we're still a couple of bucks away from that. Still technically an inside day. I didn't get my 20 exponential retracement this time around, Adam. It did kind of work its way back into the 10, which is the green solid line on the chart there. I was waiting for a 20 exponential retracement, but that may not be forthcoming. Maybe we get a 430 bounce, maybe we get a 428 bounce. I'm going to be all eyes and ears, and I will load up TSLL on the trading screen here in order to work into that, if that's going to be the trade that I look for. So we'll keep tabs on Tesla. Tesla having itself a tough day today and selling off quite aggressively. I'm also keeping my eye here on PSNL. The last trade I've got on, and I'm quite disappointed because this did come into 88s, and I didn't get filled because it didn't cross, and then look what it did. Dropped 30 pennies. Now it's back at my entry. 54s, I'm long 56. Let's see if it bounces here. I'm not going to add at these levels. I don't mind adding if we hold up here on the current 5-minute candle, which has around 2 minutes left, and then the subsequent 5-minute candle makes a higher low and a higher high. I will be persuaded to add there. But right now, I'm just going to stay with what I've got. And yeah, we'll see what comes from that. Now, let me mention a couple of other small cap gappers here that you guys have been talking about. Zcar, ZCAR. This is a mover. Let's call it that. Let me just load up the details on it. It's halted right now. Downside halt 268. It barely looks like it's traded on the day because, well, it hasn't. I mean, it's barely been able to stay open. Let's flip to the 1. So this one really started getting its footing under it. Looks like at maybe a quarter to 12. The volume started picking up. It halted upside 210. It was a 10-minute halt there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is so the initial one is a 10-minute halt, and then we halted again at 294 for 15 minutes, popped up into that 381, whiffled, waffled. Now we're caught in a down halt right now, 268. Let's see if this is a 5-minute halt. We haven't had a 5-minute halt yet on Zcar on the day, as I mentioned. 10 and a 15. So we'll wait to see what this one does, up 103%. It's not the only one that's been halting to no end. NVNI has been also halting to no end as well. I mean, this has been barely able to stay open. 383, it's broken all the levels right now with respect to moving averages. However, it's above VWAP, currently halted down, 3 down halts in a row, but still above that volume weighted average price, which is hanging out about, 2 1/5, 2 1/4. Currently halted at 237. If you're able to get into this, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad attempt to try to take this off of VWAP and then get caught in an up halt. I mean, I wouldn't mind trying that with small share size because the bottom could drop off. In any event, I've talked about this before. The ones that halt to no end, they seem to be, respecting the pattern, the momentum pattern with higher lows, higher highs, or they bounce off moving averages or VWAP. It's just the problem is that they're not open for that long. So it's hard to manage a risk on them if things go against you. So NVNI, definitely not my fave, but we're going to keep it on the watch list. PBM, I weaseled into a quick trade on this one. Now we've got I don't want to say the end of the uptrend, but we definitely have a change in trend. We've got a topping tail candle, and then we have an inside candle subsequent to that, the one that printed at 1210 on the 5-minute chart, but this is the operative candle. Now, lower high, lower low, subsequent to that 1210 candle. I'm talking about the 1215 candle. Now, the 1220 candle that we're currently in right now obviously has a lower high, but it doesn't have a lower low, and there it is. Now we get the lower low on PBM, so 3 candle setup now coming down into that 10 exponential moving average. Does it find support at the 10? I'm not going to pick it up at the 10. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't mind, though, getting a dip trade at 5. 5, the whole dollar level, obviously, as well as a skosh above that volume weighted average price, which on my chart looks like to be in the 4 high 80s, 488, 487, something like that. PBM is what I'm talking about right now at the 10 exponential moving average, well off those 787 highs, now dipping into 5. Whoa, 5 1/4 just came in. Yeah, the aggression with which these small cap gappers can come down in a hurry should not be understated in any event. We will not have to wait that long, it looks like, for a possible test of $5 here on PBM. So keep tabs on that one. Also, PSNL, still zigging and zagging with VWAP. It's holding VWAP right now, but I've moved up my stop initially from south of 440. I've now put it in the mid-40s. So if this does breach VWAP, I will be gone on this trade. I have 2 more outs on this one. Sad I was not able to get printed at 88. So let's flip to the large caps, see what's afoot. Wow, Tesla just pooped the bed. 425.21 LOD blowing through that 428 low. So now we have a lower high and a lower low on TSLA, down 3 1/4. The weakness in Tesla, definitely the weakest of, I believe, the Mag 7. It is by far and away the weakest. It's the only red name in the Mag 7, believe it or not. All the other names green. NVIDIA, Amazon, Google. What are you knocking on? Oh, yeah. Knock on, Neil, I'm just calling it out, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, Neil doesn't want any more blood in the street, baby. Yeah, we had enough blood in the street yesterday.
Fine, man.
Yeah, I got to echo that sentiment. The long term obviously wasn't happy, but yeah. I was telling Neil off camera this morning, I'm like, it feels like the market yesterday was like somebody sprinting and Pop-Out Powell come in and just trip them. You were moving so fast, you were running so fast, any hiccup, it
was like a middle linebacker
so
just
inflated,
blowing somebody up through the middle of the field there. Yeah, it was an absolute hey man, he rained on the parade. There's no doubt about it. And I was actually thinking about this. I was gonna ask you, do you think someone pulls him aside, like who's JP's boss, and was like, hey man, we can't be so hawkish in the meetings because
I don't think there's anybody.
There's no one to be like, hey, you got to watch a little bit of what you say because look at the markets.
Independent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean it's its own entity. So at the same time, his wife. Okay, all right, yeah. So he got from Mrs. Powell said, hey, Jerome.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Powell's like, hey, Jerome.
She's in charge.
My guy, listen, you can't be.
Is that how it works at your house, Ram?
In the portfolio. Yeah,
nodding
she's
her
the boss,
head.
eh?
She's nodding her head.
Who wears the pants, Ram?
Oh, well, she wears pants to
she
work
wears
every
it.
day, so.
Well, no,
yeah.
well, I would hope so. I would hope so, especially in these frigid temperatures.
What are you looking at, Joseph?
I see what you're saying. Okay, Powell. Okay, yeah, and that's the thing. That's what I was kind of getting at there, Shreve. Like, just looking at the chat, a lot of people were not happy with what he had to say. There's no doubt about that. So if we're in the chat, if we're not happy about it, then there's other people. But guys, I like where NVDA is kind of bouncing here. Let's see if we can kind of step in, do a little bit of a one of these here. But okay, let's go over some of the top performing sectors. And you're going to be a little bit surprised on this because I don't know how, but I'm going to kind of do a new style here. So first place here, guys, we have XLU, all right? So we're getting a little defensive, which makes a lot of sense. So XLU putting in not really that stellar of a session. A lot of choppy, but a strong 5-minute opening drive. Utilities is the top performing sector thus far on the session, up about 1% on the day, all right? So in second place was XLF, the financials, the financial sector here. Let's see what we're up to. Again, slightly green, but nothing crazy, only up about 0.8% on that part. So I was looking at JPM. I wanted to see what JPM was up to, but again, a whole lot of nothing on that front. Now let's go to the tech sector because we are in third place there. Why you gotta embarrass me? All right, okay.
Why you gotta embarrass me? I love that.
All right, there we go. So again, the tech sector up about 0.6% there, guys. So that's just kind of what I'm looking for in rotation-wise, like what sectors are strong, and then you kind of break that down and look for the strong underlyings within that aspect. So again, not much going on. XLU at the top of things right now, so up about just 1% on the session so far, guys. And I told you, I mentioned this about NVDA. We're running into those resistance levels. I want to see if they can now act as support. I thought that price was going to slowly turn around. If we go and breach VWAP, that's fine. I'll just punch right back out, and then maybe we can find somewhat of a signal to get us back in on this trade. But guys, Bitcoin, IBIT is starting to really sell here, down to 56.51 here on the session, going south of 100K, I believe. So yeah, again, keep an eye out on this. I don't know if we're going to turn around anytime soon. I mentioned this from a daily perspective, and I didn't love this price action whatsoever. Just from an experience standpoint, like when I see this curl over, that struggle, and I mentioned this before, it was like a struggle to kind of go and push that 108 level. I didn't love this consolidation phase, and there wasn't enough momentum to kind of break it and say, hey, this was a genuine move. Sure enough, we're pulling back. I do think that 90K is in the works so far for Bitcoin because I don't know why it just doesn't want to make those big, massive moves. I know we are up large year to date as well, too. So let's see from a percentage metric what we are up on. Bitcoin from the high here. Yeah, so at that high, we're up around 180%, a little bit more. But again, I was expecting a little bit more from Bitcoin, especially with the demand and all those inflows going into those new American ETFs.
Are you looking at Tesla?
Yeah, it's tanking.
The blood is in the streets. We've got a 4-candle red setup. It keeps making new lows. This dropping big. Here comes 420, that level that Elon was very excited that Tesla hit back when, I don't know how many days ago that was, but he took to X, obviously saying it's inevitable that we were going to hit 420. He said the same thing about 469. Shout out to Elon. But here we go, 421.23 LOD. We well below that 428 low that we were talking about yesterday. And the market kind of coincided with that big boy Tesla drop. The market now, the NQ, that is, the NQ. I've got the December contracts here. I forgot to update them. Give me one moment here to update to the new contract. I'm no longer going to be charting off the December contract. Well, there's one reason for that. Case in point, December 20th contract has 77,000 contracts traded on the day. Compare that to March, which has 469,000. So it behooves us to actually look at the one that's actually doing volume. I'm deleting right now the December contracts for the Dow, the ES, the Russ. I'm removing all the December contracts as we speak, and we'll update them over here. So here is the March contract. We are now negative on the NQ, down 0.25%. We're still green on the ES and the Dow. We're negative 0.33% on the Russ. NVIDIA also dropping down 2%, but NVIDIA's at VWAP. Okay, interesting look here for the monster NVIDIA, 131.50 or thereabouts is the volume weighted average price. It looks like it was more like 131.60. Ugly V-shaped or inverted V-shaped retracement off that 134 touch and drop, and now we're at that $0.50. You know, there's really not a whole lot of price action support at this level other than just the volume weighted average price. So if NVIDIA wants to get a balance, let's keep an eye on it at this level.
Oh, MicroStrategy getting slapped.
MSTR is getting pooped.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the daily?
Yeah, 328.
That looks like a nasty flat bottom break.
Yeah,
lower high,
bro,
lower high.
Big time, man.
Oh, that's not a good look.
Sailor.
MicroStrategy's there. Yeah.
Sailing away.
So many people on X hating on Sailor.
Yeah, man,
so I can't tell you how many people just calling it a Ponzi scheme, basically saying, you know, the coupon that he's giving out on some of these warrants that he's issuing. Bonds, I'm sorry, that he's issuing on for his company are just, you know, they're not going to be worth anything if Bitcoin drops below a certain price. You even have that joker Calcanis just hating on him. Also, Peter Schiff, one of the guests on this show, not too happy with Sailor either. Every day I'm seeing tweets or X's from Peter Schiff just pooping on Bitcoin. He doesn't like Bitcoin. He likes gold. That's fine. He's entitled to his opinion.
Yeah, you don't have to like it, really.
Yeah, so
you don't have to like it. It's like you don't have to like it, but don't deny what it's done. It's that simple. Right?
I mean, the thing's up $100,000 in a decade. Like, what are we talking about here? We're still guessing?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm sold. I wasn't always sold, but I'm sold.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of scary when you have such large size going on. But I mean, it's just totally normal stuff, man. And again, we got the BlackRock ETFs. And as well as all those other ETFs. So there is demand for this thing. There's no denying that.
No.
And the technology is very real. There's absolutely no denying that either. So
yeah, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
PBM. We're at an interesting area here for these small cap gappers. We're at 5. And that also happens to be the volume weighted average price. Now, this did wick below VWAP, got into that 60s area. This current candle that we're in right now, that 1230 candle relative to that 1225 candle is an inside candle. Now, what I did like about the candle at 1225 on the 5-minute, what it did was the closing print was actually at or a little above VWAP. You want to see that. The closing print's always the most important print for me, whether it's on a per candle basis or at the end of the day. Let's see if this current candle, the 1230 candle that we're in right now, is able to make a new high. So let's see if we can bounce off the volume weighted average price. It was a hell of a retracement off 787 all the way back down into 490, and then we're kind of holding up. So this current candle's green, but it's still not near a new high of 236%. I could absolutely be persuaded to get back into PBM here if it shows me the right thing. So I'm going to pack my patience to see if I'm able to weasel back in to PBM. I'm still in PSNL, and the reason I haven't gotten out, despite the fact that it rejected 88s and it has a lower high, is because it's still holding VWAP. It doesn't even wick below the volume weighted average price. So that may change. I'm going to hang out. I've got a couple of more outs here on PSNL to see if this one wants to allow me in. Keeping an eye on the MAG, right? You got to keep an eye on the MAG right now. NVIDIA is holding VWAP on a 2-candle basis. Again, this candle, that 1225 candle, did close above the volume weighted average price. It did wick below, but the closing print above VWAP. So NVIDIA, possible entry here at VWAP as well. It's already moving up nicely off that 131.60 drop and pop. Here comes 132. So it's already 40 pennies clear of the volume weighted average price up to in a third. Let's keep an eye out on that one. No blood well, what am I trying to say here? I mean, Tesla is still bleeding. That's what I'm trying to say. Still heading to the downside. 420.55. Is 420 the low? That could be the low, because we're now at 424 with this 5-minute candle made new high. Relative to the previous candle above it. Okay, 425, 426 incoming, possibly here on Tesla. Moving crazy. Yeah, Tesla's, Adara was telling me that she was trying to trade Tesla again because it was spready. I get it. Now I'm watching TSLA trade, and we're moving like 30, 40 pennies on every increment. So, yeah, Tesla is acting a little different. It's not the same stock as it was at, $200, $190, stuff like that. So, That's all I'm watching right now. Keeping my eye on PBM, looking at getting back in here, Joseph, or on NVIDIA as well.
Beautiful stuff there, my guy, as always. So I mentioned this on NVDA. We popped out, and then now we hop back in here because you were mentioning, as you were talking about it, Sharif, I'm like, I like this. Let's hop back in here because we do get that better price. And I like to stop out and then reassess the situation and then find a potentially better price. And sure enough, that is the case. And now let me just break this down here. And just this was the way I was kind of brought into trading, is now look at this to a risk to rewards scenario. I'm risking towards VWAP, right? So look at this move here, folks, right? From my initial entry to VWAP, fantastic. So I need that to hit a 2-to-1. I need this to move up to around these levels. I stop out at the price that I'm willing to stop out at, and then I just re-enter. Now look at my RVR from this aspect, all right? So it's significantly less, about half, and then sure enough, I don't need nearly as much of an extended move in order to participate on that front. So that's just my style. All right, totally different to other styles, but for me, it's like, okay, if I'm gonna stop out, let me get out here, reassess the situation, potentially get a better price, and then get back in. And then sure enough, the system, the trade is starting to work in our favor. Now, let's go to Tesla. I like Tesla right now because of something very specific, and I hope you guys are looking at what I am looking at. We did have that volume start to increase to the downside, so we do have to be wary of that. But what we do have is this indecision candle at an extreme low. We are now down about over 3% on the session, just under 4, to be honest, 3.75%, as you guys can see on my screen. So I want to see if this level can hold. If 420 holds, then boom, now I have a potential trade there. I can risk that low. If it decides to break, the thesis is invalid, and that's totally fine. But if we hold this level and then slowly start to turn around in price action, then I'm going to look to get involved on that. So buy at VWAP, NVIDIA NQ is supporting right now with Tesla falling. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough look for the longs today. I'm not going to beat around that bush, but just be weary. Like, as soon as your thesis is invalid, just get out, because yesterday's selling was so immense that it's hard to just turn the off button like that. People are going to start panicking a little bit because we are overly extended on the overall markets. And we'll just look at the cues from a daily perspective, because it's unfortunate that kind of, it's like what the classic trading saying goes, you take the stairs up and then you just the window out on the way out, right? Essentially, or the elevator down, right? So yeah, exactly, right? So again, a nice stair step. But the unfortunate thing here is that we just engulfed pretty much the previous 2 weeks. And that's just usually how the selling is. So again, expect a little bit more. I would expect some support on the cues around the 504 level. Totally reasonable. I'm not going to hit the panic mode at that point or anytime soon, because again, we're bullish long-term equities. Just because the street didn't like what happened yesterday doesn't mean it's the end of the world for the market. That it's far from the case. These things happen all the time. Just expect and I was thinking this to myself, with every reaction, there's going to be an equal and opposite reaction, okay? So every action, equal and opposite reaction. So we were extended for a long period of time. And it's the same thing with Tesla. I'm like, how much higher can we go without pulling back? Because just going parabolic like that is not overly healthy. And sure enough, look at the case. The market overreacts to the downside. You can call it what you will, justified reaction or overreaction. But again, we're selling extremely heavy. That volatility is starting to kick in here, guys. So once things start to cool down, volatility kind of cools off, then maybe we can start to see a turnaround in price action. But again, I think 400 may be in the works according to the price action bars that we see here on Tesla. So just be wary. There might be a little bit deeper of a pullback, but I'm sure enough, I think it'll be only a matter of time until our good friend, the cyber one, sees 500.
Bro, there's a guy at my gym with the cyber truck.
Yeah.
The ugliest wrap. I gotta take a picture of this, man. It's an orange wrap. Why would you put an orange wrap on the cyber truck? Bro? It looked like a square basketball.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a good look. Was it? What?
On the side.
On the side, yeah. I like that, the side. I was like, what's the guy talking about? All right, guys, we're scalping here on PBM. Showed it to Tisha. I see you, Tisha. So I got in at 520, scalped up into 540s. Now I put a dip trade at 505. I'm going to give this one 10 pennies. I'm just not going to dilly-dally with this one because the bottom could drop off at any time, and I don't want to be caught with this one zigging and zagging. So it's going to have to hold 5. It's going to have to hold VWAP. Otherwise, I want no smoke. It's already a few pennies out of the money over here, and if it dips any lower than 495, we're gone. But we're going to scalp on this bad boy. So we'll see what opportunities this one wants to give. Already below 5, and here we go. We're going to get stopped out 95s. There we go. We got stopped out for the remaining amount there. So we'll see if this one wants to change its tune. I'm not going to try to guess off VWAP anymore because, well, look, I think I'm just trading this wrong here at VWAP. I'm expecting the same type of bounce that we would get, during a more liquid time of the day off VWAP. But that's not how I think this one should be traded during this time slot. We need to be accumulating here at VWAP. I need to be building my position, not with tight stops, looking for it to bounce back up in a parabolic fashion. I should be taking advantage, ex post facto analysis of it hanging out at VWAP. So, I don't have to get in my entire position all at one time. That's exactly what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do just that. It's 4 candle hold up now above VWAP. We'll see if this one wants to drop off, but I have a feeling that this one is going to give me an opportunity maybe to accumulate at this level with maybe some good prints in the high 4s, maybe 480s, maybe even 470s. We'll see. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. If it really starts breaking down, then I'm just going to let it go. But if it continues to do this kind of pattern right now, PBM I'm talking about, then I can build my position on this one. I also see you guys talking about TNXP. And I don't usually I don't really love trading these sub $1 stocks, especially when they're 40 pennies. This is at around 41 pennies. TNXP is the ticker. We're going to change NVNI into TNXP. Give it a second to load over here. There we go. This one really started breaking out. But the problem is it's not above that pre-market high. So that 4 a.m. print that we had took us all the way up to 45 pennies. And to be quite honest with you, we did volume at around 4 a.m. too. That had about 1.3 million shares that popped it up into that 45 penny area. And one of my rules is you got to take the pre-market high for me to get involved with these small cap gappers. So I'm going to let that one do its thing until it's above 45 pennies. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw an alert.
Throw it up?
Yeah, I'm going to throw an alert on there to kind of get wind of when this may be approaching that 45 penny high. So we'll hit activate on that one. And as I see it, PBM is breaking down. Okay, so maybe I had the wrong idea after all. I want to build a position at VWAP. This one showed me a finger like Ram does. Right into that 425, 417 low right there. And the volume is also dropping off. Hey, Ram, am I saying anything wrong? No. Not. No. And Joseph would definitely point out the fact that the volume is dropping off significantly on this one. Mm-hmm. Each volume bar successively lower than its predecessor. So maybe I had the wrong idea after all with PBM to try to get it in on the volume weighted average price. That's fine. Can't get them right all the time, so I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. Zcar, though, guys, finally able to stay open. This is the 1 minute on Zcar. Let's flip to the 5. Yeah, it's rocketing up. 469 HOD right now. It's finally able to stay open for more than a few minutes. Let's go back to the 1. Yeah, we've been open on this one since 12:36, so we're going on a few minutes now. Each higher highs and higher lows. It's really going 476 now on Zcar. 260%. Looks like this might be a halt level at 76 pennies, and it is halted, I believe. No, it's not. Why is it? Is it showing me? Is it halted? What's going on here, bro? It's not showing me on my platform. No, it's not halted. It was a false halt at 76, dipping back down. Let's see what this one does. It's moving well. So ZCAR. Good look. There it is. 490 HOD. This one's really going. So we've got one here. I was hesitant to trade this earlier because it just couldn't stay open. Here's another halt level, 494. Let's see if this is another false halt. Let's load this up on a trading screen. Why am I looking around these? Yeah, so that's another false halt there. It didn't halt. Which one can I take off? Let's see. Omar's crap. ZCAR on the NQ. Here we are. So let's see what this one's cooking up right now. There it is, halted. 494 halt. So we do get the halt on Zcar. So yeah, so, we're not changing much of the tune here, I guess, with this one continuing to halt. But at least it was able to stay open for a little bit longer. So I'm going to keep my eye on Zcar as well as TNXP. If TNXP wants to take out that 45 pennies, absolutely be persuaded to get back into that. What are you guys looking at? I haven't I haven't been looking at the chat too much today, just been trading these small cap gappers. VW, Sharif sailing close to the wind? I don't know what that means. Is that an expression? Anybody know what that means?
Is that like Icarus flying too close to the sun?
Ooh. I don't know. Let me know, VW. I have no idea what that means, but sure. Let's see what else people are talking about there in the chat. Let's see what any comments over here. Shout out to Ryan. I like your play, Sharif, small account friendly. Yeah, man, that's kind of why I got into the small cap gapper situation back in 2020. That's when I started trading these during COVID. Obviously, we were all locked down, couldn't work.
Crazy
so
times.
yeah, it was a different time to be alive, bro.
Crazy
And then I
time.
started watching a small cap gapper trader. I'm not going to say who it was. I don't give them any clout on the channel, but started watching them, watching how they trade, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting over here. And that was kind of that was my foray to trading. Then you start watching CNBC, you get more equating,
get more involved into
with the bigger stuff, with the bigger names.
Yeah.
Started watching the Katina Man and Neil December of 2020. Know exactly when I started watching the show, and that's kind of when everything changed. You know, I started looking more at the large caps, some mid cap stocks, not just solely on these small cap gaps.
Yeah, we talked about this before too, Sharif, just kind of how when you first start out trading is you're kind of fixated on just like the stocks, but then just how that knowledge base kind of expands. It's like, okay, yeah, you're just working on stocks. Then you need to understand the macro data that you get in the mornings, like jobless claims and all these reports that come out before the market opens. And then you start diving into like, okay, now you got earnings reports. So it just kind of expands. And I think that just comes with just experience over time, and that gets you involved in kind of all those different things. And it's really interesting. If you're either new to the journey or have been doing it for a while, I'm sure you can attest to that. And if you're new, that's how it kind of works. Your knowledge base just kind of expands. You're curious on why things start to move. And sure enough, you just kind of continue to grow and grow. And that's kind of how I started trading options. I had a bunch of my friend traders, they were trading options, and you can see the success that they had and just kind of the complexity of the options. And I was like, well, if they can do it, why can't I? And then sure enough,
straight up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that everybody should have that kind of mentality for sure. Officially, Brendan, can you talk about pros and cons of short strangles versus credit spreads? You know what? I'm not like short strangles. Yeah, it's kind of like a condor, right? So if you do a short strangle, you need price to stay within that specific range, kind of opposed to the opposite, where you're kind of offsetting with a bias, if that makes any sense to you, where you need it to exceed, if you're doing it in the earnings, you need it to exceed kind of those strike prices in order for one contract to outweigh the other. So short is kind of like a condor. If you construct a condor, you can kind of classify that as a short strangle. You need price to stay within a specific range, if that answers your question officially. So the cons is the cons of that was just that we'd have to construct short options contracts, right? And we know that it can be dangerous at times when you're shorting options contracts. The pros on that front is that you give yourself a range in order to be correct, right? So again, you don't have to be specific. You don't need price to exceed X. You just need it to stay within a range. So those would be the pros and cons. Hopefully that answers your question officially. So because I know that's your Sharif's favorite name, and yeah, officially. But yeah, we're bouncing off of VWAP here, Sharif. I'm really liking this here, guys. We held on to this one, and this is how I look at this. Okay, so if I held on to this position, this is just how I look at it. Totally subjective. If I held on to this position, now I'm sitting at essentially just break even. So I sat through all of this. My hair was falling out in the meantime. Everything. Yeah, you get a little stressed out, right? So again, I'm sitting here in this position like, oh, okay, now we're just break even. Congratulations, we didn't get anything on that. But no, I cut the position, get back in, and then sure enough, we're in there. But we're gonna send it off to Sharif for the ad read. So hopefully that makes sense for you guys.
Imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And this is how it works. First, you complete the evaluation program by meeting the profit targets. And once you succeed, you trade the Pool's capital, which allows you to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. And the best part is you keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's literally the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So go on and check it out, tradethepool.com. You can check out the link in the description of this video, or if you're more savvy and you got your camera phone or your phone handy, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen. Shout out to everybody. I hope everybody does real well. And I was really interested to see who was going to win that competition they had last time. And I love the fact that a lot of the people were trading small cap gappers because, you know, it's like the individual said in the chat, there's very small cap friendly, or small account friendly, excuse me, these small cap gappers. All right, speaking of small cap gappers, I'm involved in a sub $1 name, not typically my wheelhouse, but we're gonna give this one the old college try. And so I'm setting up here on TNXP in at 45 because that was the break of the 4 a.m. high, so I stuck to my rule. And now I'm setting up some beak wetters up here. Let's see, I haven't been printed on anything. It's still zigging, it's still zagging. I'm gonna have to give it to below 42 because that's where the bull flag kind of breakout area is. If you want to consider this the pull, this the consolidation area between 40 and 42 and a half, you're going to have to give it some room. Let's see what it does. If it holds up here, I'll add at around this bull flag continuation area. It's already coming down quite aggressively. So here I can get an opportunity to add, I think, at this level. Let's see what this one does. If it wants to dip down into 42s, let's hang out at 42 and a half. I'm going to add there. Let's see what it does. There we go. We get the add. So we'll pack our patience on this one, see if it wants to curl back up. Let's go, TNXP, go back up. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. PSNL, though, I'm seeing on my side chart curling back up into the mid-60s. Happy about that one because I was really disappointed I didn't get the 88 print there. So pack my patience to see if we can bump up on both of these names. But I see you guys yelling about Tesla because apparently Tesla was on the way up. Well, not really. I mean, it's off that 420 low, certainly, but it is still at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and it hasn't cleared it in any decisive way. And you've got a 2-candle hold up at the same level, 428.5, and now we're down into 426 3/4. So this could be another short to pop opportunity. The short to pop opportunities were coming into the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. Now, because of this weakness, I guess maybe you're going to have to get it off the 10. In any event, keep your eye out on Tesla. This could be another possible opportunity to add it to the shorts. Apple at 250, and it's awfully close to that volume weighted average price at 249 2/3. So another possible opportunity there to get in on Apple as it comes into a predictable area. Back to TNXP. Sorry, I got to flip and flop between these stocks, but that was a good ad so far. Here comes 45 on TNXP. I'm not going to move down my orders. So by definition, we're going to have to take out the high of the day for me to get printed. I did add the same amount that I got into on this dip here into the low end of the bull flag, or in the top end of the bull flag range. I can speak, I promise. But it's going to have to take out 45.70 for me to get printed. Here we go with 45s. Size here on 45s. Can we take out the sellers at 45? The answer is no, at least not immediately. So packing my patience on this one, looking for that high day break, but the volume really spiking up on this one. I like my odds. I like my chances, but you know, that's all. That's all. We only try to put the odds in our favor. Nothing is guaranteed in this business. You just try to put the odds in your favor. That's really the move here. So in TNXP, Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm actually just about to pull up PLTR. I want to talk about Tesla real quick because I mentioned this time and time again, and these signals show up like almost every day. And the more seat time you get, the more comfortable you are going to be taking these trades. I'm not the type of individual who likes to catch falling knives. I wait for those specific signals, even though in this case I am. They don't always work. Like yesterday, I mentioned to you guys, I got smoked on IBIT. It just didn't work, and I tried to catch a reversal on the TQs as well too, and it just didn't work. But when it does work, it works really well, guys. So let's take a look here on TSLA, and then just go over why we took this long, all right? So we know that we had an absolute monstrous day. We went to SSSR on Tesla, right? But now we're continuing to sell. How much more can we go down? Down 6% on the session. Then you put in these indecision candles here. okay, we've been absolutely getting beat up here. Okay, I think it's time to turn around. Sure enough, we have that increase with that isolated volume signature and that indecision candle at an extreme low. I'm looking for these every day. I'm looking when anything is at an extreme high or an extreme low, I'm looking for them. You can point out the exact same thing on the daily. I mentioned this time and time again. How much higher can we go? And then look at this daily print here at an extreme high. The market will tell you when it's about time to turn around. It doesn't always turn around on a dime, right? It takes a little while and it will display those signals, and it's just a matter of time until you can have the ability to take advantage of those signals. We did the volume price analysis lesson. Go over that. Sit in the seat. Just watch. I know when I'm sitting at my desk at home, no matter what I'm doing, I always have a replay. If it's after market hours, I always have a replay on the side on one of my secondary or tertiary screens, right? I just always have something, just always keeping an eye on, just getting familiar with where these prints occur and where they happen and where you could potentially find them. Now, if anybody has, now chat, listen to me here, please, and thank you. Can someone pull up, if someone has their Camarilla pivot points on their chart right now, tell me where Tesla bounced. What support level did Tesla bounce off of? Was it out of the range, or was it a key support system that we were talking about earlier in the day? Can someone please tell me in the chat? I'm really curious. Tom Lee, back up the truck. I like Tom Lee, Rogers. So guys can just continue to let me know. Yeah, BTC is bleeding, and I expect nothing less. The volatility to step in. I told you I didn't like the way it was trading. Unfortunately, I added at not the best time, but again, my average is extremely low, so I'm not too worried about that. We'll add a little bit more at the 90s because I do think we're going to come back to that 90K mark, and then maybe we'll get that volatility skew to step in. Tesla bounced at S3. Thanks. See, key support level. Much appreciated, Chris Menina. Very much appreciated. Thank you for paying attention, and thank you for putting that in the chat. Again, really much appreciated. Bounce off that 420 level, 420.02. Yeah, I know the price, folks, but we're talking about support and resistance levels, so give me the S or the R value of where it bounced. I know it bounced at 420, but just the support and resistance level because I don't have them on here. But Chris, or someone in the chat already mentioned it. I think it was Chris Maniana or something along those times. So I appreciate that. Thank you for paying attention, and much appreciated as always. Now we're going to get that slow bounce on Tesla, and the markets are slowly bouncing as well too. We have that kind of the same signal here. Like, look at these multiple indecision signals here on the SPY. Right? This is what you want to see when you're looking for price to turn around, right? These are the type of prints that you're looking for, right? So look at that double bottom streak, almost to the penny, dude. That's absolutely insane. Like, that is crazy. With those hammer dojis, indecision dojis, whatever you would like to classify it as. Yeah, Chris said there was an S3, so that's perfect stuff. Yeah, exactly. 423 on the cams, like, Chris, thank you for that. Much appreciated for paying attention and realizing, like, hey, they bounce off of these key levels. These are really specific levels. Again, beautiful double bottom here on the SPY, and sure enough, we're starting to turn around in price. Bitcoin is continuing to sell, folks, down around 98K. I do think we go south of that as well, too. But yeah, guys, how much? We only got 3 minutes left. We need 60 more votes. We need those 1K votes, guys, and then we're going to document, I think it's our 10th trade of all time here. So we're starting to collect a sample set here, Sharif. But but that's the whole idea of it, man, and I'm loving it. I'm giddy about it. There's no doubt about that, guys. So let's get those votes to 1,000. Then we're going to document our next trade. I still haven't really filled out the other one. But again, we're starting to build sample sets as a collective unit, and that's a beautiful thing, in my opinion, my friend.
All right, let's talk about Micron, because I really haven't been looking at it. Obviously, it was an earnings loser yesterday. A bit of a tougher look. I have things to say about it. From a fundamentals perspective, we can talk about that. Took some good notes in the morning there. Look, trading-wise, we've obviously had an issue. Let me just throw that ticker on there. I apologize. We've obviously had an issue with the 50 exponential. Okay, I have to pause because we're going to take out levels here on TNXP, and I'm waiting for some prints. Can we get that 46? I've been waiting for that 46. There it is. Okay, let's go. Come on, 47. There it is. Come on, 48s. Let's go, bro.
Let's go, bro.
Let's go, bro. Here we go. 47s again. Above 47. Squeeze. Let's go. Looking for that 48 pop. And I'm trying to take it out in front of 50. Thinking, that 50 penny area likely will be an area of resistance, at least locally. Sorry, I just had to pause my analysis quickly on Micron just to deal with this trade. Let's see if we can continue to ascend here. Now we're long 44s with the adjusted cost basis. Waffling. There it is. Boom, at 48. All right, let's set up again, Joseph. This time I'm going to set up on the north side of 50. We're going to sit at 52s, come what may. Let's see what the situation is with this one. We're really going to need to squeeze 48 pennies HOD on TNXP. Happy with this one. Let's just see if it continues. Again, the only reason I got into it at 45 is because it took out the pre-market high. I have a rule with these small cap gappers. If you've been watching me trade them for a while, above VWAP, above the pre-market high are kind of very simplistic rules, but they help you stay out of trouble. Right now, we're having issues with 50 pennies or 48 pennies, unable, Joseph, to ascend above that. So we'll have to pack my patience on this one. I just don't want to look away because the bottom can drop off at any minute, so I want to be able to react to it if need be. But I like my cost basis at this level, so even if it does come down, I think we should be okay. I'm going to just let this one cook. Let's go back to Micron. So the issue with Micron has been the 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. So ever since we dropped off big boy at 925 there, right at the beginning of the opening bell, we haven't been above the 50 exponential. We did our darndest at 1125. Topping tail, the mother of all ugly topping tail candles came in at that level, and then we ended up closing even lower than the open there. So ended up red. We attempted again at 87 3/4 to take the 50 exponential and rejected again. Now we're right back at that 50. However, it's not the same situation because now we have a higher low. So we weren't able to drop back down to that 85, 84 3/4 as low as we had been last time. So look, to me, I'm taking it. I'm not going to trade Micron, but if I had to take Micron right now, it would be a short off 87 1/4, 50 exponential, wherever the 50 exponential is, and I'd be wetting my beak right at that 86.20, ideally 86 if we were to make a new low. So Micron having a lot of issues right now with the 50 exponential moving average on the 5. It's down 16%. So a bit of a tougher look there, Joseph.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I'll wax poetic about it, about the fundamentals for it in a second, but I just want to keep my eye on TNXP. What are you looking at?
Yeah, man. We 1,000 votes. We
Wow.
got it. Yeah,
So is it time for us to do our
it's
job?
time, baby. It's 1 o'clock. It's time for us to document
Yes,
the
sir. Let
Playmaker
me
poll,
bring
the
that
PMP.
Love
Let's
that,
go, the Playmaker poll.
We're looking okay. So
All right, folks.
SPY,
Yeah. We're both not ready here. Trade
All right, I'm ready.
Trade number 10. You're ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, Freddie, let's go.
587.94.
587. Wow, 587.94.
Where were we
Whoa,
yesterday, Joseph?
605, man. Jeez. Okay.
Oof.
587. All right. What's our stop loss there,
So
my guy?
586.94.
586.94.
And then we're wetting our beak, 589.
589.94. Looking for some profits there, folks.
That's above VWAP.
Yeah,
too.
it's above. And I like it. I
Okay.
have a lot of confidence in this one this far, my guy. So let's see what happens here, and let's type in the date as well too, because that's what we want to be tracking. Beautiful stuff there, guys. Here we are.
Here we are, Playmaker poll, baby.
Yeah, Playmaker poll. Look at here. Here we go, guys. As you can see, this is our equity curve. I'm really liking this. Let's see if we can continue, or do we just kind of fluctuate this? But I can tell you one thing, Sharif. There's somebody in the chat who says, "Why even vote if everybody is just going to go long all the
I know.
time?"
People, yeah, I know.
Can you guess who that person is?
Big Spile?
Big Spile.
Shocked.
Yeah,
Shocked.
exactly.
He just chimed in 586.94 stop loss. Yeah, that's kind of the rule. We're not basing the rule of the stop on technicals, Big Spile.
Yes.
We get in right at 1 o'clock when we do the poll, and then we put $2 beak wetter and $1 stop loss above the entry price. So
Dude, am I seeing this right?
What's
Were we
up?
in at 587.94? Did the market just dumped?
let me have a look. Yeah, it did.
Wow.
587.49. Yeah, we dropped by 50 pennies. Yeah.
What? Just
Yeah,
like that?
I mean,
what happened? Why isn't anything moving?
No.
on
This
my
is
chart,
this is
yeah.
Yes, though, so it doesn't have to be Mag 7 centric, right?
Okay.
Like that's usually typically the NQ, right?
That's a little bit of a tough one there, guys. We might get our first stop out of all time here.
Oh, we haven't been stopped out.
No, we
yeah.
haven't been stopped out.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good record to have right there. I wouldn't mind that.
record to have there, but it's not looking too pretty.
Look what the
for us,
spiled
so.
one is writing.
He's
Cue
very
the
short.
stop loss graphic. We don't have one.
We don't have one, man.
But we could do this flat bottom break.
But it
take
was
out the
a
level.
close one. This might be the second closest one, Trey. 58% to the long side and 42% to the short side.
Whoa.
So that was the closest one. It was about 45% to the short side was the highest that we've seen. But again, Kyle might be right on this one, guys. We might be on the wrong side of the trade, but only time will tell, folks. We got our numbers documented. So now it's just to be patient and to see what happens. So yeah, it's getting bloody. There's no doubt about that, guys.
There is blood in the streets right now, man.
There is absolute blood in the streets.
Let's
There's
talk
no doubt
about some of
that.
these mag, Joseph, because Apple gave you an excellent entry off the volume-weighted average price ram. It did come into that 249.71. Popped up to 250.67, so you could have got some money off that. But as quick as we popped up, we dropped right back down. We're a skosh above VWAP, a skosh below 250. But you feel like this one is just setting up to really bleed. We'll have to wait and see. NVIDIA was kind of the same look. It came into VWAP, and I yelled when the VWAP came in on NVIDIA. And it's been zigging. It's been zagging a little above. A little below now, below VWAP, wicking below VWAP. This one gave you an 130.50 entry, and it worked its way all the way up to 132.58 on this candle here at 12:45. So VWAP, VWAP is factoring in here, whether it's Apple or NVIDIA. We'll have to wait and see exactly how this all pans out. Amazon below VWAP, Microsoft below VWAP, Meta below VWAP, Google below VWAP. And Tesla, obviously, below VWAP. Oh, Tesla just did another 20 exponential retracement. I missed that. So breached the 20, but as quick as you like, it dropped right back below. So this is an interesting one. We've been talking about Tesla and the 20 exponential moving average on the day a bunch of times. So is this an interesting area now to get in on Tesla? Okay, so let's work our way over here. We're going to move PBM, and I'm going to load TSLL on the NQ, and we're going to have a look here to see what the situation is. I could absolutely be persuaded if Tesla wants to drop back down again to take this south, especially with the NQ literally at lows. I'm talking about the March contract, by the way. I'm not looking at the December contract, even though they're probably both near lows. 21,452. We seem to be defending that 50-point area, 21,450. So we'll see. If we give up the ghost at that level, you got to assume we drop below VWAP and on Apple and NVIDIA. We'll have to see what Tesla does. But yeah, now I've got Tesla up on the trading screen, TSLL, on the trading screen. We'll see if we can weasel into some of these trades. Back to TNXP though. It's below my entry now, but still above the 10 exponential moving average, and obviously by extension of that, above VWAP. So I'm packing my patience right now, looking for this one to hold the level and work its way back up to test 50 pennies. I don't need to be quick to get this out. I've already de-risked in the pop into 48s over here. So we'll see if this one wants to move back up again, above the 10 exponential still not below that. So you got to assume the trend is still intact. We'll see. It's time for you guys, though, to vote. Again, I'm sorry. I know we have a lot of voting today, but yeah, jump in here. We got Bitcoin below 100,000 right now at 98,222. I will be adding more. Upstart's getting shellacked today. Last time I looked there, Upstart down 7 and change, 8 and change now. Upstart getting shellacked. Apple and NVIDIA faring well, decent on the day. They're both at or around VWAP, so keep an eye on that. And then Tesla, for all my bears out there, you have one of those. I will vote BTC. That's what I will vote. Most people, though, voting for Tesla, already 234 votes. So get your votes in. You have till around 1 o'clock. To have your say every day. Shout out to Havana Woody. Raider Trader is pumping PC, a sub-dollar ticker. What do you think? Let's have a look at what Raider's talking about. PC, I don't know it. Let's have a look at the technicals. Premium Catering Holdings. Oh, it's doing a hell of a lot of volume. No, I'm kidding. It's not. So PC, $11.68 million market cap with 27,000 shares traded today. They are a halal food caterer specializing in Indian, Bangladesh, and Chinese cuisine, and all its food products are halal food, which is permissible for consumption by Muslims. The company's principal business activity is food catering, including supply segments. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So they're in the food business. Let's flip to the daily. I don't know why Raider is talking about this. I have no idea what Raider sees, but you'll have to ask him. Looks like this one came to market at around mid-September, September 25th, and it has not been a good look. Sub $1, around 80 pennies, and it has been that way since October 25th. So I'm not sure what Raider's seeing. You'll have to ask him. But intraday, I wouldn't touch it because it's only done 27,000 shares. Hardly an amount of shares to be able to manage risk. I don't like it either from a daily perspective just because it's caught in a consolidation zone. Sub $1. Maybe Raider knows something. I personally don't know. You're going to have to ask him.
Everybody in the chat saying he's referring to the put to call ratio on it.
Oh, okay. So then that's your business right there. You take that one then, because that's
I didn't even see what they were saying. I was sorry. I was busy. Yeah, no, put to call ratio is what that refers to.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah. But I didn't read what I said. I'm sorry. I was like,
Raider Trader is pumping. No, he put PC dollar.
PC. Oh yeah,
so that's a ticker. PC is sub-dollar ticker. What do you think? Says Havana. What do you know? He's not talking about what the call ratio.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the thing. So Big Spile knows food. This ain't no chicken dinner. $2. Super chat.
Anybody know this restaurant? Does anybody know this premium catering holdings? If you do, let me know in the chat. Just tag me so that I can see it, guys. Otherwise, I may miss the message. Shout out to the Spiled one. This ain't no chicken dinner. Winner, winner. Shout out to you. Did you ever watch that movie 21?
21? Mm-hmm. No.
It's about the counting cards in Vegas.
Oh yeah, I think I
sick movie, bro.
Yeah, 21. I think I've seen that.
Counting
so did I. Yeah. When I was younger too. Yeah, when I was younger and like 16.
It's
actually not that complicated. Like it's just you just have to be really quick.
That's
right?
the thing. You just, I think genuinely you obviously have to be very smart, but I think if you get some hours under your belt, you could probably.
I forget the kind of the metrics of it because it was years ago in like 2016. But it's like essentially just +1, -1, +2, -2, right? Exactly.
Well, there's cards with 0.
Yeah, exactly.
+1 and a -1.
Yeah, exactly. Something along those, and then you just kind of add quick. I tried a couple stints at the Falls View Casino and stuff. Like, I think it's sick. You know what I mean?
But the casinos, like, fact check me, chat. Don't the casinos get around that by using multiple decks?
Well, here in Canada, we use 5 decks. I believe is the situation, and then in the States it's only 1. I believe. So fact check me. Yeah. So it's a little bit easier. I could be wrong, but here in Canada we have 5 decks. So it's a little bit more complicated. But yeah, I was a big 21 player back in the day. I love blackjack.
It's like been my jam.
I think when you start off at the casino, all the boys like was like you never played War?
No.
So it's essentially just the highest card wins, right? That's so it's like, you against the dealer, the highest card wins.
Okay.
So we would get absurd when we just turned 19 because here, folks, in Canada, you only have to be 19 to go to the casino, not like the States. So like the day I turned 18, me and my boys went to Georgian Downs and we were just betting horses and buying scratch cards. Yeah, I remember my old vehicle. I used to have an old Hyundai hatchback. Yeah, and it was just littered with this Pac-Man scratch card. It was just littered with it. Yeah, it was good times, man. Good times back there, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Mark Susi. Liquidation skyrocket beyond $1 as BTC altcoins bleed out heavily again because of over-leveraged holders. Mark Susi, you were probably not wrong. We know that a lot of people are buying Bitcoin with margin, leverage, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, we're going to get some volatility, but I never for one moment thought that Bitcoin was not going to be volatile. And in fact, I was banking on that volatility in order to be able to add, and I was kind of disappointed that we didn't get a $90,000 drop. If we do get one, I will be adding. I am sold on Bitcoin. I'm only speaking for myself. It's never financial advice, but I'm sold. This thing has moved up $100,000 in a decade. If that isn't enough for you, fine. Don't get involved. But I'm going to get involved. And I don't want to miss on some generational wealth. If I have to take a hit and be out of the money for a hot minute, so be it. I'm sold on I'm sold on it, and I get it. It's like Michael Saylor was comparing it to New York real estate. I get that the comparison doesn't make sense. New York real estate can generate revenue, obviously, so you can pay for it using rent, whatever, other methodology you want to use to generate revenue from the house. I know Bitcoin doesn't do that. But I don't think we're at that anymore, at that stage. You cannot limit your thinking in that way with Bitcoin. I think that we're going to move past that, and those who don't want to jump on board are going to be caught, behind, just like my mom. So sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I told her to buy it, $72,000. She didn't buy, and now every day I remind her how much it is. I send her messages every day.
A quick screenshot.
I'm talking to Ob, by the way. Yeah. Ob was talking to his dad. He's like, Apple's looking nice. I was like, you want to use your mic, Ob? Because you got one right there, my man.
Well,
and then they'll bring you in Looney Tunes style.
Bring it in, man.
Yeah, sure.
There he is.
Okay, so no. What I was saying basically was like, yeah, no, that's a similar sentiment in my household where, got some Apple for my dad as well in his portfolio, and he was just looking at it. And he's like, oh, Apple's looking nice, and I was like, yeah, it's looking all right. And then I had some crypto related tickers as well, and he's like, oh, what's going on over there? I'm like, look at Bitcoin. And he's like, yeah, the last time I checked it, it was at like 35, 40K or something. Mm-hmm. And I was like, look, check again.
What did he say?
He saw it at 100.
Was he mad?
He saw it at 100, and then he just looks at me, and then he says no words. He just looks down, and I'm like, I told you, I'm like, you're looking to you're looking to invest into real estate, whatever, but you're looking for shorter term wins. I've been talking about you guys investing in Bitcoin since I was 20 years old. I remember me and my best friend, we were talking about Bitcoin in high school. We were like, yo, this is some next level stuff. Like this is going to change the world. It was like $6-7 trading at that time. And we were like, we should probably grab some of this. Like this thing has moved up from like $1 like crazy. Like we need to buy this. This is going to go to like $10, $15. And now it's at 106,000. So it's been quite a while, quite a ride.
I'm not going to pretend like I saw it at $1, Ob. But I remember in 2013, my buddies bringing this to my attention, and I think it was like $1,300 at the time, and I was like, "What is this nonsense? I'm not paying $1,300 for this." I got to tell you, I wasn't sold on it, and I started becoming incrementally sold just based on the price action. Because again, there's no real value other than what the next person is willing to pay for.
Exactly. So this is another thing that I was saying. He was just like, oh, but I don't understand Bitcoin. I'm like, listen, you don't have to understand the asset. Half the tickers that I trade, I don't even know what they do, right? And nor do I care. No. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the Bitcoin chart, the historical Bitcoin chart, it starts off in the pennies. It is a beautiful representation of supply and demand mechanics over the years and how an asset can fluctuate as the demand over years just continues to rise up, right? Sure, the volatility is increased. We get 50, 60, 70% pullback sometimes, right? But overall, stonks only go up.
Math though, year over year, 60%.
Yeah.
Year over year. Now, obviously, you're not getting 60% pump every year. You're getting shellacked.
No.
Some years 60%
but you have to
down
believe.
when you average it out.
You have to believe. You really like it? I mean, it clearly has a demand. It's had a demand since sub-dollars. It's trading at 106. How much more do you need to believe?
Yeah, exactly. Right? How much more do we need to see?
Yeah.
Does it need to go to 1 million for us to believe?
Yes.
Like, to me, I'm done.
Sharif, you heard it here first. When it gets to 1 million, Sharif.
That's crazy.
Sharif, when it gets to 1 million, we'll be looking back at this day and be like, oh yeah, remember when it was 100K? Because there are literally people looking back and being like, remember the first time that it hit 100 and that was a milestone. That was iconic, right?
I couldn't agree more, bro.
Yeah.
Time will tell. We'll see.
I mean, it's crazy too to think like people are kind of writing this thing off after 2 days of selling. Like you're just eliminating all what it's done in the past month and a half, and now it has 2 red days. The thing's garbage. Like come on.
Look at Big Spile. Look what Big Spile wrote, bro. Big Spile.
Yeah,
I've had it with your bearishness, bro.
Look, but I mean,
look what he wrote. Sharif, Obi, Joe. Many people believe in Santa Claus also until no presents magically show up under the tree. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, but what do you mean no presents? This thing is, what do you mean no presents? This thing has been delivering year after year. It's 100K. It went from essentially nothing to 100,000. That's 10 years of nothing but delivery. That's all it's done. Why are you going to argue? Who cares? Eliminate the fact that it's an encrypted currency or Bitcoin. If it was a stock, everybody would be buying this stock. Who cares what the underlying asset is? It just makes money. That's what it does. It prints money. It doesn't matter what. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the asset class is. Okay, you may not believe in it. That's totally fine. But if 99% of the world does, then your opinion is essentially irrelevant. Until it comes in masses that people stop believing in this thing, it's going to continue to do what it's doing. Now you have institutions getting involved. Canada had that ETF. Australia has an ETF. The States came out with the ETF earlier in the year. What more do you need? Like, people love this thing. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. Everybody else like it, and the big money likes it.
Yeah, and like, look, you don't have to invest in it if your own, prerogative will not allow you to do that. If you have rules, whatever, don't get involved. Don't get involved. But you can watch from the sideline while we print.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to everyone.
Yeah.
What's this individual's name? Vin Duong. How many BTC does Sharif have? 0, my man. I only own IBIT. I'm in it through the ETF. I'm lamenting not having bought the coin. I was trying to persuade my parents to buy it at 20,000 in 21. They didn't buy it, or 22, whatever it was. They didn't buy it. I mean, I didn't have enough disposable cash at the time to be able to do that. That's my problem. Right now, I'm trying to make up, obviously, for lost time, and I'm at a way higher price. So it'll be my risk that I'm taking on there. Let's see what other people are saying in the chat. I'm loving how everybody is kind of chiming in on this. I do love the dialogue, and we're never all going to agree on one thing, but that's what I love. Let's just be, kind of understanding of one another's opinion. Let's see what else people are looking at there. 99% of the world doesn't own BTC, says Kanye East. You're not wrong, my man.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. But I'm not worried about the 99% of people. I'm worried about the people with the most money accumulating it. I'm talking about the
got people going
the
there,
bigger
right
hedge
there
funds,
brand,
sovereign wealth.
yeah.
Joseph, we haven't even heard about the Saudi, what's it called, public investment fund, picking some up, the Qataris, the Emiratis, the big what are they called, money bags out in the Middle East. You know what I mean? And we already know that it's Donald Trump's intention. Whether he does this or not, entirely different story. His intention to build a reserve fund in the same way that they have an oil reserve, which they buy and they used. Biden was using it to bring down oil prices. Whether that helped or not, an entirely different story. He was using the oil reserve, so then he was buying at 67, 65. So we know that this is a fact, right? So
again, I don't know. Brian, we don't need a rant segment from me. I had a headache after that one there. But I mean, hey, it doesn't matter, guys. Like, again, it's 2 bad days. We went on this monster run. We've seen how much we're up year to date. Like, again, just relax. I think it's totally fine. As Sharif mentioned, like, if that reserve starts, then it's just going to kind of create that ripple effect. Everybody's going to get more involved in this. As you've seen, the ETFs are coming out. Now all these major funds are like, hey, you should probably allocate about 1 to 2% of your portfolio just to have a little bit of exposure to this.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, yeah, it's BTC. That's fantastic. Like, again, we may not have a specific use case for it yet, but again, something can arise where it's like, we can break this down into Satoshis to the millionth, and then, hey, okay, now we're going to start using this as a method of payment. Right?
Even if it's not used as a method, I don't even think that has to be the only use, Joseph.
No.
I think it's just a store of value. Nobody's out there, buying and selling gold, interchangeably between each other. You hold on to your gold. My parents have gold. Alfred's parents have gold. They hold on to the gold and they'll sell it to them. I get gold has a use. You make jewelry out of it. There's other industrial components as well that you can make from gold. I get that, but I don't think that's the limiting factor. Anyway, everybody has a different opinion. Have at it, baby. Guys, we're doing really, really well here on TNXP. Finally, we're breaking those highs. We're taking the prints at the high of the day. Now I'm waiting at 55. 54s just showed up on the ask. I'm waiting next. Beak wetter at 55s. This one's really squeezing now, taking out the top. Guys, I told you, wait for the break of that pre-market high, then get in. I followed my rules today. I didn't breach my rules. We're doing well on it. We're looking at taking out 55s here. It's up 46%, and it's not even looking back at that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So we're going to look to take out some more. I still have 4 more outs on this bad boy here. So we'll look to take it out. If it works up into the 60s, I'd be pleased as dang punch. But we'll have to wait there. 54.5 now showing up on the ask. Let's see if we're able to work our way into 55s. Very close, 3/4, 4/5. Come on. It feels like grade 5 math class with fractions again. Let's go, baby. Where are my 55s at? They're showing up 98s now. Aww. No 55 print. That's okay. We'll wait. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Love how you guys are chiming in today, man. I love the participation. Keep it active and keep it friendly. Let's see what Harry Lou over here is saying. Obi, Sharif, Joe, you guys are young. I'm not. And have not lived through severe demand destruction yet. Really? If you are short-term traders, sorry, it's just moving. If you are short-term traders, you don't care. Your parents are likely investors, not the same. You're absolutely right, my man. And I didn't say, hey, Dad, throw in everything you got into Bitcoin. I literally word for word, I said to him, put 1% of your portfolio into Bitcoin. He wouldn't even do that. My mom is the one that wouldn't let the whole thing go through, right? 1%, I said, just to wet your beak. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. And I guess it's not our job to get it, I don't think either.
It's not. We don't have the same thing.
We don't have to be Michael Saylor and try to convince everybody to.
No, and excuse me, I lived through the dot-com bubble. I was in high school, going on to university when the dot-com bubble popped. Well, I was still in high school. And I lived through the great financial crisis. I was articling in law school when the great financial crisis happened. And articling is an internship, in case you guys are wondering what the hell that is. And there were no jobs. The law firms here on Bay Street, which is like our version of Wall Street, were hiring 100 trainees. The next year, they interviewed 100 for 10 positions. I've lived through crap. Trust me. So, it's not, trust me, bro. So it's not like I'm like a noob. No, I've lived through some stuff. I haven't lived through the depression or anything. I'm not.
Yeah. I'm not that young. Like, I'm not in my 20s anymore. I was born in 92, man. Come on. Give me some credit.
Sharif was around during the Great War.
That's crazy.
Yes, baby.
That's crazy.
I just came back in a different form. That's kind of it.
That's World War I, bro.
I didn't know you were so old, Matthew Horton. Yeah, brother, I'm 42, turning 43 next May, baby.
Damn.
That's, yeah.
Dang.
Old AF.
Dang.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Time doesn't stop for anybody, though, folks. We'll all get
We're having a good time, though.
Yeah,
man.
we're having a good time here.
He lived through the Bosnian War, your Joker, Tron, and on. I've seen a lot of people that don't usually chiming in, and that means I'm doing something right.
Bro, when you start getting called Unc, then that's when you know.
Yeah.
Too. Just like quick story before we start talking more stocks here. So me and my cousins and I, during Caravana weekend, we would sell beers kind of in our cooler and stuff, and that's what I would say to all the older heads. I'd be like, yo, uncle, come and grab them. Yeah. So good
That's a good saying around here, man.
Yeah.
What else we got? Ike release. Sharif got old man hands. I know I got old man hands. That's why I use the resting profit takers, because I can't hang, bro. Shout out to you.
SPY. There's no doubt about that one, Kyle. It looks like we're a little bit in the money on this one, folks. Only 3 cents. Let's see what we jocked down here. 587.94. Oh, is that right? Oh, we got 50 cents until we hit our 2-to-1 profit target, I think for the first time ever, folks. So 58, 587.94 is our entry. So let's see, if we do go a little bit above VWAP, that's a 2-to-1. That's going to be an absolute banger for our Playmaker poll on that front, guys. Absolutely fantastic. I want to mention one thing before I send it off to you, Sharif, and I mentioned this earlier in the session. The top performing sector of the day is, and still, the utility sector. XLU trading really well, breaking up from this resistance level 75, now trading up to 75.96. It was at 75 halves, now trading to 75.96. So again, go and look at those top performing sectors if you're looking for longs, guys, and the longs aren't working for you. Go and just dive a little bit deeper and see what is performing the best. And sure enough, on the session so far, Sharif, XLU, top performer.
Yes, sir. Harry Lou bringing up a good point. He's like, look, bro, it's different having skin in the game during demand destruction than being an observer. But I was invested during the GFC. I wasn't invested, to be fair, during the dot-com bubble. I was still an observer at that time, albeit. But I was totally invested during the GFC. And, obviously I had to deal with what came. we handled the great financial crisis a lot better in this country than you guys did in the South, only because our banks weren't allowed to be as levered as your banks were. But I think you guys have rectified that, so I don't think that that's going to happen again. I don't know, maybe it does. But yeah, we definitely handled it a lot better. Our real estate wasn't destroyed, decimated like yours. We didn't really, I don't know, I didn't feel it that much, but the employment industry was really, was quite bad. So it was hard to get a job during those times, but people didn't really lose a whole lot in terms of value in their home. If you had Canadian stocks, you were okay. Obviously, if you had American exposure like I did during the GFC, you got shellacked. And I was shellacked. And it didn't recover until I think 13 or 14, until I was break even on my position, Harry. So I get what you're saying, brother. Everything you're saying is right, but don't discount our experience just because, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it anymore. RC, so old. Sharif's so old, he was around when Jesus was trading rocks.
That's crazy. My God. This is
and
wild.
Kanye East is like, Sharif tried to get Jesus to buy Bitcoin. Leave Jesus out of this, man.
Yeah,
mentioning Jesus.
Jesus himself.
Bilan Wood, everybody in the chat, I need y'all to understand Uncle Riff Sharif puts his money where his stash is. Oh, that's dope, bro. We're going to we'll drop the cash for you right there. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I love the comments today. Big Smile, $5 super chat. Following the GFC, I started getting scam emails from an Egyptian prince. Joker. Was that you, bro? Trying to get back in the money? You're hilarious, bro. That's a Nigerian prince. Don't twist it around, man.
That's crazy.
You know that's not how it works. Shout out to Big Smile, man. That was hilarious. You guys are jokers. You guys are killing me today.
Yeah. And we're going to stop talking about Bitcoin. I'm just going to say one last thing. I think it's a generational thing too, right?
I agree.
Right. So again, it's a new wave of individuals and investors. So there's going to be those new and emerging asset classes, and that's it. We're done ranting about Bitcoin for now, but we are around $98,000. Sharif. But I do think, hey, let's take a look at NVDA here.
Sure.
We're running into some key support levels at 130, 150s here. Let's see if we break. We kind of are forming those lower highs. So again, let's see. We got that kind of wedge forming, a descending triangle, whatever you would like to call it. But again, key levels here. If we break this to the downside, then I think there's going to be potentially more room to go southeast. But as of right now, we're holding that support level, the volume weighted average price really well. So let's continue to monitor that. But let's take a look at this TSLA trade that's working out really nice for your boy here. Again, we caught that bottom really nice, just off of those same signals that I continuously say over and over again, those bottoming signals, those indecision candle prints, using and utilizing the volume price analysis, folks. It's been an absolute monster day, having a blast with you guys. Continue to let us know. Okay, stop trolling Uncle Sharif here, all right? It's time we're on to the next thing. Unc is, we're over with that. But yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Sharif, do you see TNXP hit $1 today? Yeah, let's take a look there at TNXP hit $1. It's been a rocket ship, as some people here are referring to. Not pulling up the chart for me right now. Oh, okay, yeah. Did it hit $1? I see right now 50 cents. Did I type that in right? TNXP, yeah. To hit $1 today. Yeah, I don't know about that. The momentum is starting to slow down a little bit here, and that's totally fine. But yeah, I don't know about today, but maybe in the near future. I don't know too much about it. I like what Obi pointed out. The majority of these tickers that we just deal with price action. We don't know what they actually do. We have to read into that, but that is a pharmaceutical company. I don't trade too much biotech on that front unless it's seriously in play, and that's when we would trade the Pfizers and the Modernas and the Novavax and all those other ones, AstraZeneca or Veneca, whatever it was there. But yeah, those are now longer in play. If you buy 100K once the blended streets, I might buy it. Yeah. That's exactly it. There's nothing to be worried about. Like I don't understand why we're writing this thing off. It's two down days. Like it's not even down 10% or anything along those lines. So just we'll hold our horses. Be patient. Again, this is going to be looking to an area where I might even potentially add. We'll wait for price to turn around, and then we're going to get a little bit bigger. I told Sharif what kind of size I'm looking to build up to, and I think we're going to get into that. All right. So. Yeah, respect that for-profit. Jolie put us on game. Yeah, I appreciate that for-profit. And I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, just all the DMs on X. Yeah, you guys have really kind words, and it's really much appreciated. it goes a lot farther than you may seem. So, and it definitely doesn't go unnoticed. So I appreciate that as always. So, yeah, no, but it's true though, man. It's good stuff because again, Sharif and I love the internet. We think it's absolutely hilarious, but we do know that it can be an absolute cruel place at the same time.
Absolutely, bro. And we've been on the, well, I don't know. I don't think you have, but I've been on the bad side and some vitriol. I'm 2.5 years on this show.
Of course, you see it once in a while. But the positivity far outweighs the
100%.
negativity, and just keep that because words can go a long way. And you don't know what kind of day somebody may be having, and then you say something kind, and then sure enough, it's just boom. You know what I mean? So,
and I love what Sam Dub. Shout out to you, Sam Dub. I'm gonna leave it here. Generational ? I'm 60 and I'm all in BTC. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's just gonna come down to your maybe how you. What your risk aversion, maybe,
for sure.
depending on your situation and stuff like that. So anyway, let's drop that one. Oh, guys, let's talk about TNXP because I was quite happy with how this was going, but I had a beak wetter here hanging out at 55s, and we did move up into 55s, but we didn't cross. Typical. We did dip right back down into the 10 exponential moving average, held it to a dang T, but now we are south of 50. Let's see if we're able to claim that 50 penny again. Okay, now we're moving into 51s. I'm gonna leave everything as is here on TNXP, looking for that break to take of 55 pennies. I've got a few more outs on this. We're gonna de-risk a little bit over here. We're gonna take some out, my bad. We're gonna take some out just to de-risk a little bit. And I'm still involved very much in PSNL. Look, the volume has really dropped off, but the higher lows are still in play. So I was happy I didn't take this out at 450. It held 450 to the T, and 450 also happened to be the volume weighted average price. So now looking at it after the fact, I feel a little bit silly not having added at that 450 area, especially because I only have a couple of more outs on this. I could have added at 450 and kept a really tight stop, maybe 48s, 47s, and then had a lot more to show for at this level here coming into that $0.75. Nothing changes on how I approach this. Still leaving my outs at 88s on PSNL. But here we go. TNXP coming right back into the highs. Here comes 54s. Let's see if we're able to take out those 55s. We're going to still wait. 54s here on the ask. Are we able to take that out? 54 and a third. 55s incoming. Here we go. Come on. Again, we're selling at 55. So let's take out some here. There we go, and we'll move that. Now we're going to set up a little bit higher. I'm going to set up at 58s. Let's go. So we took out that 54.90, so essentially 55s. So let's go with TNXP up 48%. This big boy keeps going. Let's go 55s. There goes 55. Squeeze, baby, squeeze. I don't think Tisha Perkins is in the chat anymore, but she was trading up a storm with me this morning on the small cap gappers. They're in vogue, baby. Whether rates are coming down or, are going to come down as aggressively as we thought next year or not, the fact of the matter is I'm looking at my scanner right now, and there are 4 triple-digit winners up over 100%. So they're still going. Please this dang punch, as Adira likes to say. And yeah, we're going to look to do a little bit better on this if it keeps going. Over here, Nicholas Davis, nice stash, Unc Sharif. Thank you. We appreciate you. You guys are doing a great job. We love you. Shout out to Nicholas Davis. Kind words from a man. What else we got up in here? Havana Woody, update Raider was talking about the PC on the SPY, expecting to move back up. That's what you're talking about. Yeah. Put call. Havana Woody misunderstood. No problems there, brother. We're not going to hold anything against you. I did look at PC, and it was bupkis. It didn't make any sense that Raider would even be looking at that. But just a look there. Ayo Lewis, just a few years older than Unc Sharif. Shout out to Ayo Lewis. Okay, so you're my generation, my man. I like it. Brandon Townsend. Sharif is a small cap sensei. Oh, no, I like that. Shout out to my man there. Who else we got? We got Sarah Bradette. Are you related to Big Spile Bradette? No, I know you guys spell it a little bit differently there. I know you're not related. Shout out to Grubs, $2 super chat. What do you guys think of Cam T? Say less, my friend. We'll load it up right now and have a look here at CAMT, Ram. Okay, so daily chart, a bit of a tougher look, obviously coming off that July high into 140, but we are in a very consolidative zone right now. Let's look at the weekly to see if this is forming a head and shoulders. Could be. Could be, but it also might not be. You'll have to get a break of $70. I think that confirms the head and shoulders formation. Now, you've got all the right ingredients for the head and shoulders. You got an uptrend preceding the formation. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Obviously, you can see patterns and things that maybe they're not actually doing, but you try to put the odds on your side. I always say that. So look, $70 add here or into 75, I like it. You obviously have what seems to be either the formation of a right shoulder or an accumulation zone here on CAMT. You've got a low of 70 and a general high here of around 85. You know, at the highest here, it's 90. What is this stock? Camtech Limited, $3.9 billion market cap. What do? Israeli-based manufacturer of meteorology and inspection equipment and a provider of software solutions. Mainly serve advanced packaging, memory, complementary metal oxide semiconductors. Oh, so they are in the semiconductor image sensor, micro electronic mechanical sensors, radio frequencies. Okay, so they're a mid-end of the semiconductor industry. That's what it's saying here. So it's a semi-play. They're trading at a 37.85 PE. That's a little high. The industry standard there, 21.88. So they're trading at a bit of a premium relative to industry comparators.
Oh,
Pardon me.
no, sorry. I was just, never mind.
Sure?
Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on here. I think,
we can go back on the stream to see exactly what we said. That's a beautiful thing.
About what?
The entries.
No. We're golden, man. We're golden. Yeah, we're Ponyboy golden. We hit the yeah. We're Ponyboy golden here, man. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. I was seeing something. I think there's like a test there. So, okay, yeah. So now it's gone. Yeah, that's okay. But here, guys, there it is. I documented it. Sorry to interrupt, Shreve. We'll send it right back to you. Trade number 10. We hit that 2-to-1 profit target. Absolutely beautiful. I clocked us at what time we were out. 138 is when the SPY hit 590 or whatever our profit target was, 589.94. Bang, we hit that one, the first 2-to-1 here. But again, we kept the losses small. And sure enough, look at that equity curve there. A thing of beauty there, Shreve.
All right. Yeah. I like it, my man. Yeah. Eli Mark, CAMT, semiconductor, but and hold for 2 years. So that's your take there from Eli Mark for the individual by the name of Grubbs. But look, Ram chart, if we can, chart. So shout out to Fabian. So basically, what I'm trying to say is we look to be in a zone that we've been in before, Ram. Look at these 70 holds over here, Ram, and then we're right back at that 70. So accumulate towards the low end of the 70s, but be on the lookout for a 70 break and hold. Well, sorry, yeah, my bad. CAMT, chart. All right, here we go. I'm sorry, guys. CAMT is what I'm talking about. So be on the lookout for a head and shoulder neckline break around $70 because you've got all the right ingredients for that head and shoulder formation because it was preceded by an uptrend. You had a bit of a wiffle waffle area over here, a bit of an area crest. We make a big boy area crest and then we're kind of wiffling and waffling. There could be an accumulation zone, right? So just be on the lookout for that. Anything else I really don't know about the company, I couldn't help there. Here we go, baby, with TNXP. We about to take out 59s. We ain't going to wait for it. We're going to take it out at 58.5. And now we're going to set up at 60. I don't know. I'm going to go to 69. You guys know exactly where I'm going to sit on this. We're going to sit at 69s. That's about 10 pennies higher from where we're sitting, but whatever. What's life without Whimsy? A good trading day today, good trading week. TNXP looking for that 69 break and take. We're in at 43s. This one doing well here on PSNL. Really got away from that 50 penny area now, knocking the door of 80 pennies. I'm going to wait. Oh, 84s. Here we go. I'm waiting at 88s, baby. So let's move on up. If PSNL wants to get a bit of a volume spike and by extension of that, fill me at 88s, I will be pleased as punch. Beautiful rounded bottom off the volume weighted average price. I can show you here on the 5-minute on PSNL. It does come into that VWAP area and then look at this nice rounding bottom. It did that before too, so it's nothing new. What it did over here, though, in the more liquid time of the day, was it bounced off more aggressively. When we got into that mid-hour, noon, late 12 o'clocks, it wasn't as forthcoming in how quickly it was bouncing, but you eventually got it. So we'll be on the lookout. Now, be on the lookout also if you're trading this for lower highs, because you have an area crest over here at 97, then you reject it at 88, and now you could reject a little bit lower. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Still going to hold the last remaining I have left here. Joseph, what's your look?
Yeah, I just hopped out of all this TSLA, guys. A fantastic trade. We grabbed the bottom on that one. Very, very selective on this trade here. So again, nice little look there. We didn't quite have enough to bring us all the way through VWAP. Are we going to V-shape recovery? I don't know about that on this session. But the overall market is slowly starting to recover, so that's a positive signal. Tesla, again, just trading a little bit below the volume-weighted average price, continuing to slowly grind higher. From a volume by times profile standpoint, it is dwindling as we kind of increase in price, but that's totally fine. We like that type of recovery instead of it opposing that it was just selling. But again, this could be some stopping volume here at this point, and I think that was the case. So this just can be a cover program as well too, as we slowly continue to grind higher on Tesla. Now hovering a little bit below the volume-weighted average price. I think it's going to need some momentum and that volume to continue to pick up in order for it to breach and then trade on top of it. But anything can happen. We are running into that 2 o'clock hour where the boys on Wall Street are coming back from lunch and looking to start some new programs. So we'll just sit on our hands and wait for that. Guys, continue to let us what you're looking at. Zcar. I know a lot of people have been going on about Zcar today, so let's take a look. I actually myself haven't even pulled it up. Zcar. Okay, yeah, no, embarrassing. Let me try this one more time here, folks. Zcar. Bang. There we go. Yeah, I mean, earlier in the day it was really nice, but as of right now, it's nothing to rave about. It seems extremely illiquid. If we zoom in here and bring on to the lower time frames, okay, this is just pure halts on this front again. So just kind of chopping around now. The volume has slowly stepped off here. So again, not something I would be necessarily looking to get involved in. No, it's all good. But yeah, let's take a look at the top performing sector here, folks. Slowly starting to pull in here. Let's see what this potential topping signal candle gives us. It's not overly isolated, and that's totally fine. I don't think that's something to expect kind of on XLU, and I don't think I've ever traded it in my life, but it is moving really well, the top performing sector on the session, putting in that inverted hammer or that gravestone, whatever you would like to call it, a hanging man, at the peak here. So let's see if we pull back and maybe come and test some of these resistance that are now support levels. So enjoying that one to the fullest there, guys. Let's see what the apparent chosen one, the king himself, yeah, NVDA holding those support levels that we marked out earlier on the session. Now breaking higher. We do have some key resistance levels that we need to keep an eye on. Other than that, Shreve, I think we're just going to chop around in this range until some volume steps in, and then we can kind of trade outside of those parameters.
Makes sense, sir. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Whoa, you got a face slapper there. Where's Obi? We need a face slapper. We need a hot.
He's taking a bit of a break.
Yeah,
he's been trading for a hot minute. He's beside us. He's journaling. He's trading. He was eating. His food was falling.
Was it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Everything was fine.
It was chaotic.
It was chaotic. The Katina man is going to be peeved once he finds out what Obi was doing on his seat.
Oh.
We're going to let the Katina man know. No, seriously, though, guys, 60 pennies right now. TNXP, Ram. Rejecting that level. That is now the high of the day. I'm waiting at 69s, but this one, it doesn't look like it's slowing down. Just look at the tape speed and the book speed. Here we go, 60 pennies again. I'm going to let this one cook. Let's see if we can take out 60. We're eating up that size. Look at that size just get decimated at 60 pennies. So we're going to wait for that break. It looks like not forthcoming quite yet, but you took off a lot off the size that was posted on the exchanges there at 60 pennies. So TNXP still running up. But Joseph, we did a whole bunch of stuff today on the Meg. Apple absolutely respected the hell out of VWAP today. If you got long on Apple at $249.75, good on you. You got $1 plus out of that. Apple above the volume weighted average price, looking at possibly taking that 251. So AAPL up 1.12. NVIDIA also straddling VWAP. Not sure what's going on here, but you None of the closing prints here on NVDA are actually lower than VWAP. You get a wick or two below the volume weighted average price, but it looks like you're caught in a bit of a consolidation zone now. 131.5 to the low side, about 132.25 to 132.5 to the high side here on NVDA, up 2.5% and holding VWAP. The Cybertruck as well. What a recovery off the lows there, 420.02. Who would have been able to know that? That the 420 was going to be the level. It is 420.02 the level now. This is at 436, 437. Kind of a double top there at 40.37 and change. VWAP 439.5. Yesterday's closing print on Tesla 440. So that will be a key area of resistance in my humble submission on Tesla if we're able to continue to ascend from the current price action. You got VWAP, you got the yesterday closing print about 20-30 pennies off each other. Keep your eye out on Tesla. A nice recovery, but still below VWAP. But we do now a very special guest, two people that you wouldn't expect out in this time. Brendo at the big desk.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, we're talking crypto this afternoon. This was the news release today. We got some news yesterday as well from Belgrave Hartford Capital announcing that they've appointed President and CTO Dr. Victor Cook to NodeVest, which is a crypto-focused subsidiary of BLGV. So if you're looking for a ticker for this, BLGV, listed on the CSE here in Toronto. And then we get this today, the company announcing plans of an initial investment into Sway through NodeVest IO Incorporated. As mentioned, Dr. Cook joining us this afternoon, PhD, to give us some insight not only on where we're at with this crazy crypto run at this point. Dr. Cook, good to see you and welcome this afternoon. Let's start high level here. From a platform standpoint, how would you compare the others in this group with what we've seen to Bitcoin? And what's it going to take to maybe see a little more participation, as we've seen with Bitcoin throughout this year and of late, where the others have caught up maybe in the past month or so, but the participation definitely has been different?
Yes, absolutely. There's a metric for that. It's called Bitcoin dominance. And so that does fluctuate. The Bitcoin dominance goes up, means Bitcoin's doing better than all the other coins. Bitcoin dominance goes down, then the other coins are catching up, often called altcoin season. And so the thing to remember, though, is that the two are very different in their kind of investment function. Bitcoin has been called digital gold. That's accurate. The others are all competing to automate and bring onto the blockchain the financial system of the world. And so they're really two different kind of sectors, if you will.
We're going to get into the opportunity, I guess, of staking here and maybe explain a little bit about what that means for the viewers overall. But what's it going to take really for the mainstream or bigger institutional type participation in the staking side of the crypto market?
Yes, staking is the putting online or the putting onto the blockchain of a quantity of money that will secure the transactions on that blockchain. So in a sense, you are the insurer. You're putting your stake there to guarantee that the transactions on that blockchain are fair and processed according to the rules.
So from that standpoint, when someone would maybe look at a NodeVest, for example, in such a volatile market where there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of regulatory question marks, I guess is the best way to put it still, what would you say to investors that are still kind of on the sidelines? I mean, not necessarily from a Bitcoin standpoint, but from a staking process in general. If someone's looking for an opportunity, what would you say to those investors to give them a little more confidence?
Well, NodeVest has the investment thesis that the financial services will move to blockchain. So if you believe that, then you're looking for ways to take advantage of that transition that's going to be very lucrative. Regulatory has certainly been a headwind over the past few years, and that seems to be changing. No matter what happens, NodeVest will maintain investor confidence with public company transparency and carefully articulated positions. So we'll make some good calls, we'll make some bad calls, but they will all be well reasoned.
And the confidence coming from Belgravia Hartford, with this investment into NodeVest, from the crypto space in general, what does that in itself say? And talk a little bit about the process of this staking opportunity with Sway, particular that we learned about this morning.
Sure. Yeah, Sway is an up-and-coming chain doing millions of dollars in transactions every day. They've got over $1 billion staked. We've selected them as our first investment. And they're not going to be our only one. We'll have a portfolio and manage our risk that way. Belgravia is the public vehicle, and as such, they're a pioneer in the space after MicroStrategy and a few others. One of the differences between our approach and theirs is that they're kind of single coin companies, whereas we're going after a more of a mutual fund approach.
Looking forward then, for anyone looking for opportunity going into 2025, anything else you want to share with the viewers this afternoon? Again, BLGV, guys, here on the CSE.
Yes, absolutely. We're putting in checks and balances, automation, all the tools that we have, data analytics, personal contacts with the chain founders, AI, ecosystem models, macro signals. We're starting up here with no baggage and lots of opportunities. So I think we can make some money all together.
Great stuff. I mean, it's an exciting time, obviously. Lots of opportunity, lots of people focused on Bitcoin specifically, but always interesting to spread our wings a little bit and learn a little bit about other opportunities in the space itself. Dr. Victor Cook, President and CTO, appointed yesterday. Congratulations, by the way. It's very exciting.
Thank you.
I mean, it was great to have a Bitcoin guest on after that heated,
after that heated exchange
that we had there with Bitcoin. Joseph,
I was buzzing there. I got a little riled up there.
Oh, whatever, man. Illicit emotions, that's the best part. Guys, we're about to take out 69s here on TNXP, and there it is. Bang! We got 69s. Pumped about this trade. What happened?
The bangs are loud.
Yeah, because I told Ram to put up the volume because of we couldn't hear the guest. But I'm done with that TNXP trade. I'm really happy. I packed my patience on this one. Good move up, 87%, Joseph. What a rocket ship TNXP is. And typically I don't trade these, but somebody in the chat did suggest it, and to that person, thank you, because I typically don't look at these sub 85 penny stocks. And the reason I have 85 pennies as kind of my limit is it was Neil's idea, actually, because I had it at $1. He's like, look, man, it's a different trade, north and south of $1. Put it a little bit below that $1 so you can have notice of it as it works its way into that $1. That's the whole thing behind 80 or 85 pennies. But look at TNXP go, baby. The volume coming in aggressively right now. Here comes 72 pennies. So we took it out at the wrong level. True to form, Joseph. That's the way it is. So we're going to go.
No, bro. You can't do that when you've been in a trade since essentially 11. You can't. That's not a pay pan.
We got a few more minutes left on the show, guys. Let's see how this poll is doing. We have a lot of tickers today we could look at. No shortage here. Bitcoin getting some love, 33%. It's going to make it on there. The dead one only is 17% today, but Tesla getting a lot of love. True to form there, 43% of you guys voting in for Tesla. And it's been a tough day, obviously, for Tesla, but we will talk about things, whether they're having a tough day or a good day. Such is the case here. Shout out to Harry. I'm not sure you're going to be able to convince your parents to invest. Brother, that ship has sailed. I am now no longer worried about what they're doing. I'm just going to do it. It wasn't for me, Harry. I was trying to tell them to wet their beak a little bit, It's not like, Anyway, let's have a look at the other one over here that I've... Say that again, Ob? You got to do... Ob's like, look, you got to do you at the end of the day. Perfect. Don't worry too much about what your parents are doing. Sure. Elon... Thank you, bro. Sharif, not shorting MU. Now it's pumping. Shout out to my man, Elon. He's been telling about Micron for a hot minute. Let's have a look at Micron here as we wind down the show. Did it take out that 50 exponential? No, it still has it. It's still dancing with the 50. Okay, so you cannot convince me that an algo is not basing today off the 50. I mean, you had once, twice. You guys want to know I'm going to go with this. Obi dang thrice, right back into 87. It looks like you were long in the mid 85s there, Elon, because looks like you're doing well. 3-candle move up into the VWAP, into the 50 exponential, $87 right now on Micron. Down though, guys, 16.5%. Joseph, any final thoughts as we wind?
Yeah. Actually, just to add to Obi's points, and I said that to some of the friends here last weekend, there's one thing that you can do better than everybody else. You know what that is, Sharif?
What's that?
Be yourself.
Couldn't agree more.
That's it. That's my final thought of the day. Yeah. Why is that? I don't get. Why is that so funny, man? It's true. Yeah, it's true. It's the best thing. It's one thing you can do better. Yeah, exactly. But guys, look. Realize. But yeah, guys, listen. Take this in. Take this in. Yeah, but yeah, that's wild. Okay, this isn't the streets of Toronto. Take this in. Okay, guys. Yeah, NVDA broke the resistance level here. Moving really nice. Going back to the top side. Do we go and test that high a day? That's totally in contention here, guys. And let's take a look here at Tesla one final time before we send it off to the boys to the right of us and see what's going on.
Spiking. Yeah, the market's pumping.
Yeah, that's what we said. So too bad we got out of our SPY trade a little early. No, it's a 2-to-1. We get out at whatever target, it doesn't matter. But it's starting to turn things around, guys. Looking really, really nice here, Sharif. What do you got for the last couple seconds here?
I finally got my fill at 88. Shout out to CD Land, baby. There we go. PSNL. We take out that last peak wetter at 88. So I packed my patience. The only mistake I think I made here was not adding on the retracement in the VWAP, especially because VWAP and that 50 penny area were one and the same, and you didn't have a breach of that 50. That's a mistake by me, an oversight by me. Look to do better next time, but it is now 2 o'clock, Ram. So we're going to throw it off to the big boys. Take it over, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Wow.
Welcome back, everybody. And I love that quote from Joe. You know, there's one thing you could do better than everyone else, and that's be yourself.
Of course. It's the best thing you can do.
What if you could be somebody else just as effectively?
Send me the poll.
I could throw a few old boys in there. Maybe I'll weasel my way into a few trades.
Oh boy, yeah.
Maybe I'll pontificate on some options plays that I have zero understanding about that Joe can do. Maybe I'll throw a few bangs in there for the Katina man. No, obviously that's 100% true. Let's not even pretend that it isn't. But the market, hey, we got off the schneid a little bit here. And by the schneid, I mean off the ground. Because things weren't going so great yesterday, and things weren't going so great for most of the morning as it trended down. But look at that.
Would you look?
The NASDAQ right off of the bottoms. And, okay, started from the bottom, now we're here. We're not back at the top, so no Christmas trees. No V-shaped recoveries yet, I don't think. But, had to take a fill, and the positions will show up. But we are looking distinctly better than we were before. I'm in NVIDIA. Okay, I have an old trade in AMC. That's kind of like yesterday, same thing. But NVIDIA, 2 plays. One, and sometimes you like both trades, the hold off VWAP, but then also the break of trend. I kind of played both of them. I'm out of the VWAP trade and only now in the breakout of the trend line here at 132.5. So I kind of feel like I shouldn't let it pass 131.84. But now that I've been able to get a couple of legs out, I think we'll play back into VWAP. You got to look at this market as everything's so fluid. There was a lot of panicking this morning. And I think we were talking about this lesson of the day. Like, try to divide things into what's strong and what's weak. A lot of things have made a bit of a rally into VWAP, but then there's a few. Like NVIDIA, this held on to VWAP. You know, it's up 3% today. The NASDAQ's up 0.3. I know not everything is still cratering, but I want to be a little bit particular about what we try longs on and where we look for that continuation. Anything that you like short. You know, I don't think it's as simple as, hey, just short everything back into VWAP. For the record, the reason I'm in AMCs should not be shocking. GameStop did this, and I said, if we get another failed high, then I was just going to take that opportunity after GameStop made a fail high to short the next available pop. And that's the only reason I'm in it. Actually, we never really broke down too much past 4. The only way I add to this if I see GameStop do something. So I'm just sort of sitting in it. I'll probably have to bid back into the 4 level. But NVIDIA looks strong to me as long as it can hold VWAP. This is the one. at least for now, that I'm really liking. Hopefully we can get to that 134. You're not going to put too big of a dent into yesterday's moves because they were extraordinary for a lot of names. That said, NVIDIA is one of the few. If you look at when Powell took the podium, it got reasonably close, 134.5. I mean, Tesla's pulled back $30 and is still from that same time frame 40 away from the 230 level, whereas NVIDIA clearly has done a much better job filling in this gap all week.
Yeah, what a beautiful bounce on that Tesla as well. We were talking about that.
I was saving the 420, but
yeah, I mean, it's just like, okay, so like since about, was it 2019, 2020, market euphoria, 420 has become a little bit of a psychological level. It's shown up in the markets a few times, and it's like, yeah. And Neil was like, "Oh, I can't believe it." I'm like, "Yeah, no. I mean, I think I can definitely believe it. It's just like any other psychological level, right? If a lot of people think that something might happen at a certain level, and participants are willing to transact at it, maybe you get something there. Sometimes you get tops and bottoms. And 420, you guys saw when I was trading here. 420 was coming in from the downside, and I was like, wouldn't it be funny if Elon put a wall up at 420.69? And guess what, Neil?
it's true.
For 2 3-minute bars, Tesla knocked on the door of 420.69. There was a held offer, ice, baby,
Doom, 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 digga, doom, doom.
at
All right,
420.69. And then it broke within 15 minutes later. But the fact of the matter was, it did hold for like a little bit. So I was like, it's just
something
interesting
grabbed
how-
a hold of it tightly.
Yes.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm sorry. Another one. Yeah, no, I don't know. I definitely I missed that one there. And speaking of misses, it's been a while since I hit my daily risk limit. And that happened earlier today. You guys know I was trading Micron, so I will be trading on the demo for the next couple of hours, only 2 hours. So let's put in some good reps. But yeah, no, I'll talk about where I messed up, how I spent my risk a little too much, kind of falling into a bad habit, breaking my rules. As well, we can talk a little bit about that. I did break a significant rule of mine, and yeah. Market is just like, all right, well, if you're going to break rules, then we're going to break a little bit of your daily risk limit as well. So we're going to talk through all that and figure things out. But let's see what you guys voted for on the rundown with Sharif.
This is Vanilla Ice.
It's a good-looking list, Obi. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Join us during the midday and get into the chat, or the How to Trade show, and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. We've got some great ones for you, but let's have a look at the NQ and look at the major averages. The NQ actually up now about 0.25% on the triple Qs as well. The ES outperforming the NQ today, up 0.75%. And finally, the Dow getting its foot under it, about 0.75% in the green. Even the Russell marginally green, though, up 0.08. Let's look at the first ticker as decided by you guys, though. NVDA, great recovery today off the lows. It's green. It's up about 2.75% after really taking a hit yesterday. There was this headline that came in yesterday. It looks like Apple and NVIDIA finally teaming up. We haven't heard these two doing any business together, whether it's Apple buying NVIDIA chips or otherwise. Looks like they're teaming up here to supercharge a chat GPT-like LLM with the redrafter technique, guys. Both Apple and NVIDIA green on the day.
Yeah, NVIDIA up 3 points, and will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. I think if you turn off the lights, this chart will glow. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up a stage, I wax a chump like a vandal. Those are more Vanilla Ice lyrics.
Okay.
I'm just,
all right.
I know I'm dating myself. I was also just explaining to Obi, and we'll get to this NVIDIA in a second. If you've never seen Jim Carrey do Vanilla Ice on In Living Color, you need to treat yourself to it. And Jim Carrey, brilliant. Obviously, he's brilliant, but he was never more brilliant than when he was on In Living Color. I don't care what anybody says. So strong. Look, it's a strong stock. I don't think we had too many opportunities to trade off of some of the levels from yesterday. Like when I sat down, I wanted 127. I felt like you should wait for, it was bearish this morning, you should wait for some of the bottom levels that you like to try to get some capitulation longs. So I was really looking for 127 on NVIDIA. It just never happened, as you can see. Just ended up doing nothing with it, even though 130 held. And the real miss, I think, was at VWAP. Feels like this happens so many times, like right at 11 o'clock, you finish the morning show, you give yourself a breath, and then that you miss like a huge opportunity. Well, it came back into VWAP again with a bit of a falling wedge. Was able to grab it. I'm playing off VWAP now. I think when you pull this one out to the daily chart, and I'll zoom so we can get the stock split, you're still in a bit of a downward channel, and I don't think all bets are off here in terms of NVIDIA being a little bit weak relative to some of the other Mag 7. But for today, you held 27 once. We held it yesterday. You put in the higher low. This is above that initial close that we had on the test of 27. And as long as it holds on to this VWAP 131, I want to look for the longs. All bets are off, as I said. If we end up getting back into the 135, 50, 136 range, where we were when we got the drop where it all started, I always want to respect that as resistance. So, scalp into the original high, and if we get a pull into 136, that's another trade. If it can break out from there, it's a for sure cover if we get any kind of a move that big, which I'm still skeptical on. I think there's going to be some short opportunities. NVIDIA is not one of the ones I'm looking for. Let's just play off VWAP for now.
Yeah, it's after yesterday's strong sell-off. There were a lot of conversations about potential bounces, potential continuations, or just consolidation. And it seems like today, NVIDIA, one of the market leaders, has picked a day to consolidate sideways, a strong sell-off. And all we've been doing pretty much all day is holding below VWAP in the morning session, starts to violate it, reclaims, holds, catches a nice little bid all the way up to 134.02s, pulls back in, and take a look at that chopping on top of VWAP now. So pretty much sideways on the day, hasn't really gone too far. Opening range, I guess, was in and around 130, 132s. We're trading 132s right now. VWAP 131.74. So nothing too crazy here. Not even doing any sort of significant relative volume. Interestingly enough, the couple of days coming into that strong flush off of FOMC, you can see it. It was doing relative volume, but today in the pre-market, nothing too crazy here. Sideways action on NVIDIA. We'll see what this consolidation goes into by the end of the day. If we close well within this range, it could be something to watch out for. Today's high and low, 134.02 and 129.55, kind of that range, high and low. So let's see what NVIDIA will do relative to those. But you can see the NASDAQ and the ES as well, pretty much relatively within the opening range. So we've pretty much done nothing but consolidate.
It's true.
The only Mag 7 name that's actually red on the day right now, Tesla down 1.5. A couple of different headlines, one positive, one negative. Obviously, the EU registration is not a good look. They plunge 41% in November, casting a shadow on the Q4 targets of over 500,000 vehicles that Tesla's earmarked. Separately, there was this headline, Tesla in talks of reportedly here with Austin to bring autonomous vehicles to Texas roads. We know that they have been looking at launching both in California and in Texas. This, by the way, was not confirmed by either the city of Austin or Tesla. It was someone getting this information using the Freedom of Information request, guys. So down 1.47 right now.
Well, it may be down, but it stunk for me except for the first 10 minutes of the day on Tesla. So imagine Tesla trends down and it's yeah, I went 1 for 4 shorting it. Sometimes it's like that. I actually just got into Rivian, oddly enough, but which is a weird coincidence because I feel like I always, every time we're on the show and I talk about Tesla, afterwards, I usually mention something about Rivian. And in this particular case, Rivian just bounced off VWAP, so I just got into it. But Tesla's taking it on the chin today. The fact that this morning, you saw the frustration that had me get away from the short in Tesla and then move over and focus on Mara a little bit more because they both trended down, but one of which I was getting every entry right and the other one I was getting every entry wrong. So which one should I trade in the downtrend? The one that I'm getting right, not the one I'm getting wrong. So I walked away from it, tried it on the way back. in through this close here from the 13th, and it wasn't able to hold. It was a red on the 15-minute, and it started curling there on a bit of a mean reversion play, but then it took out the top. Now you're getting more of a trend back in. I think Tesla is I do think it's a sell in a general sense after this move. And it was parabolic up. It came, technically it came right back into the first support level. It never broke. We thought it was a short in front of 460. So I only looked short. And obviously the idea was right. Execution's no good. So I'm trying to use it maybe as a bit of a leading indicator and then work into things that make a little more sense for me or that have worked in the past. One of those is a similar play, but actually weaker on a similar principle. And that's why I'm in Rivian right now. This hasn't even gone red yet. But when I look at prior support, which was a big level, right in at the 1330, we already curled there once, and that's VWAP. And I like a VWAP afternoon trade, so we already curled there once, and then we just got into VWAP, so if Tesla's going to turn, instead of trying to find an entry in Tesla, let's just take a tried and true entry on a stock which has some confluence with it. So I'm in Rivian instead, but we'll be still monitoring Tesla. Missing the 420 long was nonsensical. And the only reason the reason I said to Obi, I can't believe it bounced off 420, wasn't because I couldn't believe it. It's because I couldn't believe I just watched it do it and did nothing about it. That's what I couldn't believe. I'm like, you serious? All of it, it took several attempts, specific spots yesterday in the afternoon to try dip buys, but I didn't dip buy 420 today. I think it's Tesla. Sometimes that's just a level you got to take a shot at. But yeah, now it's starting to roll back over off of VWAP, so I'd be careful. This market, we saw what happened when it starts accelerating to the downside. You don't want to do any backflips that we've made a bottom yet.
Yeah, that was an aggressive flush on Tesla yesterday, and coming into today, I think VWAP is a great tool to kind of use, and we spoke about this a little bit. I got a lot of lines on my chart, and I don't want to delete them off the bat, so I'm going to put in the one anchored VWAP that I do want to look at as black and bold, so it kind of stands out of all of them. And take a look at that. This is the anchor that's anchored to yesterday's sell-off. This is 2 p.m. when we got that FOMC news, accelerates off of that. And take a look at what we do in the morning session relative to this anchored VWAP. Now you can use references like after hours highs there as well. You can use references as, look, the bid finally came in during the end of the day, and then it topped up around 448, 450s-ish. I guess it didn't quite get to 450, but 448s. So coming into the day, we pretty much chop and churn. Intraday VWAP is this blue one right here. This is the VWAP set on the session. But you can see eventually it can't really hold above this prior day's anchored. We hold below 450 as well. 450 kind of being a level of interest, and it does show up as a pre-market low alongside that. So pre-market low pretty flat on top of the 250s. Coming in, you grab the pre-market highs, you wick down, you can't really sustain above session VWAP, and then you start trading below the anchored VWAP. Now I think you don't even have to get in on every break. You can see how choppy that is, but when it does flush and gives you that retest into that lower high, I think this was definitely a place to get involved there. Again, confluencing with those prior after hours highs and end of day bid high as well for the continuation to the downside. And yeah, oh boy, 420.02 is the low on Tesla, and it bids right back up into current day's VWAP right there, this same blue line. So it's like, all right, VWAP has been a good place, a good area to kind of watch this ticker as well, anchored VWAP from yesterday, but continuation to the downside after a little bit of strong selling and a failure to follow through of the 480 as well. Maybe, I don't know. A lot of tickers failing to follow through. I don't know if Google's on that list, but that 200 was a little intense as well a couple days ago. But let's see if we have some downside momentum continuation on tickers like Tesla, which have been running up quite extended, might I add, off of some of their core moving averages there as well. So a little bit of a backside move on a continuation on the day today.
Bitcoin, guys, below 100,000 right now, about 98,000 and change. Yesterday, selling off aggressively after the FOMC meeting. Jerome Powell being asked point blank whether the Federal Reserve was looking or can look to create a Bitcoin or a Bitcoin, not trust, but I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Anyways, in any event, there was also the issue of rates with 4 rate cuts predicted for next year. Him saying that there was only 2. Bitcoin, obviously, rate sensitive, guys. So below 100,000 right now.
Want to trade some crypto-related names or anything out there that you want? Well, Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4% and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the best part is the profit split has just been upgraded to a generous 70%, so you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. Although I'll tell you right now, if you went long in the crypto names this morning, you probably weren't bigger and better unless you managed to catch the absolute bottom. No, Bitcoin lost 100,000 today. Now, in the grand scheme of things, are we freaking out? Like, I have a 15-minute chart up because I just wanted to sort of show you like what's been happening, right? Like, we lost to 102. There was a bounce initially early off 100. We got to 101. And then mini Huadunk for a day trade sense. That's kind of like a bit of a flush. And we're back down underneath 99, 98 half or so, trending lower. So it has been not a great day. That said, you try to keep things in perspective. If you look at, okay, we finally made the breakout. This is the breakout of the long channel. Then we held some support at the 90,000 level. Since that consolidation, the last move up, you have higher highs and higher lows. I don't want to draw, like I could draw this trend line, but we can all kind of see it. I don't want to muddy this too much, but you're still bouncing on the higher low part of the trend. It's not abject disaster. That said, if you weren't looking for something in the crypto space short this morning, I think it was a missed opportunity. I liked Mara and I liked it to 23. So that just sort of set up a few things. One, ideally, getting this short here would have been the perfect entry in front of the 23 level. But when you miss the first trade or your first opportunity, just remember the original thesis was I like continuation short if it doesn't get above 23. When it broke out what was, and ignoring yesterday because it's a bit of a special event yesterday, what was the prior low ends up breaking down. That's like 22.30, slide to the 3-minute. What is happening when that breaks it down? Well, it breaks it down, tries to retest it underneath VWAP. So you have a prior support level, you like the stock to the trend to the downside, Bitcoin's going down, and you get the short underneath VWAP. So then it was like just short the pops. Now missed trade, and I think, I don't know how much I like it here after the capitulation bottom at 20. Certainly, I think I'd play it into VWAP if we get there. But this is the pivot to Tesla. I shorted Tesla and it just wasn't working. I was not getting good entries. Every single time I get in, it felt like I was timing it wrong. And the difference was every time I got in on Mara, it felt like I was timing it right. So which one was I going to continue to try to work every single pop in? Although that's a bit of a fail. I kind of felt like we were a little stronger in there. Should have taken this one on Mar, or maybe even had an entry there. But you don't want to pick it too far apart. Just make sure when you have an idea or a trend that you like, and it just keeps on confirming it, well, just keep on taking it until it no longer works or no longer sets up for you.
Yeah, so definitely. Speaking of trends here, Bitcoin.
Oh my goodness.
We pointed out this trend a little bit earlier this week. It's been holding since about mid-November, since we pushed past that 80,000 into 90s right here, and starting to leak a little bit below that trend line. So yeah, every time we do dip into these low to mid 90s, we keep getting picked up. But as of yesterday, look at this volume candle. One of the strong, would it was safe to say one of the strongest ones? Yeah, okay, we got a strong triple stack, 3 green candles right here. It's a 3-hour chart, but one of the strongest sell candles on Bitcoin there yesterday as we bid kind of a little bit past that 100,000 mark. taking a bit of a turn here potentially. Let's see if this trend continues to hold here. And some of the tickers I'm watching for this trade, I guess, is MSTR. We know that MSTR has been giving us a good opportunities, and you can see right off the bat, I have this little trend line kind of marked in from similar times. But this trend line on MSTR starts all the way in September, and it continued to push up all the way until the middle or the beginning of November, when it started to accelerate, and we got that push through 500, right? And after that strong sell-off off of the 500, again, shout out to anchored VWAPs and Brian Shannon, we kind of put that anchored VWAP on the highest volume candle, which was pretty much capitulatory action into that 550 mark, and you can see how closely we've been kind of holding in and around it, taking a pullback down into this trend support potentially. Let's see what MSTR does, as well as Bitcoin starts to lose some of its support as well. So yeah, all the way at 500, pulling back significantly into 300s. Let's take a quick look at Coinbase as well, see what that's up to. Pretty much sideways roughly for the past couple of months. You can see that as November, you can see that Bitcoin had that uptrend. Sure, we got a little bit of a push, but pretty much sideways action for over a couple of months here on, well, almost a couple of months here on Coinbase. So interesting look there, but I think that some of the tickers that are more closer following, like the iShares Trust, are a better trade if you're looking to trade that the one-to-one move on Bitcoin. But MSTR as well, probably decent as well, because it gives you the volatility. It gives you kind of some of that move. Basically, all they do is hold Bitcoin and buy more Bitcoin. So
yes. Leverage is a fun thing. It can be very much fun. It can be very dangerous as well. And I don't know exactly what prices they're under a lot of pressure. But I just think you understand. Like for me, if you're investing in Bitcoin, like why not just have Bitcoin? Keep it simple. Why not have the ETF? I understand MSTR gives you some juice as a bit of a proxy. But I think it's a great trading vehicle.
Oh, it's amazing.
There's no question about that. For trading, I think it's absolutely fine. What's also good for trading, and this is crazy because when Sharif said the only Mag 7 name that was red was Tesla, it's weird. Like in my head, I thought, oh, like Nvidia is doing exceptionally well and Apple is doing well. I didn't realize that like Amazon, Meta, Alphabet, they're all still green. Apple's still relatively strong, and we'll talk about that now, but I was a little bit surprised by that because it was so bearish this morning.
Yeah, likewise, Neil. Above 250, about 1% in the green right now. We'll see how it closes. A couple of headlines. We already mentioned the NVIDIA headline, teaming up with NVIDIA to supercharge a chat GPT-like LLM. Separately, Apple still focused on China, especially with respect to AI, not just North America. In talks reportedly here to team up with Tencent and TikTok parent ByteDance to roll out features in Chinese for AI. So we'll have to see how that all pans out. Nothing confirmed yet from the company, guys.
Yeah, look, Apple, I think it's still relatively strong. We'll get that one out of the way. But it did do a bit of a failure. A couple of things. One, when 250 broke early, it was great for pretty much exactly $1. When it held the second time, when I tried, I got in and then out. I think it was still in the morning show, so you guys all saw that live. And then shortly after we ended the morning show, it bounced through 250 again. This is where you made that high. What I don't love about that is this was yesterday morning's low that it rejected. And it's the prior day support, like 251.75. Like where you have the hold, where you have the close of that opening candle, where you had the open of the rebounding candle. That's exactly where Apple curled. And it's now putting in a lower high off that. So I don't necessarily love Apple as much as I would normally say, hey, it's above $250. It's still relatively strong. It's where it turned that has me thinking, hey man, if we lose 250, this is probably not one worth fighting. And wait for 250 for a rebound trade. I think that's going to make some sense. You know, when I was sort of saying that I was a little bit surprised some of the Mag 7 names were still green. It's not to say that they're doing as well as Apple. Like if you look at Alphabet's chart, it's not doing anything. All it did is fail the top at the open and then just hold on for dear life at $190 while trending down. Apple is strong relatively to say to an alphabet. When I pull up Meta here, load, I think you get a somewhat similar story. It's a little bit of a barcode, but again, just fail at the open, never make a higher low. So Apple's still relatively strong. I just don't like where it rejected, and the fact that it's making a lower high off of that level doesn't give me those quality feels. I think you got to be more cautious with the longs this afternoon than the shorts. At least for now. It needs some more convincing.
Yeah, I think well within trend. I'm looking at a 3-hour chart here on Apple, and even after that strong flush that we had yesterday, didn't really get that continuation, but we did get a bit of a bounce here, coming right back up into a bit of trend here. What is this? Yeah, so I have anchors here from prior earnings as well, right here, and we pretty much accelerated off of them again mid to late November, and I think that if we do pull back, we've definitely got room for a pullback if we're basing it off of some of those support averages or anchored VWAPs that we're running off of there. But a break of trend, not yet, and a little bit of a bounce here on majority of the morning session. But you can see we pretty much started to go sideways after about 11:30 here on Apple with a 252, just shy of 252, 251.85. High here on Apple, so nothing too crazy. VWAP, where is VWAP sitting at right now? Let me turn that on. We are holding above VWAP. So interestingly enough, aggressive selling yesterday and only getting picked up every time it comes into or close to that VWAP. A little bit of a double bottom here intraday as well. Where is that? Right, 249 halves, nice. And then a little bit higher here, stepping up onto 250 for a higher low on Apple. But it seems like the place to be on Apple is that VWAP, and it seems like buyers are in control as every time it does come to VWAP, it catches a nice little bid on the day today. So decent look on Apple.
Before we go back to Sharif, I just saw something from Chris L in the chat, and I don't disagree with your first comment here, because I didn't realize this happened. Chris L, how in the, did AMD get Time CEO of the Year? That's Lisa Su. When they're going to finish this year red? That's a fantastic question. Because I have no idea. Well, I have some idea how that probably happens, but you know what I mean when I say I have no idea. I think we all have some idea how that happens. But what I don't like is your follow-up, Chris, because we're in Toronto. So when you say that's like picking the Maple Leafs to win the cup, like that feels like an unnecessary shot fired at some Canadians here. So as far as I'm concerned, every single year the Leafs are going to win the cup. And then what's going to happen is when they do, because it hasn't happened in my lifetime, when they do, I'm just going to be talking trash to everybody. I say the same thing about the Buffalo Bills every year, and that's just how I roll. I say the same thing about the Toronto Blue Jays every single year, because that's just how I roll, because real fans are real fans. But the original comment about, like, I don't know, to be honest, what the heck is Time doing? Like, you've got to be absolutely kidding. I know we're going to talk about Micron in a second, but you have got to be kidding me. The only thing good about that, picking Lisa Su, and I have nothing against Lisa Su, obviously brilliant, and obviously this company has done phenomenally well over a long time period. But for this year, you've got to be kidding me. The only good thing about it is you didn't pick Pat Gelsinger. That's the only, that's the positive. You didn't pick Patty G. You didn't pick somebody that's in a worse stock. But how can that make any sense? Anyways,
what if it was like they went to Jensen Huang and he was like, yeah, I know, but give it to my cousin instead.
Or
Time Magazine lost its a long time ago. I'd say it's not as hasn't aged well with time.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
It's not the same prestige it used to be. Let's say that.
It's not just Dara that can pun, guys. Get it, Obi. All right, guys, Micron last on the list here. Tough look for Micron, down over 16%. Look, the current quarter that they reported on, they beat on the top and bottom line. It was the guide here that was a big problem. Revenue, $1 billion below estimates. EPS missing as well. The CEO trying to defend the company, saying, look, we're going to really be back on that growth path in the second half of 2025, but you're going to have to take his word for it now, guys, down 16%.
believe it. When it's like, oh yeah, the guidance is terrible, but take our word for it, we're gonna get it back. The only trust me, bro, I want to hear is from Andrew Rader. Okay, I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? We know Andrew. I know when he's got something he believes in. I don't want to hear that from a CEO necessarily when you have that big of a miss on guidance. And then the timing of it, obviously, you can't do much about the timing. And I get that. It's probably not down 16% were it not for what happened yesterday with the Fed. That's certainly to an extent true. And the good news is, remember that level that we were looking to bounce off on the daily chart? Well, in addition to not taking a 420 long on Tesla, I did not take the SSR bounce off that level in the daily. And it was pretty textbook. It trends down into it. It's not parabolic down. It's not the strongest move to the downside. I think you could make an argument that should have been a long bounce. But it does give you a pretty decent trend. And as usual, it's those trades that happen right after 11 o'clock when we transition shows and you kind of let your guard down and you transition after talking for 3 hours. It's not a good excuse, but the amount of times that there ends up being a fantastic setup right after 11 o'clock when I want to go to the bathroom, it's you've got to be kidding me. Because that's when it happened. And it was pretty perfect into VWAP. But, it is what it is. And at the end of the day, I think you just got to let this one calm down for a few days. Yeah, the guidance was pretty bad, but let's be real. You have the August low, you have the September low, and you've now bounced off it on a day that it was down more than double digits. If it holds it for a couple of days, there might be a relief bounce in here. So I think today's Thursday, so it's probably more of a next week thing to look for some kind of a bounce, maybe back into these mid 90s for Micron. But not a very good day for them. Not much they can do about throwing out some bad guidance the day after the Fed pushed the market down. That's going to exacerbate a bad situation.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Fed pushed the market down?
Oh, okay, you know what I mean. Okay,
no, but
we should always speak more particularly. Obviously, the Fed didn't push the market down. I think the market, you can speculate, probably reacting to the fact that we're getting less cuts next year, 2, possibly 0, possibly 1, who knows? Yeah. And I think people are looking for some excuses to take some profit and do some sell.
Reason to sell, right? It's just funny. It's just when I look at so many charts, it's just sometimes it's as if the price action can predict the catalyst. That's how I feel sometimes.
Ooh.
But at the end of the day, it's just what that tells me is yeah, sure, we can think about it, talk about it all we want, but at the end of the day, I think you're 100% right. I think people are looking for reasons to buy and sell. I think people are looking for liquidity, whether it's exit liquidity or something to enter on, events to kind of reposition and position, and that kind of happens to be how things play out sometimes, more often than not. But price action again is a very beautiful and interesting thing, and that's why again I know that Neil definitely agrees with me on this. Price action is always king, no matter what.
It's ball don't lie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So. Thank you. I have played some basketball. Micron.
Yeah, that was mine.
No, I deserve it. I definitely deserve it. I literally don't get. I would say 60 to 70% of references made. But you know what? We get some of them. But yeah, no, Micron. Oh boy. So I can talk about Micron, and then I can talk about how. I foolishly hit my daily risk limit, above my daily risk limit, to say that. Blew past it. Absolutely disgusting. But on Micron today. So Micron, beautiful kind of sell-off there off of the earnings reaction. We already came in pretty hot with the FOMC bringing in a lot of that selling coming in with expanding volume going into the close. And then all of a sudden the report comes out. Now I was like, all right, well, the report comes out with a beat on EPS, but a miss on revenue. So it's about half and half, single beat. flushes to the downside, bounces off of 95s and back to the downside and holds above this 85.57 level. So surprisingly enough, we come in on the initial kind of flush off of the open. We break that pre-market trend. We break back down below anchored. We hold below a session VWAP as well. Aggressive selling comes in and bounces cleanly off of the 85.57. And then we consolidate, making lower highs, and then again watching the tape here. It was pretty straightforward that sellers were still in charge. Any sort of aggressive pop was met with selling underneath this 87, 88 level for a push lower. And I was like, all right, cool. That gave me some strong conviction to stay short. And I was telling myself I need to stay with this trend. Yesterday I lost almost my daily risk. Trying to fight the trend. And I was like, oh boy, I'm not going to come in and do that again today. So I stay with it. I'm like, all right, finally it's working. I'm getting short. It breaks down. It actually reserves on the bid at 85. So now something that I can definitely improve on. What I did well was I got with the short. I understood that it was a short coming off of the open. The price action told me that it was a short. The sellers were definitely in charge. And how did I know that? It's an SSR name. So that's a market mechanic we can use to our advantage as a little bit of to give us a little bit of perspective on the ticker. When an SSR stock keeps getting hit on the bid and the bid gets taken out, it means that people who already have inventory, people who are already long are hitting the bid, because only people who are already long are allowed to hit the bid in an SSR stock. If I want to get short, I have to wait for an uptick to get filled. So I'm chasing it down through the 89s. I have good prices, but I don't have the kind of size I'm really wanting for this trade to get in. So I get in short. I short all of these pops. Maybe I get stopped out. I think I did get stopped out a couple times on these pops, and I realize I'm keeping it a little too tight. I need to be risking all the way up to VWAP. Okay. So I make that decision. I'm like, all right, I get short. I cover nothing on the held bid at 85. So that's one mistake, right? So seeing a strong bid show up and a reserve on the bid on an SSR stock is reason to, I would definitely say, is reason to cover some, if not a decent chunk, decent portion of the trade there. If we do bid back up, we bid back aggressively all the way to 86.40s, and then we finally do break that bid. So I'm getting in all throughout here, and it finally, I'm kind of well in the money below 85s, and I'm looking for that 84. I'm anchored to that 84. Now, because I had such bad prices and I got aggressive in and around that 86 half area, my average ended up being around 86s, just above 86s. So we push down, break below that 85, flush below, and then rebid. So right here, when we rebid back through that 85 reserve, I need to be taking some off, because we showed that 85 was a strong bid. I had to respect it the first time, and if I did, I definitely would have been a little lighter on the position, but I did take more on the back through. But the thing is, this should go right away, in my opinion. So if I don't see that happen, if I don't see us go to 84 right away, we actually stall 84.60s and bid right back up quite aggressively, might I add, through that 85. I have to start piecing off, and I have to start looking at the break of this trend right here that we've had since VWAP to get almost all out of the position, because now right here, downtrend off of the open accelerated. The accelerated downtrend starts to slow down, even though we're still downtrending. But here, really, in and around 686s is where this trade is absolutely wrong. Now, I'm still in the mindset that, I need to give it to VWAP to give this proper risk. Guess where I stop out, Neil? I stop out on the rush through 87s past VWAP, but my average is down here at 86s, and I am over leveraged on the trade. So it's like, all right, I have a bit of a deer in headlights moment where I know I should be getting out, but I'm also kind of I guess torn in between where my risk should be. I'm like, I know it should be in, and ultimately it's at that VWAP, right? Because that's where it's shown us off of the open. But in terms of my risk to reward, it's skewed negatively. I'm willing to risk a lot more than what the trade has given me at the same time. So that's kind of where I was kind of lost in the moment, kind of stuck into the trade, anchored to being in the money. Kind of, you know that I forget which experiment it was, and I always get reminded of it. It's like they put a bunch of mice or rats in a bucket of water, and they basically swim, and then they basically drown. But if you give that rat a ray of hope, so you take it out of the water, you kind of dry it off, you give it that hope that, yeah, you can maybe be able to survive. You throw it back into the water, it drowns, it will fight for its life to survive for the next time. And that's the same kind of mentality that's at work here. So I'm well aware of the psychology behind why I'm getting stuck deer in headlights behind it. But this is one of my, I think a trader I was talking to earlier said, yeah, it's one of his big leaks too. And it is a huge leak of mine, where some of the biggest rips that I take is exactly in that moment where the trade shows me that it's working. It gives me that hope that it's working. I see that I'm in the money, and it starts trading against me, and I'm unsure as to where to really allocate my risk, even though I know an ultimate stop is there, even if it's past my daily risk limit, and I get stuck kind of anchored to that and end up punching out ridiculously out of the money, blowing past my daily risk limit, which is totally unacceptable. But you know what? It's something that I am definitely
You're being
trying
too harsh
to,
on yourself, one. But I think everyone
Maybe.
should appreciate the honesty.
I mean, I did well getting short.
What I would say is, like, you're shorting the best stock to have shorted. The other thing is, literally every trader that's ever existed, that's ever spent any time trading the markets, has had that exact same problem. And I'll tell you, I don't care who you are, and anybody that says they don't, like the trader's like, I make money every single day. No, you don't. And you've definitely had a deer. I've done it, and I've done it spectacularly myself. I think everyone else, it's almost like into two categories, right? Like, you either lean into sort of that side of it where it starts going against you, and at the first sign of that, you're like, I'm out. Mm-hmm. Or you're like, oh, no, you make it, you're in the other side, no, it's still good. Both of those things tend to be overreactions in a general sense, and you want to be able to stick to your plan. So like and you're like, sometimes some people overreact one way or some people overreact. I know I'll overreact to that. I end up getting it all out, and I'm like, that was actually a place to add. Yeah. And so sometimes you just got to figure out which one you have, and then you try to minimize that to close to zero as possible, never to zero because nobody's perfect. But you might have heard me under my breath be like, ooh, yuck, yeah. That Xena stock. I don't have a pun for Xena. I haven't seen that show in so long that I don't remember enough.
Slashed to the downside.
Yeah, you get slashed to the downside. I don't have too much. It opened back up after a halt down at 10, got down to $8 and is holding underneath VWAP. So I saw someone in the chat that just said, Xena's going. It could be a good one this afternoon. I was like, yeah, it went. The past tense is important on that one. Obviously. And we had the super chat in there. Okay, so two things. I got back into Mara as Bitcoin started rolling over, and NVIDIA got to VWAP, so I reloaded off VWAP. It's barely holding on. But we got a super chat. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. You know, we appreciate them all. I'm not going to say the name. What is the assessment of Trader TV on the potential government shutdown in the U.S.? I can speak for myself, not for everybody on the show. Not sure if this was mentioned yet. Could this be why the VIX is pushing higher? Is this a combination? So generally speaking, typically the whole, like, will the government shut down? Usually it solves itself and it ends up a bit of a nothing burger. However, there have been, like, temporary hiccups which have caused some spikes, short-term spikes in volatility. So I feel the same way about this phenomenon as I do about, like, Micron's earnings. Yeah, the earnings were bad, but will you really be down 16% if we hadn't had that move, that reaction to the Fed yesterday, where I think the real thing is people were looking for excuses to sell, the change to the confirmation of probably looking at 2 cuts from 4 next year. That gave some reasons, and then now everything else just piles onto it. I think that's going to provide some opportunities when they do get funding back. I think those are going to be a good opportunity for maybe some names that bled too far that are still strong. I don't know why I'm still looking at Xena. It probably doesn't matter. It's ridiculous. I have no idea why. I'm still on the stock and like I can't believe it's happening. No, but Mara. And again, like, you just try to stick to the things that are working. Well, Mara did another curl. I wasn't completely convinced on when it was making an upward trend. So I kind of wanted to see Like I wanted to see it break the trend before getting into a short. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Like in the morning, it was like every available pop short Mara. Who cares? It goes up, look for a curl. Once you see some confirmation, just get into the short. This was different because I think you made a bit of a decent bottom here at the $20 level. So when I put in the higher low, it's like there's it breaking the trend here when it fails to break out, and there's the consolidation underneath the trend. So that's the reason for back into Mara short. One, because it's just been a good short, and two, because it actually gave me an entry setup. So we'll see what happens with Mara, but your warrior princess Zena, it's actually Zena, not Xena, that stock, running into some trouble. Is that a Dara in the chat? Yeah. This stock is lawless. My attempt at a Xena pun. Thank you very much, Adara. Adara not even feeling well, and she's still jumping in the chat even though she had to take off. Get better, Adara.
Yeah, we hope you get better.
Complete trooper this morning, everybody. I can't believe. Like I was surprised. I'm like, wow. She was definitely putting in work. We appreciate you. Angry Bear just said Intel low of the day. I for one am completely shocked.
No way.
I mean, you could.
Oh, did you see the shake and bake that happened on that thing? I think
shake and bake.
Yeah.
Shake and bake.
Shake and bake. Tackle and grapple.
That's even better. That's
nice.
You know that one, right, Joe? Yo, tackle and grapple.
Tackle and grapple.
That's a tackle.
Yeah,
no, Intel at the low. Come on. Yes. Is it a day that ends in Y, and is the market looking weak? Then the answer is Intel's probably headed down to the lows. I think you're getting a test here of, we're not there yet, but the 52-week low, I see like 1850. What's the actual 52-week low here on Intel? 1851. Okay, so every now and then you just look at the line on the chart and you get it right. No, it's definitely looking relatively weak. At the end of the day, it's just not a good stock. I think it's a short till it's not, although I wasn't looking short on it today. I don't have a very good reason. Oh, you got to be kidding me, NVIDIA. Reload, there's my out. Don't give it extra room, and look at NVIDIA. Now you're getting a rounded bottom. Well, here's the execution rule to get back into this, because it was a pretty distinct downward trend. If what ended up working was the break of the trend, let's see it do it again. I still think this is a name that can work for the long side, so let's see it hold above. Ideally, this is going to end just holding and closing above VWAP, and that's the same thing as holding the trend line. But this is a stock that I'm still looking for longs. Tony just said sweep the leg. The problem is Intel's done more than sweep the leg. Like, you got to come up with a different move for what's happening on Intel than that. And someone let me know how the new season of Cobra Kai is. Should I bother watching it? I haven't even started. I feel like that one, it took too long for the new season.
I started the first season.
I don't know if I should bother with it, but come on, NVIDIA. I want to get back into it.
You've seen the whole first season?
No, I've watched, I don't know what season it's on, to be honest with you, but I'm pretty sure I'm caught up to whatever the current season is. I haven't watched that. Whether that's 4 or 5, who keeps track of these?
I started watching the first, it was pretty good, and then I kind of fell off a little bit. But it's not because I was bored of it, I kind of just fell off. But it was pretty good.
You're young, so to you, I was a kid when I saw the original ones in the theater. I saw the movies in the theater.
The movies are great
when I was a kid, so it's a little different. Like the thing, what I think is smart, and everyone tries to mock Disney and everyone for these remakes. Yeah, but if you get free money for the nostalgia people, then what's the harm? Like, you're just gonna sucker people like myself to watch anything. Like how many times are you going to convince me to watch a terrible Indiana Jones movie just to rekindle my childhood? Why? Because my pops took me to the theater to see those movies. So I watch every single Indiana Jones.
You saw the new one, the Crystal Skull one?
It's horror awful. It's so.
Yeah.
No, there's one after that, and it's even
another one.
It's literally worse,
really?
man.
Okay.
And I do the same thing with Star Wars. I go opening weekend.
Yeah.
Because it's just to me, it's the positive memories, but they all stink. And it's free money, so why wouldn't you? The reason you get bad movies is because it's free money to make some of them. So you can't hate, man.
Yeah, I mean, they keep milking a lot of these. Like, for example, you want a great example of something that's being milked like crazy. Fast and Furious. There's literally 10, 11 movies?
You mean Point Break? All right.
I think I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it.
No, it's Fast and Furious, the original movie, is a literal 100% copy of the plot of Point Break.
Really?
With Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze from
Okay, I gotta watch that.
something like the 80s. But it's exactly the same. The only difference is instead of cars, they were like extreme athletes. Like they jumped, skydiving and snowboarding and surfing instead of driving fast cars. The rest of the plot, literally the same thing. Straight up copy.
I think
People do that all the time.
my favorite movie, I might be a little biased out of the Fast and Furious ones, was the third one, Tokyo Drift. That one, because I was like,
Isn't that
I'm a big fan of drifting, so
okay.
I might be slightly biased. I'm like, yeah, anyone can drive a car really fast in a straight line, but do you really have the skills to make those turns effectively? That's
I kind of thought that was the worst one.
Really?
That
was the worst one?
Yeah. Okay, back to the markets for a quick second.
Let's pivot and drift onto these tickers.
Little pivot. Yeah. We haven't closed this candle technically yet. We won't for another minute. But you've got the bottoming tail. So prior bar low here sits at exactly the same stop. So it's more or less the same trade on NVIDIA to just jump back in and give it the same risk. I think it's got room for $1.20 into 133. So I like the risk to reward on this bad boy. Back into NVIDIA. I could have just given it more room. I heard Joe say this, and I really liked it when he said it. Sometimes, like if the market's relatively weak, then I'd rather take pot shots at the long, maybe give your shorts more of a chance, but I'd rather take pot shots at the long, be willing to get out and get back in when you show confirmation. Because when it's trending down like this, why the need to buy that dip? You can let it make this entire move down, stop people out like myself when I got back in, and then try that trade. You could end up with the same result, but from what I've seen over time, if you take this entry, sometimes you won't even get a better price. You'll actually get a worse price because you're not buying it. If you consistently take this entry instead of that one, what I've found is you'll just be more consistently profitable. And most of the reason is you're joining a reversal move as opposed to trying to find the bottom. And you're more apt to try to make this work by giving it a wider stop or by buying a lot in here. Whereas oftentimes I find when I get this entry, I'm in, this is my in, and I have my stop, either the prior bar low or the actual low. And that's it. Like I don't have any reason to add. I don't have any reason to hold it past my level. And those are the ones that I do like. So it could head lower, and I think if we end up breaking back underneath this trend, then I think I'm talking about myself, I just back off. Like at this point, it's making some lower highs. So we'll give it that trend break for the scalp trade, but if that doesn't work, I'm still favoring some shorts. I just got to find something else that I like. I still like this Mara.
You say you're
dipped into 2020.
Looking for a short?
I'm going to zoom in here. Okay. So this is coming back in. We had our short, it broke trend, but it popped off of first resistance here and is headed back higher. Bitcoin's still under 97,000. I'm not terribly concerned about it, but you are, again, breaking trend here. Well, you see a good short?
No, that's what I'm looking at. I thought you were looking for a Bitcoin, like a crypto-related short, because I did see Bitcoin pulling back into 96,000.
That's why I took tomorrow.
And I'm like, all right, well, maybe not just Bitcoin. What about some of these other tickers that might be relatively, weak on the day? And if we see the NASDAQ kind of continue the sell-off that we had going into the close yesterday, without that sell-off started around 2 p.m. with FOMC, of course, going into the close and accelerated even further. He stopped talking at 2:30, and was there a reversion? Oh boy, I tried. There was no bid. And I was telling Neil this as well. In terms of a percent drawdown, I went back and looked at a bunch of charts last night, and I was like, well, how strong of a sell-off is this really on the daily? I looked at the diamonds, I looked at the NASDAQ. I'm like, all right, people are saying we haven't had a day like this since whatever. But I'm like, I look back. There are a few days where, we did sell off 2 to 3% in the past couple of months. But the thing that I noticed was we didn't have a sell-off that was so consistent without any sort of relief all at once. We've had drawdowns on the S&P for that were like 2% down, 2.6%. I think there was one a couple of months ago as well. I don't remember the exact dates, but I was just like, that was very aggressive. That was surprising to me. I'm like, all right, there's no reversion. There's no sign of a bid. And it's pretty much purely selling. Whoever was on the bid definitely pulled the bid there and just let it kind of drop. And yeah, I guess it was a great time to buy as well. I heard that you guys were buying up some different equities and ETFs at the end of the day yesterday. I think it was a good sale.
I think on your if the way I would approach days like yesterday in the market, if there's a stock that I was looking to add to my long-term portfolio, and I'm like, oh, I want to start dollar cost averaging on the next available dip of this thing, then I would pick it up. Like it's just how I roll. So I mentioned Boeing because I missed a breakout. What I think was a breakout trade I missed on Boeing. So just a quick example. Like I wouldn't buy just anything. But to me, Boeing broke trend here, and I should have had it somewhere in this range. I just didn't take the trade in my PA, and I wanted to add. I already own some Boeing, but yesterday provided you a dip into the lows off the 200-period moving average. I'm like, okay, like that's a good spot. I want to buy it and hold it for the long term. So I took a shot at that, and then there's one I think we'll be able to. Yeah, I should double check. I should have been filled here on block. Block coming into prior high was another one as well. I'll have to double check. I don't know. I might not have gotten filled. I had to double check where I put the order because the prior high on block in here just came in and it's coming into the 50 and 200. And this is what I wanted to add back into the 200-period dollar cost averaging in. So this is another one. I may or may not have gotten filled on it, but I think you put out the shopping list. Like sometimes I'll just say dollar cost average the Qs. That's something I do on a regular basis, but I might like it a little bit more on a panic day, knowing that that's just a buy and hold forever, and it's a good time to add. Generally speaking, sometimes those panic days, if you look back and you just said every single 3% down day in my lifetime, I was buying the index.
Yeah.
If you think that you wouldn't have done well, I got news for you. What's Tesla doing? I see a lot of people talking about Tesla is revealing sideways. Tesla's bouncing off 430. Okay. Yeah, let's pay attention to the fact that Tesla's trying to bounce and the market's not doing a heck of a lot. Rivian's still holding consolidation. On the 15-minute, to me, this one still looks fine. It's holding my lower high. I got one fill in there, and it's still, like I said, it's holding a lower high. I'd like it to work back down into 13 and then maybe into the 1280 range. But for now, it doesn't look that bad. KD Dumpster, please no, you've got to be kidding me. QUBT's down 44%.
What? Backside. Oh, wow. Look at that. That is beautiful.
I don't even...
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
What? Yeah, that's... Right? There was the other ones... well, it doesn't really matter. There's IonQ, but none of them would have moved as much as QUBT. Sometimes this happens. Hey, maybe you wanted to get into this name. Maybe you like this thing, and you're like, I don't want to get into the quantum names too early. Well, maybe in the next couple of days you get a chance at a reasonable price. I'm not here to tell you I believe in one of these over the other, but sometimes you get the shopping list out. I generally think in the panic buy, I'm looking for things that I want to hold forever. Like the type of stocks that if it came in tomorrow and it was down 25%, I'd see it as a buying opportunity unless something catastrophic's happened. That's the kind of thing I want to buy on those little dips like yesterday.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Neil. And something that I did notice, and I was talking to Wayne in the back last night about this as well, and I was like, okay, well, when we look at the breakdown of some of these ETFs, we got a lot of names that are red, that close red, but there were a few names, Neil, that actually closed green yesterday. After the bloodbath. Now I know I have a list here. I got to go back to our conversation here on Discord. I sent a bit of a list here of all the tickers that did close green, and on the Nasdaq there was only one ticker that was green on the Nasdaq 100, and it was only up by 0.33%. So that was very interesting to me. I'm like, everything else is getting sold off pretty aggressively, and there's one ticker here, and I looked it up and I was like, do they even do relative decent volume? And yeah, guess what? Today they did about 8 million volume. They do an average of 6 million. And look at the move. This is EXC. This was one of the few tickers that was green on all three. I think it's in, I don't know if it's in the diamonds, but definitely both the ES and in the NASDAQ right here. And take a look at the move that we have gotten today. So this was a list of names that I had on watch just to see how they performed coming out of that bloodbath. And guess what? This is up about 3% on the day, 3.26%. Now, right away, what I want to do is, I was going to do this when I went home, but I'm more than willing to do it here with you guys, is to see what the ATR on this ticker actually is. Like I said before, I have no idea what they do. Exelon Corp, but one of the only ticker out of 100 tickers yesterday that closed somewhat green, up 0.33%. The ATR is 65 pennies, Neil, and today we did about $1.20 from the opening range low to the current day high. So almost a 2 ATR move on this name. And has it been doing relative volume? Yes, it has. Yep. It's doing 2 times relative volume on EXC. So that might be a decent look. So next time a market sells off like crazy, now I know we don't have that very often, I'm sure I'm going to look at this same kind of stat. Here, I have the image open right here from last night. Here, I'll open this in a new tab so we can show you guys. So this was the screenshot from last night. The Dow Jones right here, the top 30 names, UNH was the only one that closed green. Everything red in the diamonds except for UNH. Now this kind of thing was consistent with a lot of healthcare tickers. So that I asked the question. I was like, well, we know UNH has been selling off aggressively. Is this a sign of capitulation where the whole market tanks, but UNH finds a bid on top of VWAP while the rest of the market is bidding, but coming in today, no real continuation. That bid was all it kind of had, and we got that aggressive selling coming in today. So again, interesting.
You know what else is
action.
there?
What else?
On UNH? On the weekly chart, UNH is bouncing off the 200-period moving average on the weekly chart. And you have to go back. The last time that this really breached the 200-period moving average on the weekly was COVID lows. And then most recently, early in the year, like when we had that, essentially the April bottoms, you had one close underneath, and then look at the moves, and look at what has happened when this has breached the 200 period on the weekly on UNH. The following week here, you had the biggest up candle on the week of the year, and the same thing happened. So since COVID, twice UNH has broken this 200 period moving average on the weekly, and both times the week of recovery was its biggest up week. Now the difference is you're not, barring something crazy tomorrow, it doesn't seem like you're going to close underneath the 200 period. You're going to challenge it, but you're probably not closing underneath after today's bounce. That said, it could be a little bit different here. Candidly, I will tell you that for a while, I've owned UNH in my personal account. And recently, in the up end of this move, you can see how 450 was holding support. I was recently a buyer at the 450 level. That being said, and I'm not getting into any of the specifics, but the stuff you hear about them, I just kind of decided I don't want to own the stock anymore. So I sold a couple of days ago. I don't intend on buying it back. And I don't feel any of that nonsense about dude is a hero, and I don't believe any of that crap. I just, sometimes you just like a chart and you're like, this stock continuously goes up, and you leave it at that. And every now and then you're just like, I don't want to own that company. So it's that simple. So anyways, I should have mentioned before I flipped the other chart. So Rivian, we got it off VWAP. I thought we'd get a better chance to press back into VWAP. There's still some buying in the, like the 1305, 1306 range, but it is starting to come back in. I got bids to the low of the day. This is just a trend continuation play, kind of like what Mara is at this point. Yeah, you guys let me know what else is out there that you guys might be looking at. Derek S., I get it. UNH has always operated like that, though. You're probably right. And I don't take myself too seriously to admit complete ignorance when it comes to that. It was just one of those names. Hey, all you hear is best of breed, this and that. I like the chart. It did really well for me in the time that I owned it, and it had that great support at 450. It just kept bouncing off. I'm like, oh, this is great. It's a good name to have, and you never really look too deep into it. And every now and then, you just don't want to own something. So it is what it is. And I think that's not necessarily the most profitable way to go about investing. Everybody, like, you should just be trying to make money. But Isra, what up, Isra? Thoughts on SMCI? I don't have many great things to say about SMCI. Mostly because, look, it's coming out of so remember, we already had the announcement of Palantir, MicroStrategy, and Axon going into the NASDAQ, and it's SMCI and Moderna and Illumina are the three that are coming out. Tomorrow at the close is when all of that happens, and effective Monday, this is what's going to be going into it. So, I might feel better about this one next week after they've come out. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's been trending down and now into a potential flat bottom. It broke. Look, this one broke through to pass yesterday's lows into the bottoms from the week and is still in a bit of a downward trend. So, here's all I see was a continuation short. It had a support level, it broke it. That support turned into resistance. It had a support level, it broke it yesterday. That support turned into resistance. It then worked into the new low. It's just stair-stepping to the downside. And if a stock is stair-stepping to the downside, then as a day trader, you're looking short. And as someone looking for longs, why don't let it break trend? Allow it to leave the index, have all of that settle itself out at the end of the year. You're probably going to have some tax loss selling in this thing too as well. And I feel like if there's going to be better things, it's going to be after they get a positive report and in the new year when people that have sold to take the hit that they're probably down on it, try to get back into it when they believe next year. So the trend speaks for itself on SMCI. It is what it is. So we'll see. I mean, anything can happen tomorrow. I'm not saying there's going to be a gigantic sell imbalance on it, but I tend to want to trade it the day of in the direction of the expected move, and it's coming out of the NASDAQ. So I'll be favoring shorts tomorrow on SMCI.
Yeah, no, that ticker's been quite a wild ride here in 2021. 2021, nice.
Boom.
2024.
Where's that time machine, bro?
I'm thinking too much about euphoria.
You get some Bitcoin or ETH at 25 cents.
Oh boy. I forget who it was in the chat. I think it was Abhi in the chat asking us a bunch of times if we can take a look at Nike, and I just remember that. So I have not forgotten. I know it was on the docket. So Nike, they have earnings. When do they have earnings? They have earnings tonight, Neil. So Nike earnings tonight. I know you're going to be.
We got because you mentioned tonight. We got a special guest. Adara is not feeling well, so she can't be in.
Right.
But a certain gentleman with options expertise, who may or may not go by the name of Joe, will be joining on the Aftermarket Show recap.
Nice.
We're ready to go, Joe.
Be sure to tune in. Any hot takes? Are you watching the chains on Nike? Is it just doing it?
Just doing it. That is a good point. You guys like to be I get cold and easy.
They can't. No, they can't. They can't hear you. They can't hear you.
No,
by the way, because he's just talking normally. He's like, all right,
we'll be gonna look at the options.
Okay, he says we're gonna look at some of the option chains. So I was looking at, you were saying something to short, and I was looking around and I liked, and again, trading in the demo, I want to take good reps. So guess what? I have my stop in, Neil, and I risked to bar high on the Google, and it's working out nicely as of right now. So it's kind of breaking down with the rest of the market. Oh boy, there it goes, strong flush, nice. And again, it happens to work out with that market tailwind as well. So that was building up nicely. But let's take a quick look at Nike here real quick. Going into earnings, take a look at this, man. Been consolidating pretty much sideways underneath prior earnings anchored. This is the earnings anchored that we had that brought us down. A bit of a wick action here off of the highs, 92.43s all the way down into 80s, and then consolidating sideways since then. But a bit of price compression consolidation happening since when is this? About November 25th. So about a few days, 25 days roughly, sideways consolidation, attempts to push up into 80s, can't really get too far, failed to follow through 80s, drops back into the consolidation, and chop, chop, chop. The lows are in and around 77s, the highs are in and around 79, so about roughly 2 points, give or take one, is the consolidation here on Nike, and we're coming into earnings on a bigger picture downtrend. So interestingly enough, oh boy, Neil, I gotta stay alive.
It's already at 189.
I gotta stay alive, man. And it's like, and the thing is, you know something I did well? I looked at my calculator, and I was like, this is the kind of trade. This is like a, you know, it's a B trade. So am I gonna get into B size right away? I did. So I did in 2 shots, risking to prior bar high. Never got there. Actually, I wasn't even risking prior bar high. I was risking current bar high at the time. So that happens to be working out right now with an accelerated push to the downside. So I definitely have to be watching this one. The market is coming in with only about 48 minutes left in the trading day before we ring the bell. So Google here, let's take a quick look at, again, this idea that I am exercising on once again. Trying to take good reps, even though I am trading in the demo. So day low was 189.30s. We just flushed right into 189s. So what is my risk? You can see it kind of grinded down to the downside, making consecutive lower lows and lower highs within this trend. It's rejecting off of, what is this, an anchored. The anchored is pinned to, again, 2 p.m. from yesterday. So it couldn't really get past it, held up above it during the midday a little bit, and then it started using it as a resistance. It kind of double topped 191. Market looks weak. Everything else is looking weak as well in terms of softy. I was either choosing between Google and softy, and I was like, Google, I like the risk a little bit tighter.
You know which one you should choose?
On the Google. What's up?
This is sort of an obvious thing. The one that you would actually trade long.
Oh boy.
I sort of, and this is
Amazon?
No, I know it. Just between the two. Like if you would always choose, because I know you trade Google more than you trade Microsoft.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure, right?
Yeah,
so like that's when you're in the sim. It's like you should take the reps. Take the reps on the one you're going to scale, right?
It's like you're practicing for the game. This is not the playoffs. This is not the All-Star game.
I say this every time.
But I'm at the gym. I'm putting in the reps as if I am playing the game.
I play poker. I love poker. I think it's a fun game. But I'm completely convinced, and I always have been, that one of the key reasons why, if you can understand the game and you've played, you understand pot odds, you know what you're doing. Obviously, there's a lot to that. But if you have all of that, one of the biggest things that distinguishes the best pro players from like the average just good player at your home game is when the stakes increase, they are able to still make the same quality decisions regardless of pot size. It's all just points and decision making. And the other side of it, they take everything just as seriously. And I've been fortunate. I trained in university. There were 2 future Olympians on my university track team. And I will tell you, and on top of that, there was a couple that used to go to nationals all the time. You see the biggest difference, and something that you pick up on really quickly, is how incredibly serious they take practice and they take those reps. And I remember when I started taking, like I would do my actual routine in the blocks like it was a race when I was taking my reps. And everyone used to mock me and be like, I get clowned for it. But it's like, no, like why wouldn't you take it seriously if you're trying to get better? And that's what you should do with your mental reps. However, I got to get to a super chat here, which is for you, Obi.
Yes.
Because Kyle Burdett says, and obviously you would say that when we're talking about taking good positive reps when you're practicing your trades. Forget good reps. Take a milli shares of Apple short like Fahad. I am rich.
Oh boy.
That's Kyle. Thank you for the super chat, Kyle. We appreciate you. I know you're just messing around.
If you hit the book with a million shares,
you got a problem.
You might get something that happened at the end of the day yesterday. Did you hear one of the directors of Nvidia sold a million of his shares yesterday?
It doesn't surprise me. But
I think that's what the news was. All right. So speaking of taking
the
good
algos
reps,
will chew you up. If you fire a fat
they would
finger
take the
order,
other side of that.
They'll take the other side knowing that someone just screwed up. Usually.
I'm sure
if you've ever
slap the book with 1 milli all in one order.
No, but you ever fat fingered in a stock like that?
Yeah.
If you've ever done it, I know I've done it before.
Yeah.
You could be dead right, and it's just not going to matter.
Yeah.
Not going to matter.
Yeah.
I did it once on Square on an earnings day, so there weren't any real whales trading at that time, and I got away with it because at the time it was block and it wasn't a lot of predators. I did it once on Nvidia. You guys probably didn't even notice live on the show because I was dead right. But you better believe it. For the first 5 minutes, they're like, "She ain't going up now. This dude just screwed up.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere until you cover a bunch of them shares, bro." That's what the algos are going to do to you because they know an abnormal order just came in that made no sense. Right. And so you got to be watching. Bitcoin just made a bit of a bounce. I am not going to reload.
So.
I'm not going to reload this Mara here because you're catching a distinctly different bid. Let me just quickly go over to BTC so you can. Oh, I have a daily chart still up there. That's what I might change my 15 minutes to Solana. But you just had a bounce off 95.5, which can I zoom out far enough so you can see? That's this higher low. So we had that flush into 94, and we just came off a bit of a higher low. So it was a little bit of head and shoulders the last time we were down here. Trade oil, CFDs. No, I will not trading to you. But here, bouncing off 95.5. Do not necessarily love the velocity that this just picked up. So I'm not going to go for the reload. We got a couple of legs out, but we're still holding on to half of this thing. I thought we'd get a push into 20. If we break out the local high, I'm jumping out of this trade. Rivian, oddly enough, doesn't seem to care as much as it's still making lower highs, but a little bit of a bounce there in Bitcoin and it's starting to take one, at least Mara is starting to come to the upside. So we just got to be a little bit careful with it. Let us know what else you guys are looking. LM just has MSTR for tomorrow's bounce.
Tomorrow's bounce. I mean, it's selling.
I'll tell you right now, very selfishly, I would have wanted MSTR to be down 10% today. Because you go SSR, and it's that day and the next day. But I don't remember a situation where stock was being added to the index at the close, and it was short sell restricted. So the uptick rule is in effect. If you could have given the uptick rule in effect tomorrow when MSTR is going into the NASDAQ or when Palantir is going in, I feel like that's what I would have wanted to see. So selfishly, it's not going to fall another 4% and go down 10%. It's very unlikely to happen, but certainly that would have been the best case scenario. Kind of a triple bottom here at 325 and a bit of a trend break as well. The other thing this has going for it, look at where MSTR is bouncing. You've had obviously a recent not good look, but 50 period, recent support down around 310, 315. I think it's set up pretty decently for tomorrow. In that, unlike Palantir, it's pulled back so far that I think you have a little bit less of a barrier for it to do a good run. The last time something really obvious on an addition to the major index was gigantic with Tesla. I never expect any of these to be as good as Tesla was. For a lot of traders, the Tesla addition to the S&P 500 was life-changing. It was one of the most ridiculous moves I've ever seen. We haven't seen that anytime since. MSTR has a chance to be like a tenth of that, so I want to look out for that. I think it more so than Palantir, and if only because Palantir, that chart's not going to be anything. That chart's basically just going to show you from the time it got to the NASDAQ. That's what our charting does. But Palantir, it's a bit of a different look for this going into its addition. Like most of that's got to be priced in at this point. So I'd be much more interested in trying that one, trying MSTR at the close. If all things being equal, I'd probably prefer MSTR.
Nice. Yeah. So in terms of decision making, so the Google, we came down to 189, so that was pretty nice. And a bit of a stall, holds the level, doesn't really crack through it. And yeah, the bid kind of shows up. So cover a third right there on top of 189. And then when it breaks the prior bar of the flush, I cover another third, so holding only a third left. And then when it continues to push back above this 89.60s where that sell candle kind of opened and this bar kind of breaks as well, I'm covered pretty much everything except for a couple of shares here.
Nice.
Coming right back in. So let's see. This trend is still holding to the downside, right? Technically, this double top rejection of that anchored is holding, and the trend resistance is in and around here. So I'm just like, all right, well, if it's going to bid back up, I'm more than willing willing to get some back in here. But yeah, I like the hold of that 189 to cover. Didn't really give me everything that I was looking for. That was a low of day break, but it was unclean. And am I expecting things to be unclean in a market like this? I think so. So just keeping those things in mind, I'm just like, all right, well, peace off, and then peace off pretty much the rest of it. Looking to potentially get in more, but if this breaks, oh boy, we might be poised for a little test of these highs if we break this this trend to the downside. Now, this trend has been pretty decent with sellers consistently pushing it in for about an hour there. You can see it's been selling off for an hour, but if we're going to continue push back up, I'm more than willing to give the rest to my stop, which is, I think, at 190 20s, I think. Yeah, 190 15s right here.
I think it's the market's actually. So the other thing that's happening on the NASDAQ is it's going red-green. This is actually, it's not random. Like, you're at overnight lows and you're kind of bouncing. Here's the NASDAQ. You're at overnight lows and you're also bouncing from red to green. And the ES managed to hold green as well. So, yeah, a little bit of caution. Like, I'm looking at this recent trend in Rivian. I'm probably, I can get some out at break even. Like, why would I not do that? And then maybe give the rest a VWAP. Just noticing where we're bouncing in this market and picking up a little bit more steam. Like I said, I'm not going to add tomorrow. There was a question from Tony, what's for lunch today? I actually didn't get I don't even see the email. I had a salad. I get the salad.
Chicken.
What did you guys get?
Chicken something. Maybe it was an Alfredo. I don't know.
Shocking.
Casserole. Chicken casserole.
Chicken casserole was lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. I feel like that's a couple of days we haven't gotten the email. It's weird. Like, you don't remember.
You didn't get the email yesterday either?
I don't remember seeing it.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like every time we don't get the email, we forget to do what's for lunch. Oh, I just didn't get it?
Okay.
Fabian said he got it. Okay, well, maybe. See, you know why I didn't get it. No, I'm just joking. What is Nuke doing? Palantir's running into the close. Yeah, I don't have anything I love for reload. I just took out some Rivian, just a bit better than break even because it's breaking this trend. And then I'll hold the rest to the original stop above VWAP. I think that's a reasonable decision instead of trying to jump into this one more time here. But if there's, Nuke is halted again. Of course it is.
Up or down?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
Take a quick look. Up.
Up halt on Nuke.
In the up halt in the last 45 minutes to an hour?
That's not a bad sign.
That's
right.
That's an interesting.
Where's the bottom here? 40. It's already breaking trend. Might have gone too far.
Maybe something there.
You got to have this early in the move, so you're holding into the halt, in my opinion. I think you're trying to chase. I don't want to chase that one. And Matt C saying any thoughts on Snap?
Snapchat.
There's a name.
Eyes definitely on Snapchat with the whole TikTok ban kind of coming in, right? Potentially.
It's not moving today.
Yeah.
And the problem with, so the good thing for Snapchat is it spent most of the day holding green, but it's not really moving. It's against a scalp trade of 25 cents in Snapchat. Positive in that it never made any fresh lows. Positive in that it's holding the 50 period. Like, it's still in a nice upward trend. But I think, like, if you were swing trading off of the 50 period and you like the stock, like, well, that's been working. So after yesterday, that's not a bad entry point because you feel like some stocks probably made a bottom yesterday. If we're going up from here, then why wouldn't you like a stock that was already trending off the 50 period moving average? So in that sense, it looks good. For a day trade, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's the exact opposite of what I think I would want out of Snapchat for a day trade. But yeah, you look at that. You have a flat bottom that broke, panic low, and then it just regained support at 11.18. And it's also got the 50 period on the daily. Everything about that looks pretty good. For you can take a long now and you look for like an out underneath prior support, and then you've got your nice risk to reward. You've got yourself to find out. You can give it to the prior low. All sorts of things set up pretty nicely when you're just joining the trend.
Yes, that's what I'm realizing as well. It's just like a lot less hassle, a lot less mental capital spent as well when you're attempting to join the trend. Now, I'm kind of thinking about this concept again in my journals a lot recently, where I'm just like, all right, well, some of the biggest rips that I take, for example, yesterday and a little, maybe not really today, but technically I was fighting the trend. So anyways, biggest rips I've taken is fighting the trend. It's where I'm convicted that I'm very strongly convicted. I'm almost convinced that the ticker will it's got to bounce, or how much further can it go? Oh, a little bit of an uptick, a little bit of a downtick will kind of play some tricks on me. I'll be like, okay, this is it right here. I got to get in. Oh, this is it right here. Now I have to add or whatever. And some of the biggest rips that I've had is fighting the trend. So yeah, getting with the trend, definitely a lot less taxing on the mental. And yeah, it's a lot more forgiving as well. Was what I found is sometimes if you're with the trend, even if you have not the best of prices, not the best of executions, you're giving yourself a better probability of the trade kind of coming into fruition as well. But in that process, what I'm also realizing is what are some of the best reversions. So like when is that not the case? When is the trend looking pretty good and the move kind of capitulates, or it gives you some strong sort of indication of a trend reversal, and those are maybe the only reversions that I should take part in, and all other trades I should try to get a little bit better at trading with the trend. You can see here, Google, the trend kind of broke, it pushed up, 190s came in, but now we're taking a little bit of a pullback. It was funny, someone in the chat was just like, oh, the Christmas rally is here. It kind of reminds me of the memes where it's just like, when you bid up like 2 points and everyone's like, oh, it's a bull market. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, just because we've bid up. We're pulling back right away. Going into the close, let's see. Closing of this week should be interesting. We got, I think, what is it? Triple witching tomorrow? I think so. Yeah. A bit of that happening at the end of the week, so could be some decent opportunities on the close or even during the day. Tomorrow we got the S&P, we got some adds and deletes as well with MSTR. Is SMCI being dealt with tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Or yeah, okay,
all happening tomorrow.
All happening tomorrow. Yeah, it could be interesting. Definitely want to be cognizant of that coming into the trading day tomorrow.
Well, it's also witching, right? Like
that's what I just said.
Yeah.
So it is.
Okay.
It's triple witching. Yeah. So
yes, Ramin's just like witching. As I realize I'm not even plugged in, so
oh boy,
let me do that.
So we're coming right back in. So it seems like it's coming right back. So that 190 failure to follow through. So I'm kind of thinking about potentially taking the rep for getting back in. Into this trade. The thing is, like, okay, so this is what I didn't do well. Stop was at 190.20s, I think. Yeah, let me check where my stop was. I actually punched out, so yeah, 190.25, right? So I was risking about 35 pennies-ish. I think my entry was in the 90s, 89s. I was risking about 25 pennies 35 pennies roughly on the trade, and dropped down almost a point. On that, pretty much a point, as 188.93 is the low. Comes back in, and I didn't give the rest of the trade into 90.25. So that would be in and around right there. So didn't even quite get to there, although it has kind of started to wash a little bit of that trend. That trend could be very, very arbitrary as well at the same time. So there you go. See, a little bit of movement around, a little bit of line fitting can show us that, yeah, we pretty much only tested the trend there, tested the whole dollar at that 190, taking a little bit of a pullback. And oh boy, Tesla, strong pullback on Tesla. I don't know if that wick is real. Did we actually go up to 450s and then pull back in? I don't think so.
No, the high of that move is 440.80.
Okay, I was gonna say. All right, so again, where is Tesla pushing up into the close? Into that anchored from yesterday, where we got that 2 p.m. selling off of FOMC. So let's see if some of these levels that were levels of resistance and selling prior day and in the opening session continue to stay the same going into the close. Now, with only about 30 minutes left in the trading day, Neil, I'm more than willing to test that idea out. So let's see if we can take some into that anchor.
Test the long, right?
Yeah, I want to see if we can take some into that anchored, and if we can get above anchored, maybe take it. I'm looking to maybe get a little more aggressive here. 440s trading right now with the market pushing back above 21.5. So we did attempt to make a low here, but didn't really break down that prior low. Nice little push all the way up to 21.6, an aggressive pullback down as well, but holding within that price range as of right now. So
it can break
Micron to the upside.
If it can close the 15-minute Oh, man,
above.
if it can break 441, I think. Like, it's already made part of the move. Remember, outside of yesterday, I feel like almost every single day Tesla was doing it, where you'd have that, some point you'd get a strong buy into the close almost every single day. I don't know if you showed that, but on a 15-minute chart, it's very obvious. Can we come to the chart here for a second? Like, this is, I'm just going to show you how far back. You know, you go to the 6th, there it is. And then again at 3:30, doesn't happen there on the 10th. It was already trending, but then right at the end of the day, big spike, doesn't happen here. So it's almost every day. And then you get a spike after 3:30, breaking the high. Some days bigger than others. Another buy, very, very small one. Yesterday, all bets are off. But if it does something even approximating.
We still got the bid.
Okay, we did get the bid, but I think
it's into the
I would tend to always throw that data point out when you have such an extreme move. Yeah, because obviously, like, it's a little different when it's gently doing the normal, and when it's dropped $50 and then it does that kind of a bounce after 3:30. I'm not going to treat that the same as the other one. So while it did happen, I'm going to kind of throw it out and just say only 3 times in the last like 7 or 8 it hasn't done it, and one of them I would throw out the data point. But if the buyers can continue break out each time, like it's been trying to break out. Like, I like it when it's breaking away from something. You know, when it just be a continued trade. Rather continue it, break away, and then go for the continuation trade. There are a few imbalances on the early look, but it's just XOM and Oxy. And oddly enough, XOM is a sell of 1.3 million and Occidental is a buy of 1.2 million. So the energy names aren't even agreeing with each other at this point. This is worth keeping an eye on. Reddit is a 700,000 buy. It may not seem like much, but Reddit's only done 3 million shares of volume. So it doesn't do a ton of volume. It's not the most liquid stock in the world. 700,000 into 3 million volume on the day. It's not a large number notionally, but it's a large number relative to the amount of volume that the stock has done. So if this were to come out that size or larger, I think it would be worth looking at least at Reddit for potential close trade in there. Chris L saying Nike probably up after strong Black Friday and Cyber Monday. I don't have a dog in this fight, and that's Nike. What I can tell you about this stock is somebody has had a jolly old time selling $79 on Nike. So it just, now the other side of it is, well, you could also make the argument that someone's been buying it in the 76 to 77 range. But I think it's more obvious the selling that's been happening in front of the 50 period and anytime it gets adjacent to the 79 level on Nike. So you know what needs to, if it gets through that, I don't care what the numbers are. If it's above 79 tomorrow, I like the trade. That simple. Like, your clear sell zone. You clear that out, and I'm looking for a continuation play on Nike almost regardless of what the numbers are. Price doesn't lie.
Yeah, so we're getting some aggressive selling. So I'm glad I only got into like initiating size there, bring all the way back down to 435 as well. While I wasn't really looking at this one, so you know what, I'm more than willing to get out, reassess on that one there. Didn't really give me the chance to get as big as I wanted, as it did not push past that 440. We're going to break this trend and come to the downside. I'm definitely done with that one. With only about 25 minutes left on the day, Neil, it seems like some of these prior levels and levels of resistance and anchors and prior day, end of day consolidation lows going into the 8 p.m. close seem to be holding as of right now, just underneath in and around that 440 mark here on Tesla. So let's see how that one closes. With the market pulling back in, you can see that Google also is starting to bid right back below or into that 189 level here going into the close. So, oh boy, here we go. That's some strong selling coming in
and low
into the market. So Alphabet making a fresh low. Softy just made a fresh low as well. Apple looking to break its consolidation low. The consolidation kind of being sideways since, when is this? This is 10:15. All right, so 10:15 consolidation lows are breaking on Apple, so pretty much all day. S&P 500, the ES making some fresh lows. There goes the NASDAQ on the intraday there, making some fresh lows as well. Amazon's not quite there yet. Tesla holding up relatively strong to the rest of these tickers. NVIDIA as well coming in to some of its prior morning session consolidations, I guess, not really lows. The low day is at 129.55. We're trading at 130.80s right now. Oh boy, look at that selling coming in, Neil, coming right back through that 189. So here are those fresh lows on the goggles.
Yeah, the market making fresh lows, and well, you'll never miss a trading opportunity at a key price level if you try out eSignal and use it to its full potential, obviously. You want to be able to trade smarter, not harder. Hey, you want an elite trading experience, then eSignal is going to be for you. Whether you're looking to analyze potential opportunities, strategize to try to find new ones, or simply capitalize and make more efficient trades, and eSignal is going to give it to you. How are you going to analyze? Why? By having data from pretty much every single available ticker that you could want. That is reliable. Every indicator, so that you can try to find what strategy is going to work best for you. The ability to back test, so you can see which ones have actually worked in practice in the market in the past, and then you can forward test it into the future. You can use tick replay, so you can capitalize on entries and exits and get better at getting a good price on your entry by looking at the price action as you were making your trades. You want charts that change the game? This is going to be for you. It's all about everything you need in one place on a reliable platform so that you as a trader can sit back, relax, and just execute the strategies that you're able to develop. So scan that QR code that you see, check the link in the description, and take your trading to a whole another level. As the market, we did just bounce a little bit. You're able to break the low on the NASDAQ just ever so slightly here in the NASDAQ. We wicked underneath the bottom, bounced off 21.4. Now looking at the March contracts for anybody, it's the H25, right? So not everybody rolls over, but if I say a price and you're looking at something different, well, that's because I'm on the March contract. We just bounced off the low a little tiny bit there. And I know we got some out of Rivian as it looked like it was a little bit strong into VWAP, but I just took some more out at support. Don't know that we're going to get a gigantic flush at this particular point. I'm very glad that I got away from NVIDIA. I could have taken a couple more shots and been trapped by the same price area again, but sometimes you just got to walk away. And obviously it turned into a bit of a short. I think the best you can do is try to hold on to your shorts. I saw in some of the chats, so in the chat there, someone was saying, I've had great short entries and I've been able to hold on. You know what? If at least you've been trying to go short, I think you've been okay. Like, there've been some good long opportunities, but most of them haven't lasted all that well. And SOD, we did talk a little bit about the quantum stocks because they were nasty. I mentioned this morning, my wife is in one of them. And I'm not going to repeat that discussion. You can watch the morning show when I talked about that. But pretty much like QBTS, 30% down, won't be sold. QBTS, there's probably, I don't think I've looked at IonQ, but they're taking it on the chin. I think you've got to understand, after a day like yesterday, and when you have moves like this on names that have not necessarily proven anything and, that are small caps, these were the danger spots today. And they were the last group to go parabolic. So I feel like they were just primed to get a pretty hefty pullback. And they've just followed trend all day long. All you need to be doing is trying to short these bad boys. IonQ, I guess, what did that one do today? Actually not that bad. I like that stock. Ooh. But I mean, it's trending down, but it's actually not that bad relative to the prior close. But pop and fade, that was the story for a bunch of these names. QUBT, this is the one that we did talk about earlier. This is the worst of them, QUBT. But it cuts both ways, because I would argue this was the best one on the way up. So on the way back down, of course it's going to have the bigger move, because it gave you the biggest parabolic move from the bottoms. This went 1 to 25. In the last few sessions, this went from $6 to $25. So you're still actually double up from here. Not that that's a good thing if you bag held.
That's crazy. I think that's definitely something we should be watching going into tomorrow, because that is first red day. Potential for backside. I gotta look at this. Was there any capitulatory action there near the highs? Is it confirmed by volume? What kind of turn did we do? Let's see. I'm pretty curious here. While I watch this Tesla put in some work on top of this 435, 436 area. Go to QUBT. So.
Oh, they passed the deal.
I've definitely been watching some of these tickers over the past couple of weeks. And I'm just like, oh boy, this run up is quite crazy. Again, started on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and yeah, a little bit of a backside move here, breaking the trend. So had to be there a little early. Let's not do that. Let's not start from there. Let's start from the first little strong pullback. Right here is where the bid kind of catches, if I can catch. Okay, so yeah, a little bit of a trend support, if you want to call it there, especially after day one. It holds those highs. It holds those highs and continues even higher, closes near the day low, and then we get more of a continuation, but a chop in that continuation, very aggressive chop, as some of those highs 24s, some of those lows 19. So about a 5-point chop on a $20-$25 ticker as it continues to make higher highs and higher lows. So interestingly enough, we come in today and take a look at the rejection in the morning. We pretty much double top 125s. Yesterday's high was 25s. At 27.15 is prior day's high going into the close, and take a look at that break of trend. Strong reversion, comes in off of the open, aggressive. So I guess the ideal place to short right off the bat, in my opinion, is in and around after 8 a.m. where it makes this pre-market top. So it's like, all right, well, when can you potentially look for an opportunity there? You see the bid kind of coming in. You're like, all right, well, if this breaks this trend right here, which is very, very clean, you can see this consolidation grind all the way up. So I'm probably asking myself, if we break this trend, and I'm looking for a reversion on the bigger picture, getting short maybe 24s, maybe into the open 23s, maybe a little aggression on the way down on the opening drive, 21s and 20s. When it holds that 20 level, oh boy, I like it even more, and it gets that continuation to the downside. So today was day one for a red day. Let's see if we get some continuation going into tomorrow, the last day of the week. And this ticker has basically been this whole week. All of this action has basically been this whole week. That was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is Thursday today. We've broken trend on Thursday, and a decent, what is this, almost a 50, definitely roughly around a 50% reversion, as, okay, from the low to that roughly high there. It's not measuring all the way to the high, but right here, let me kind of measure that again. So roughly, we'll call it 300%, 270%. From the day one low to prior day Wednesday's high going into the close, very strong trend, and then break of that trend, retest the trend from the downside, that trend support turning into trend resistance in the pre-market, and then getting that sell off as well. So that's what I wanted to know. This is a what is that? The 20, let's say about a 20 point run, roughly. And then if you say you're getting in off of the open there, so you don't have those few points in the pre-market, you get about a 10, roughly a 9 to 10 point pullback here off of the open. So about a 50% reversion, Neil, within the day of 3 days worth of price action. So interestingly enough, we've reverted about 50%. So is this going to be a continuation to the downside tomorrow? I have no idea, but we're definitely below day 3 longs, and we're looking to test in and around that opening range low of day 2 for day 2 longs potentially as well. And if we get through some of these day 2 levels, then yeah, this thing bid straight up all the way into 10.27 with a high of 12.21 on day 1, and we're trading at 14.45. So some of those prices might be interesting coming into the day tomorrow. Only about 5 minutes left for these imbalances,
That's
Neil.
tough. That's a tough one that's already moved so far
Yeah,
down.
it's pretty much like most of the traders, it's done a 50% reversion. You know?
Yeah,
What more
that's
do
a
you
tough one. There was a deal. Oh, okay, there's a stopgap deal here. I threw it in the chat for everybody. New Republican stopgap is funding bill extends funding for 3 months, and there wasn't that big of a move in the market. Sometimes you get a bit of a bounce. Like I looked over, like okay, well, is like a Walmart maybe going to bounce on that? And we did get like a muted 30-cent move on Walmart. I think that's what just got us through the top or through the bottom on the futures there when we kind of wicked the bottom. It might have just been a little bit of a spike because of that, but almost everything is just returning back into the downside. You'll see I'm no longer in AMC. I didn't really mean for that rhyme, but like AMC, this is just a morning trade, and it's just like yesterday. Like I essentially when AMC popped and faded, when GameStop popped and faded, I just took that same trade. Like it fails to high and get into the short. I held on to some, not much. Basically held on to like 5% of it, and then took even half of that out when it got back into VWAP, and then just stopped out at support. Resistance, like local resistance. So we're no longer in that trade, and I might give us another shot. The way I see it, as long as GameStop keeps this pattern up, like this is it breaking and then finding an obvious top and then curling. If AMC wants to just go up for the only reason that GameStop is trying, like it's a weak stock, it tries to go higher, and you get an obvious fail at an obvious high, then I'm going to short that, I'm going to short that, and I'm going to short that, and should have shorted that. And then just take the low-hanging fruit. Why not? If it's there, you might as well take it. So the shutdown's averted. We're not exactly screaming to the upside in the market, but it's not necessarily bad news either. I'm only in the one position now, and as you can see, like one shot off VWAP on Rivian, and it gives you, 13. You get the teens in here. We're able to get 16.5, and our best fills are down at 13 even. And we're really only risking about 5 cents on actually just a bit less than that. Not bad, but no big follow through. Now, obviously, the market's not doing a heck of a lot just yet. Jay Lee, be careful. Boyle looking great. In your opinion, still going to 100. News today is Ukraine is no longer selling Russian nat gas to the EU. So every single time someone mentions natural gas to me, I try to remind, and this is not something that I made up.
Maker?
Yeah, the Widowmaker. It's not something I made up, and it's not something, like I have never invested in natural gas. I've taken a couple of swing trades in Tellurian before they got bought out, and they're kind of like adjacent to in the space in a sense. But I try not to touch this. I know so many traders that get rinsed on this, and I've never known anyone to trade natural in my 20 years. Anybody that's actually had done well trading nat gas. So obviously, being an ETF, sometimes you get these like splits and adjustments, but it's been in a hefty downward trend, and people always keep trying to call the bottom, and I feel like it just keeps burning people over and over again. But good luck to you. It's definitely something I stay away from. I don't mind energy names, but I'm not a huge fan at all. Saad Mahmood, wasn't there a guy who lost his firm like $5 billion in nat gas? You get all kinds of stories about nat gas. Yeah. It wasn't a Nick Leeson situation, but it was pretty bad. And if you don't know Nick Leeson, you don't want to look that one up.
Okay.
No, for any trader, and this is actually, I don't know if Joe's chuckling about this, but if you have issues with like averaging down or not admitting when you're wrong in a trade,
oh boy,
go watch Rogue Trader. Go watch Rogue Trader. Ewan McGregor plays Nick Leeson, or just pull up a clip of Nick Leeson speaking. He actually years ago was on. He came on here once, and it's a legendary story of a very successful trader who bankrupted the oldest bank in England.
Damn.
Because there were some compliance issues going on. I don't want to spoil everything. But then he got into a bad position and he just kept averaging down. But he was able to hide his losses because of some very shoddy compliance, which, that's the kind of thing you can clean up. But it's a very, very good story, and it's a good movie as well. Ewan McGregor is awesome in it. If you've never seen it, I think it's worth it for anybody that's a trader. Same way you watch Boiler Room for fun, you should really try watching that one. I think you might learn. Anybody can benefit, whether you have an issue with averaging in or not.
Yeah.
It certainly shows you sort of the problem with it. Like it's one thing to like your trading idea, but when you take belief past rationality and past what is a trade, and now just becomes like a hope to you, or like your own mental religion, like you're going to get yourself into a world of hurt at that point if you can't admit you're wrong. And that's exactly what happened. And then pride gets into it. Dangerous game. Imbalances have dropped. I wish I could tell you it was crazy. NVIDIA and Palantir are the ones. But that's not the way I expected Palantir to be. 1.6 million sell on Palantir, tomorrow being added to the NASDAQ. NVIDIA, 2.4 million sell. Ford, again, 4 million to the buy side. What's interesting about that, Ford's early look was a sell, and now it's flipped to a 4 million buy. That's at least interesting. But Palantir sell 1.6 and NVIDIA sell 2.4. Those are the ones that stand out outside of that weird flip on Ford. But then I look over at Ford and it did nothing. So it's notable that it flipped, but it's not making any kind of a move. NVIDIA, as you might suspect, on that sell imbalance, there's NVIDIA back to the downside. Don't fight it. Obviously, this market is not done selling. NASDAQ just took the lows again. We just don't have much of a bid in here, unfortunately. At this point, I can just hope for like the low of the day. I got to get to the desk in a few minutes. But, oh yeah, Palantir. I wanted to show you guys Palantir on that 1.6 million sell. Not a huge move. Palantir at least has the benefit of it's going into the index, so it probably is going to catch some buyers on any kind of a dip for today and tomorrow. You can at least lean into that, but NVIDIA is certainly losing its bid here as the market fresh lows there on the NASDAQ.
It is.
The NASDAQ is holding red, and the ES just ticked red. The ES was green all day long till right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was consolidating sideways, right? It was pretty much sideways consolidation, chop, chop, chop within the opening range there as well. And finally, we kind of, I guess, we make a bit of a decision there, and I guess we choose to go to the downside on these markets. So yeah, we were talking a lot in and around this 21.5. I was like, is it going to hold? Is it going to pop? We went up to 21.6s. We came back down. So just chop, noise, consolidation, whatever you want to call it. On the day there, and yeah, coming into the close with only about 8 minutes left, Neil, we pretty much started to make a bit of direction here. What's going on? You said you have a question?
No, Maximilian Lucas in the chat here, just at, and I'll cop to the truth of this, even though I kind of dodged it. Do you still have the Boiler Room on DVD? It is a fantastic movie, by the way. Or do you have to pay one of the streaming services every time you watch? Look, I mean, I have some gray hair in me, and I've been trading for over 20 years. So the answer to that one is yes, I've got it on DVD. Although I have to double check. I might have lent it out and never got it back. I'll have to go back into the depths because it's entirely possible. I know I've lent it out a couple times, and I don't remember if I actually got it back the last time. But I won't call anybody out. But no, it's a great movie. I think if you have it, there's some good trading movies for fun, like I said, and there's some good trading movies for learning. No questions asked. That's a fun one.
I will be watching Rogue Trader tonight, and I will come back tomorrow, hopefully a little better of a trader.
I don't know where you can watch it. I don't know if it's on a streaming service.
I'll find a place.
Oh, you're one of those. Okay.
I mean, I've grown up with the internet for as long as I can remember. If things, here's the thing, information and knowledge should be free, all sorts of information, and that includes data, in my opinion.
Would it change your mind if I told you but my brother makes shows, like my brother's an animator.
Yes.
And so he works on mostly kids TV shows. And so like I have just a different outlook on this.
No, that makes
in a general sense when you know people that personally work in the industry and understand that a lot of the reason why some of them don't, like animators don't get paid what they deserve. I'll frankly say, especially in movies. And it's not entirely the fault of that, but you are hurting.
It's the corporations.
Yeah, it is. But I also don't pirate because I feel like I'm taking away from the industry that my brother works in.
Funny enough, there's actually evidence that in the gaming world that not really going after pirated games actually does well for their sales for the actual game, because a lot of people they'll like pirate the game and then they like the game and then they're like, I want all the features like online, whatever. Yeah. It's like they get to experience the game, and it actually helps sales as well. But yeah, in terms of like video and stuff, I don't know how that would really affect that.
Piracy is a service issue, I just heard. Not my thoughts. 355 just hit. I just trailed out of my last position, and that's going to be Rivian. It's just a VWAP trade in there. But on the imbalances flipping, you're going to notice no more NVIDIA, but Palantir is still a sell of 1 million shares. So PLTR, still a sell imbalance on Palantir. It's actually accelerating a little bit to the downside as we speak. So like I said, like not really anything doing on NVIDIA. It ends up pairing off and then catching a hefty bid on NVIDIA, but Palantir the one staying a sell imbalance, despite the fact that it's going into the NASDAQ. But there's the flip on NVIDIA. You see it go back to the upside. And this is what, if you're trading this to the south side and you get that sell imbalance at 355, understand that a lot of stocks flip in that moment, and you're going to want to get out and make sure that you get yourself an out, or at least have a trailing stop when 355 hits. If your reason for the imbalance if your reason to be in the trade short was the imbalances was red and you're trading on VWAP, it usually makes sense to cover in front of 355 or at least have a trailing stop so that doesn't happen to you when the imbalance pairs off. But Obi, yes. I got to get onto the desk. Joe is going to be joining me in the aftermarket show. We've got Nike, we've got FedEx earnings. Should be an absolute blast. Thank you for filling in.
Thank you.
It's going to be a wild one tomorrow. Volatility is not going to be a 2-day thing here. It's going to be just as good for a few days at least.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. Again, going into tomorrow, gotta strap in a little bit there for quad witching as well, and some S&P and Nasdaq maybe rebalances coming in as well. We got that whole list of tickers that are being added. I think one of them was Workday. Right, Workday's somewhere on that list as well. I got to go back and check that list, do a bit of a refresher there in for tomorrow. And yeah, no, I'm just getting a little chopped up there on Tesla. I think there was a question in the chat saying that, oh yeah, what are you trading there? I mentioned earlier. Right now, I'm just on the demo account, and that's you're right. How can I be so calm? I'm just, again, not really sized aggressively, just taking a couple of reps here, giving it some room just for practice, and yeah, getting chopped up a little bit there. But this goggles trade definitely would have worked if I had given it to the stop there as we made that 190 lower high here. So as I get ready for the countdown, again, trying to get some reps in for tomorrow. Okay, Ryan saying that was a huge top wick on Apple. What just happened on Apple? On a 3-minute, I guess there might have been some volume there happening. 250 half, so a bit of a hold of that 250 half level here going into the close, some tight consolidation, but still VWAP seems to be the place to be as it's only been kind of bidding, and even this consolidation, this chop below is having us still trade in and around that 250 mark here on Apple. So we'll continue to watch that. Markets to the downside going into the close. Tesla not really doing too much, kind of just chopping and churning. Google, though, coming back down through that 189 as we saw. So continuing to the downside. Let's take a quick look at the market here as well in terms of constituents. Softy made a fresh low on that. Alphabet's making fresh lows. We know that. NVIDIA didn't quite get down to its day low on that, as some of these other tickers are approaching very closely. Take a look at Amazon here. Amazon also kind of near its lows. Let's take a higher time frame picture here. I'll go straight to the 30-minute chart. You can see that chop, holding relatively above VWAP for a majority of the day, still within this somewhat of an opening range. The first 30 minutes, even going into the open as well, holding that and coming back down. So this is kind of interesting as well. We got a leg down, we got a consolidation. I'm curious to know how tomorrow will be, but oh boy, this some of these tickers are flushing to the downside. Okay, so timer, we're a little late for the timer, but I will count down 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There is the bell. Thank you, Fabian, for that. So thank you all for joining us on the day today. A little bit of a mishap on my part with the morning session, kind of risking too aggressively and getting anchored to my trade idea here. People talking about Nike earnings tonight, and don't forget to stick around for that. We have Neil and Joe today at the desk for your market recap. So hopefully you guys had a solid day. Yesterday was pretty wild. Hopefully people didn't get too burned on that. Maybe you actually made a chop on that. So congrats to you for staying nimble. And that's something that I am trying to build. That's a skill that I'm trying to build as well in my trading quiver. Bears versus Bull. Hope you have a great evening as well. Are indeed. And he's got the pirate flag there as well. Yo ho is what I'll say to that. But without any further ado, I will pass it off to Neil and Joe at the big desk for your market recap. I'll see you guys around. Have a good one. Take care.
Thank you very much there, Obi. I'm joined by Joe. Joey Options in the house. It's our first time doing the market recap together. I know you've been on a couple times with Sean. I get the pleasure today. I've never
the pleasure is mine.
Get the hell out of here. I've never had a chance to host a show with you. So this is going to be, we're going to have a blast. Now, look, I don't see the numbers yet from FedEx, but there was a bit of a move here in the aftermarket. Let me just change it. Let me change this to a 1-minute chart. In the aftermarket, a little bit better. There was a spike, like a few dollars, 276 to 280. As I said, we are expecting them at 4 o'clock. Here's the deets. We're expecting 3.9 on the EPS. Yep. We're expecting 22.14 billion in terms of revenue. The last move was down 15%, and the expected move today is about 11.5%. And now you're going as wow. FedEx announces its intent to separate FedEx Freight, creating 2 industry-leading public companies. I don't even have the numbers yet, but usually when you break up to be more efficient, this is the kind of thing that can happen. 300 just tagged, 301 as well. Pop out the daily chart, and you're now talking about approaching some of these prior highs. You have a 52-week high up here about 313, and then a lower high about 307. So without even getting the EPS or revenue numbers, that's the big story. Separating FedEx Freight is the first headline that we get from FTX. Oh, you gotta love that because it wasn't a very good day for the markets overall. You know this is a bit of a barometer. You like to see it get bought up. It'd be nice to see this go back into those highs, Joe. But again, still don't have EPS and revenue. But every now and then they kind of drop the really good news first.
Well, I would hope so, right? We want to get that good news in because we do know what has happened the past couple of days in the overall market. But let's talk a little bit about the options chain here, Neil. So we have about a 10% expected move priced in to this move here, and we're already exceeding that right now. So about $30 move here, and now we've exceeded that. The most open interest that I've seen was exactly at that $300 strike price. About 6.2K open contracts currently right now, folks. But again, nothing crazy outstanding. We did slightly exceed that expected move, but we are now pulling in a little bit here, Neil, around $295 or so.
So I'm seeing here that the second quarter diluted EPS 3.03. I'm guessing the comparable number is going to be the adjusted at 405 as we're expecting 3.9. Usually that's adjusted. So that would make it a slight beat on EPS. I still don't have the revenue numbers. Again, they are saying they're going to look for this split of FedEx Freight to be publicly traded within 18 months. So this is going to be a split where it's going to go kind of like GE, split 3 ways. So FedEx, here we go. There we go. 405, beat of expectations. However, sales was a miss.
It's a miss. 22 billion.
Yeah. So
estimate 22.1.
This hasn't been a market that's been very forgiving to missing on the revenue number, Joe.
Apparently not.
But they're going to like splitting the business up a lot of times, unlock a little bit of value for the shareholders. So it's still looking pretty good. Now, for everyone tuning in here, the 2 big earnings names, there's a couple of others out there. BlackBerry, if you're for whatever reason interested in that, it's not till like 5 o'clock. Nike is not till 4:15. We're expecting 4:15 for Nike. There's a slight move happening right now. The earnings are not out as far as I am aware of, and they shouldn't be out until about 4:15 here, Joe. But as we said, the big story, and we'll get to Nike. We have plenty of time to be able to cover them. The big story is FedEx. Catching a bid above 300 right now is going to be good. And as you said, when you're expecting that double digits, a lot of times it'll pull right back into that level. And holding above is going to be key.
Exactly. That's the key part, guys. We know when you're constructing an at-the-money straddle here, we need to exceed that expected move here, Neil, in order to become profitable on this trade. So as of right now, it's looking good for those options trader who decided to place that trade, even though we're not up too much above that, only a percentage or two. But as we continue to climb, that's looking better for those at-the-money straddles. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, how many times we've seen too many during this earnings season where the only people making any money are those writing.
Exactly. And we had a question in the chat today about some short strangles where we're looking for that to stay within the range. Today with FDX, that is not the case. We exceeded those moves. So any short strangles or straddles, you're looking like you're in a little bit of trouble. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to quickly point out here, Bitcoin is trying a little bit to hold. I know it wasn't a very good day for BTC, but there was a push down earlier, and Bitcoin's trying to bounce a little bit higher, back above the 96 level. I'm going to keep an eye on that as well, because there have been some troubles with Bitcoin, especially in the aftermarket. There was a little bit of a flush in the evening. We've seen getting into 5 o'clock, you get some little bit of a dump, and we're under 100,000. I think you want to look out for it. The last time I had my physio, I wasn't paying attention. By the time I got there, it starts at 6 o'clock. He's like, you see what happened in Bitcoin? And I had left the office, it was at 99. And it hit 92 in the time it took me to get the physio.
That was such a
that was nuts.
Yeah, that was nuts. Such a crazy liquidity grab. It happened so quick, it seemed. Yeah. So whoever had the
Coinbase.
Yeah, exactly. So whoever had the ability to grab it down there, and then later we exceeded to about 108K at the all-time highs, roughly.
Yeah.
So that was a nice move there, no doubt about that.
And the only time I'm a buy and hold. The only time that I will actually sell any is if I catch one of those little crazy wicks. And there was one really good one, and I'm not crapping on Coinbase, but I couldn't get into my account one of the times that it did it. I guess everyone was trying to do the same thing. So
everybody.
We have some guidance here, which FedEx is seeing full year 25. By the way, FedEx fresh highs. Let's go. FedEx.
Oh, wow, they're printing over there.
Full year EPS 16.45 to 17.45. That's excluding adjustments. The prior. See, I don't necessarily love that. The prior guidance, 17.9 to 18.9. So that's lower. So they actually just came out with a lower full year guide. That's a bit tricky, because we just made a new high on that number. But again, I guess the breaking, you can always just try to explain price action. Price action is what it is. It's holding above the 10% mark. It's holding above that $300 level. But that doesn't look like a good guide there at all for FedEx. So I think you want to be at least a little bit cautious with this. You haven't had too many stocks get away with having lower than expected full year guidance. But there is a different story here, which of course is FedEx Freight, that they want to break it up a little bit here. I have a quick question for you.
Absolutely, shoot him.
Because it's like we don't always get an options expert. Tomorrow's witching, and there is. Ramin's like, what is that? It's triple witching tomorrow, right? So that's obviously it's a big day in the markets. But the focus as a day trader is going to be on like the additions and deletions to the NASDAQ. But maybe you could walk through, at least for some of our viewers, what matters to you tomorrow?
So for me, it's triple witching tomorrow, and I noticed from the past couple times is that a lot of the volume steps in right in the morning, all right? So a lot of people want to close those contracts before the end of the day, before the additions and deletions, but you're going to notice a lot of volume step in, especially with those higher mega cap stocks like Apple and Microsoft as well too. So just keep aware of that, all right? So you're going to see that big volume influx. That's just a lot of covering and a lot of exchanging of shares as well too. So just keep in mind, guys, that's when the stock options, futures options, and indexes all expire on the same Friday, all right? So this happens in September, June, I believe, and also December. There's another month in there as well, too. So just be wary and be aware when that opening drive happens. You're going to see an odd amount of volume step in, and that's just a bunch of changing of hands with contracts and outright shares. There's no doubt about that, yeah.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of traders, it gets tricky at that open. There's just a little more, to steal a term from Sharif, a little more bamboozlement
absolutely
at the open because of all that extra volume. You're going to see some really big imbalances in the morning, which can get tricky to trade off of. I always tell people, if on a witching day, you don't make any trades in the first 5 minutes, there is nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I know for a fact when I was a trainee, and even early in my career, you weren't allowed to trade the open on those types of days. They wouldn't let new traders. It's like, no, you're not going to have the tools to execute the first 5 minutes, and you weren't allowed to execute the last 10 minutes on the rebalance days either. They would say gain some experience because you don't want to ruin your entire day with a single trade when really that setup that you had could still be good at 9:45. It's just you didn't want it in the first 5 minutes. when everything is sort of getting flushed out.
And to add to that point, I remember the first time I recognized this, and I wasn't aware of the quad witching or the triple witching, and I was actually watching Apple that day, and there was such an abnormal amount of volume. I'm like, what is going on here? I have no idea. I've never seen volume like this before. And then sure enough, it was a quad witching day, and explained, and it justified why there was so much volume on some of these mega caps. And I think you should keep an eye on Apple, and especially NVDA, because those are such high options traded companies and underlyings, right? You want to keep an eye on those, and the same with SPY as well too, because you're going to see that massive volume influx come in on all those underlying assets. There's no doubt about that.
Can't say it any better. I'm a little concerned about FedEx here because,
and there you go.
Just to remind everybody, their full year 2025 guidance is well underneath the range, right? Like it was a 17.9 to 18.9 prior range, and they adjusted to 16.45 to 17.45. There's no way to read that as positive, and it is starting to come back. It just double tapped the highs. And then when you go to the daily chart, it's not like we went just anywhere. Like the lower, like you basically came right into the 52-week highs and are pulling back a little bit here. So yes, splitting freight, good. And that's going to be publicly traded. They say within 18 months. But I'm not saying, by the way, Elon in the chat here, just to be clear, I'm not saying go short. I'm simply saying I can't rationalize in this market after yesterday how why would I want to be buying any tops or taking shots at highs when the guidance wasn't any good. That's a dangerous thing. But that said, ball doesn't usually lie. As a day trader, I know I'm not going to take any action until tomorrow, so it's easy for me to say because I'm not out there trading it right now. But I'd be very cautious about it. I do not love the fact the guidance wasn't good. We've been seeing a lot of punishment. You saw what happened to Micron. Obviously, different story. Chip space has been under a lot of pressure. This doesn't necessarily give me the good feels because FedEx is a bellwether here. Let's not gloss over the fact that FedEx is a good proxy, or one of those good proxies for the U.S. economy. One of the ones that you look forward to. So if they're lowering their guidance, maybe not the best sign in the world. It could be a cautionary tale. It'll be interesting when we get Nike in a couple of minutes, and Nike is due out in just 2 minutes. We're expecting EPS of 63 cents per share. We're expecting revenue of 12.17 from Nike. Its previous move was also down, but only 6.8%. And I have 9.2, but you probably have a much more updated number.
On the expected move? Yeah, I actually calculated this one myself, guys. So chat, feel free to fact check me on this. I have about a 7.7% expected move here on Nike. So about a $5.60 move here on NKE. But guys, what I really want to notice is where I've seen the most open interest here on these contracts is that 85 strike price expiring tomorrow, all right? So we got about over 17,000 open contracts as of right now. So we know that we can't close those. So in order to lock in some of those potential gains, if we exceed that expected move, we're going to have to sell shares against that. So if we get that straddle to move in the favor that we like and we want to lock in that definitive gains, we're going to have to sell some shares against that. So I'm really interested to see what happens here on Nike as well too, Neil. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and it should be any second now. We got less than a minute to go. When the numbers come out, we'll let you know. What's crazy about this is it's actually been moving, so there's maybe some itchy trigger fingers or fat finger trades that have happened on Nike. It's been as high as 77.5, actually touching almost 78. There was a little bit of a sell down into the 76 level. It's right back to flat, mostly a flat day for Nike, and you can see what's going on in the daily chart. Like I think, and like anyone else out there, if you're a day trader, we like when stocks go up in a general sense. I'm rooting for Nike to break out above 80 because someone's been selling a lot. And you can see the resistance that's been at that 79 level. So Nike, it is just a couple of seconds to go in here. We are expecting them to come out any second. There it is, and it's to the upside. Bang. So we just broke 80 into $82.
There you go.
All right, Nike, please let the numbers be good. We've got, nope, not out just yet. Okay, here we go. They got second quarter revenues were $12.4 billion. Expected was $12.17. So that is a slight beat. That's down 8% year over year, but slightly beating expectations or revenues. Why am I not seeing an EPS number just yet? So far, I only have revenues as a slight beat for Nike, but that's going to be a good thing. If you said you liked a 7% move as the expectations, well, you've got about 8 right now. EPS 78 cents per share versus that 60. I saw 63. This is saying 65 estimate. Either way, it's a beat. You're beating on the top. You're beating on the bottom. Let's see what the guidance is. And remember, with Nike, you're probably going to care about the breakdown here. They're going to, at some point, and then they'll expand on it during their conference call later, you're going to see breakdown, how is it going in China? How is it going in the US? Comp sales there versus here. A lot of the pressure has been on outside of the US sales. You want to see some recovery there. So there's some nitty gritty here for Nike, but so far so good.
And that's exactly, it just popped up right on Benzinga right now. And one thing I was curious about, Neil, was inventories. I wanted to see what inventories were looking like. And there we go. Flat year over year, it's looking like. So 8 billion flat year over year for Nike.
Well, it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes not bad news is good news. Actually, especially true if a stock is in a downward trend. Like when a stock has been doing, look at the daily chart of Nike. If you don't know that this is a downward trending stock, when it's a downward trending stock, sometimes the absence of bad news can be just enough here. So it's holding that 10% move. We just got to 84. So it's blown past that seller at 79, which as far as I'm concerned, even if it ends up pulling back, tomorrow, oh goodness, the accumulation of selling that was at 79.80, I'd want to be long in front of that. Hopefully for anyone that's long Nike, you get no chance to be able to trade that, and we continue this move. So beat on the top and the bottom, flat inventories. Nike is trading through the highs one more time. Direct revenues were $5 billion. That's down 13% year over year. Understandably, most of the year over year numbers are going to be down for Nike. You can't really focus too much on the year over year. It's all about the expectations, and certainly it's looking like the potential bottom might be in. So, and Seeking Delta, we got you. Thanks for reminding us about the 79 seller. I jumped in when you reminded me. No, it's that's what we're here for. You know, at the end of the day, like all we do, and all of us do this, like we're just sitting here as traders looking for opportunities and looking at key price levels and looking at things that are interesting to us. So I'm going to see it regardless, and I'm going to probably say way too much and talk way too much and ramble way too much. That's just how a trading floor is. So if you're able to capitalize on an idea, or hopefully we can also capitalize on some of the ideas that you guys mentioned. I can't. No, yesterday it was yesterday. You know, I would have never had a good Marvell short if someone in the chat hadn't said, Neil, you should be looking at Marvell.
Absolutely, and I totally couldn't agree more with you, Neil, because sometimes we only have two eyes here, right? And we have, honestly, you got them on the back of your head, but we have the chat as well too, which is just countless sets of eyes. So when they're yelling things out, it's like, okay, let me look at this and let me see what's going on here. Do we have a potential setup here? And sure enough, once in a blue moon, not even blue moon, quite often it happens that, hey, I like what they're yelling out and what they're shouting out, and we get to take advantage of those opportunities. There's no doubt about that.
That's what it's all about. So I just saw AI in the chat, not literally an AI in the chat, like really AI, or unless that's an L, asking how's the outlook for Nike. So I haven't seen the guidance. I haven't seen a guidance number yet. We've gotten inventories. We've got the EPS and the revenue. We've got direct revenues that were $5 billion, but I have not seen the guide yet on Nike. We'll let you know. Sometimes things trickle in a little bit. I did want to come back to, we only really have the two big names today with Nike and FedEx. I did want to come back to FedEx. So while it is pulling back off the highs, it's now bounced a couple of times off the 300. Like I'd still, again, in the back of my mind, it's like, I wouldn't want to get caught up here personally. Looking at that poor guidance, but it is at least holding on to the $300 level and that 10% move.
Exactly.
Which is key.
And I wanted to ask you this, Neil, because I'm watching these 5-minute prints, and I want to know if you think this is genuine, because right after the announcement, that second 5-minute candle closed at about $305. But then the following candle, did that actually gap down to $275? I'm really curious.
That one's fugazi.
Yeah, I think so too. So I'm like, that would be absolutely scary if you're playing that. That's why we say, guys, unless you have a definitive strategy playing these earnings announcements, do not play that volatility onslaught, all right? You will get caught in the volatility crush, and you will have a bad time. There's no doubt about that. I've never personally done it, but I know traders who have decided to play those prints and have not had a good time after that. So avoid those at all costs.
I've seen two extreme examples of that. One, a trader on this floor, something happened to him. And fortunately, it was to the good. We had a trader on the floor, and this is back when Amazon traded in the thousands of dollars, and he was trading earnings on Amazon, and he fat-fingered, and he didn't take away a zero. He added a zero to his position on a $2,000 stock on Amazon earnings, and thank goodness he was right.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. This guy has been trading. He'd been trading. This happened maybe in 2016 or 17, and this trader had been trading since like 08 or 09. He was like almost 10 years into his trading career, and one of the best traders on the floor. And I will never forget when he covered for a massive win. Massive win. And I looked over, because I'm on the risk manager at the time, and I looked over at him, and I've never seen him so white and pale. And this is a fearless trader, and you'll never forget it. And that's what the aftermarket earnings can do to you. There was another example. I saw Qualcomm, and this was a couple of years ago. They had a beat in the top and the bottom. They had good guidance. It was flying to the upside. And then, I don't know for a fact, but somebody screwed up and somebody got caught. Because all of a sudden, in a charging up market, everything coming out good, and there's no liquidity, someone starts throwing 50,000 share loss to try to hit the bid. And the second they do that, the bid drops and drops. And it turned the stock red, one guy chasing it down. It recovered the following day, but that person, they didn't get filled till the bottom. You could see it happening live. And I'm like, that's somebody that just screwed up there. Caught themselves way too long and didn't know how to get out. So they're just trying to cover the entire chunk at once. Dangerous move.
Absolutely dangerous game. Do not wait for at least 5 minutes before you even think about doing anything. You do not want to play the anticipation of those announcements. There's no doubt about that, because we have no idea in which way it's going to go.
Yeah, and this, like I like these in the chat there. Junior son, fat fingers can gray your hair instantly. That is so true.
Yes.
I'd like to think that it's when you get less sleep, like the adjustment from the amount of sleep that I got before I had a child and after, that's when it started coming in. It's like the greatest thing in your life, but it's not very good for your sleep and your recovery.
Well, I know for me it was the trading. There's no doubt about that. So we didn't have too much.
What are you talking
about? If I grow the beard out, Neil, we got a lot. We're probably about 60% gray on the beard there, and we're losing it up top here as well too. So you get a little bit of stress, but as you get more veteran, things calm down a little bit. There's no doubt about that.
The youngins over here on the floor are always, now you're really making me feel old. You don't have gray hair. You're like my brother. Oh, we're hanging on to 300 by a thread now. So it's looking a little bit more dangerous. I'm talking about FedEx, everybody. It's looking a little bit more shady as you're starting to get that rollover. Now remember, this was trending higher into a double top, and then we got the guidance. And it's since the guidance that you're pulling back. So it's starting to lose the 300 level. Be very, very careful with this on FedEx. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but you've seen what's happened since the guidance came out. Going back on over to Nike, and I don't want to dwell on too much. We actually only have like 5 or 6 minutes to go. But Nike is starting to give a little bit of a pullback. It's still above the expected move. That's good. Nothing about this yet has made me feel anything but good about Nike for a continuation play tomorrow. But neglected to point out here, you had a gap fill, double resistance at about $84, which is also the 200 period moving average. So the fact that you're running out of a little bit of the steam in this range makes sense to me. And oftentimes, when you get a liquidity gap, things make sense at obvious levels. And it breaks one to get to the other, because anybody that's taking shots here, I think they're going to look at those big levels on the daily and feel some security around those. Really, Sebastian? It's like this, Sebastian.
What do you say?
Joe, look at Neil. He is bald. I mean, that's a choice.
Oh, man.
First of all, I hadn't had a cameo. See, now if I could rewind the tape, and one of these days I'm going to find it, I had that Kid and Play joint.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah, dude. Like, like the shave. I had the cameo up to here back in the day.
Hey Arnold almost kind of, is that, the one guy from Hey Arnold?
Yeah, it was kind of like that. But there was one year, I played baseball, and my favorite player for the Jays growing up was Jesse Barfield. Okay. And all the dudes in the 80s, I'm old, all the guys in the 80s, they'd have the fro and then the hat, like the fro would just stick out the back of the hat. And I remember the first year I played for my city, and all the guys in the team were like, yo, man, you got to grow it out like the 80s. I'm like, whatever, I'm not going to cut my hair this summer. And I did the fro to the point where you pull the hat off. Old school. I had hair.
I don't
okay?
know if I should be telling you guys this, but I'm going to say it anyways. They used to call me Joe Fro back in elementary school because I had a massive afro, which I then later turned into dreadlocks.
A word?
Yeah, I used to have dreadlocks. Yeah, like down to here-ish, roughly.
Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah, Pixar didn't happen. We won't be seeing those guys. Those are long gone and in the abyss now. We're not going to be pulling up any. We're not going to be pulling up any. Actually, I don't mind dreadlock Joe. You know, it was a good time. Teenager, and I used to have them playing hockey too, believe it or not. So yeah, there we go.
I've always been bald-seeking Delta. No, I just always cut my hair short. That's all. When I got to high school, I just cut my hair short. I liked it when I ran track, and I've kind of stuck with it. So
Bilbo Bagholder. Joe does seem like a guy who had dreads in high school. I didn't know I came across it. Yeah, I used to have it.
I know, I could see it.
But I mean, back in high school, didn't everybody grow their hair extremely long?
If you could.
Yeah, if you could, absolutely. So there you go. So I was one of those individuals. Mine just turned into dreads. And they were natural dreads too because I just got too nappy and that's it.
I still want to see video evidence of that. I'm just saying
we'll pull it up. We'll find something and we'll get those pictures.
My daughter hated it when Vladdy got rid of his. She loved the dreads hanging out.
He had the blonde tips. You got the blonde tips too.
Yeah. Anyone that doesn't know, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the star player for the Blue Jays. I'm a big Jays fan. My daughter's favorite player. If they don't resign him, there's going to be problems in my household.
Hey, I mean, I feel like the Blue Jays are kind of living up to that Toronto Maple Leaf name. Fantastic organization. Fabulous team, but just can't get over those humps, and that's unfortunate. Just like Nike, Neil, couldn't get into that gap area, right? Couldn't get over that hump, as you mentioned, around that $85 price target, and sure enough, coming slightly back in here around 83 and 78 cents on the sessions so far.
Just no follow through. No. And I'm going to place at least a small amount of blame on what the market did since yesterday. It's going to be a tricky one, unless everything is perfect, for you to be able to hold some highs and for people to feel exuberance. Like after what we saw yesterday, how is there not going to be some profit taking? As far as I'm concerned, Micron's move got exacerbated by the price reaction after the Fed. You can make a strong argument that Nike, which is continuing to pull back here, now only up 8%, maybe that's going to be some profit takers as well. FedEx, I put in a different bucket. It lost a 300, but let's be real. It made a top, and then they gave the guidance, and now it's pulled back. Like that's as clear, to me, that's as clear as day. It was screaming on the announcement, and the big announcement from FedEx, of course, is spinning off the freight business. And in 18 months, they're expecting that to be publicly traded, much like GE Verona, and GE Aerospace, and whatever the heck else they did. I think it was just,
exactly. It was like GE Electric too, and everything along.
But now you're 297. So congratulations. And again, I wasn't telling people to go short, so you guys make your own trade. Usually we tell you we don't think it's a great idea to trade in the aftermarket. We were just pointing out it double topped as you gave that guidance. So a bit of a pullback there on FedEx. So it's already 428. I got to try to adhere to when we're supposed to get everyone out of here, because I don't usually do. Sean's off today. I don't usually do the aftermarket show on Thursdays because I have physio on Thursdays. I actually don't want to be late. I've already changed into my pants.
Like you're ready to go. You're ready to get.
So I'm kind of more ready to go. It's a work in progress. I'm going to make another attempt at the single leg calf raise, which we've been. We make at least one attempt per session. And it's embarrassing, but it gets me motivation to even just get the heel off the ground a little bit there.
That's good.
But just point me in direction. I like that I'm working towards.
Well, and that's the beauty thing. Those things take time to heal. There's no doubt about that. I had an ACL injury.
Yeah, you were telling me.
Way back in the day playing basketball, and it's like about a year you're not walking really. So those injuries, those serious injuries, take a lot of time.
Exactly. And they told me I'm not going to. My surgeon said it would take me 6 months to do a single leg calf raise. I'm at 5. My goal has been to beat what he said.
So there you go.
He's just a surgeon. What does he know about me, man? I got that Adrian Peterson gene. It's already 4:30. I got to ask you a question, because usually I defer the roll call to Adara. So I haven't done a roll call in a while. It's up to you. I don't want to put you.
Hey! I'm in on Dara's spot, so I'm gonna take that role.
You want it?
I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do the roll call.
So before we get into it, I like to start off one way, because if you want to be part of the roll call and have Joe scream through all of the names in rapid fashion, you got to be in the chat. Otherwise, your name can't be read. So make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. It's subscribers only chat. Get in the chat and start it by saying a thank you to some member of our team, whether it's Fabian, whether it's Ramin, whether it's Andre, who was off sick today, whether it's Obi filling in for Sean, whether it's Sean himself, who'll be back here tomorrow, whether it's Sharif doing a fantastic job on the midday, whether it's Adara, who, despite feeling sick, was still in this morning and giving us a happy. I have no idea how she did it. Or give it thanks to Brendan, or especially Joe, who's going to be doing triple duty here today. But I always tell you, Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. Give a shout out and a thanks to him. That's who I'm going to type in right now. Is you get to the roll call.
Hey, let's go. Jay Haas, what's going on? Paul, 100 MPH. Drew, Jay Muck, Evan Campbell, Oliver, what's going on? Enchantress, Wonderland, Flawed, Maloney, Paul E, The Real Tech Geek, Bob S, Sebastian, Mike Breeze. Oh, I just see Neil in there. Yannick, Nesbeth, always see you in the chat there. Kyle, Burdett, our guy there. Let's see it. Darwin, The Diamond, love seeing you in there. T-Man, love it. Joseph Birch Music, loving it. Jay Lee, a regular, love seeing you in there. Paul, you're in there again. T-Man Money, and Yannick, you keep coming back in, but I'm going to keep shouting you out. Seeking Delta, I love this one. T-Man, Jimmy, Joe Smith, I know Jimmy James Smith, Seth, Steph O, Dwayne Walker, Bebop 5000, Relajo, Rickard Cabiza, and T-Man once again. That's roll call, folks.
This is why I let Adara and now Joe do it. Because let's be real, man. You just absolutely crushed that. Shout out to all of you guys. We appreciate our community. We have the best trading community out there. And if you can't tell, we have fun doing this. Why? Because the markets are fun and because you guys are fantastic for us. I want to thank you for stepping in, Joe.
Thank you.
Adara was sick, and I'm like, hey, Joe, can you do the aftermarket show? And just like when Sean asked, he's like an instant yes.
Let's go. Let's rock and roll.
The fun part?
Yeah.
What do we get to do tomorrow? Come back and trade again.
Wow,
and
you had me stumped on that one.
I know.
I'm like, what do we get to do tomorrow?
It's witching.
It's witching.
It's post earnings of FedEx and Nike. We've got the addition of Palantir and MicroStrategy to the NASDAQ 100. We've got the deletions of SMCI and Moderna, and we'll have it all for you tomorrow starting at 8:30. Bye, guys.
That's sick stuff, brother. That was wicked. Absolutely.